off of the Wrecking Ball, but you play Wrecking Ball just to get back quick. Now you have Mikey, come back.
Interesting for the USA, like if they sort of persist with playing that Wrecking Ball here. So in the past, Reinhardt's been very commonly used defensively on this map, especially when your enemy team has a lot of poke damage, long-range damage. The United Kingdom aren't using any of that. They're relying on heroes that want to take a close-up fight, just like this one. Self-destruct in over the top, and that's 2 kills. Perfect stuff by Muma. He sets up that double kill by getting a big knock-up, obviously as he came down on that Wrecking Ball. This will force UK to back away completely.
Yeah, you want to get aggressive here, your Team USA. Prevent them from coming out of the spawn. You want to keep Doomfist in these close areas, right? Able to get in, get out, get those quick insta-kills.
Oh, he actually gets himself a nano boost, but is stunned up immediately now. Sinatra can use the Meteor Strike to get out of trouble, but he needs to get some damage done first. No, he has to pull the pin. He gets out with that Meteor Strike and now tries to bring it down. Nice turn of the shield there, though, by Fusions to shut down the radiating damage coming from Sinatra's entrance. Yes, Mex went down, but another beautiful Earth Shatter from Fusions. Stunning work, and just as the USA try and turn their back and run away, they're all knocked to the ground, and this is what happens when you defend without a Reinhardt. Fusions does not have to worry about a shield to block those Earth Shatters.
Look, I mean, he's getting an Earth Shatter about every minute, and he's knocking down, they're converting on the kills here, about 2 kills per Earth Shatter. That's pretty massive. You don't usually see like a ton of kills off of the Earth Shatter. A lot of times you use it into the opponent's shield. Fusion's doing a great job here on offense, and he's going to take Zachary out first.
That's it. The double-decker fast from the UK doesn't stop. Kib forging ahead. Couple extra hits gave him that rally ultimate, and he used it straight away. So much durability on the UK. They've got mobility to boot, and now the Transcendental's being brought in by Boombox. It's just going to be space. Heads up on the payload. Mob trying to join, but he's Earth Shatter before he can even get there. Now Zachary just trying to keep it contested, but he's sucked into a Graviton Surge. Fusions fights too. Self-destruct. Sinatra can't get there. And that is an incredibly fast completion for Route 66 standards, Matt.
2+ minutes.
I mean, at what point was UK not pushing the payload?
I mean, for a little bit after they got point B, but... And I was a player a very long time ago. I've kind of been in the situation that Team USA is in, where you're kind of like this overwhelming favorite. You feel it. The other teams feel it. The crowd obviously is behind you, whatnot. And it's very difficult, as weird as it sounds, with having all that confidence and having all that momentum, when things don't go your way, it's really difficult to get that back, because then you start to have like the nerves setting in a little bit. Absolutely. You start to second guess yourself, and it's really difficult to get the wheels going the other direction, right?
I mean, this is really important insight as well to get an idea of what these players are feeling. Now, obviously, Overwatch is very different from, as Matt put, the Animal Crossing World Championship of 2008. But there are so many of those things about mentally trying to stay ahead and stay in the game, or trying to get back into the driving seat, as it were. And the USA do not look good. They do not physically, mentally, they do not look good at this point, because this is not how they expected this to go. And now that parade after today's announcement has so much more significance. Love to see it.
And it's even almost harder from the coaching role. Having coached previously, where you can see your players kind of like wavering a bit. You're like, guys, we practice this. We know what to do. We just need to go out and do it. The going out and doing it's the hard part, though.
So in order to do it, as it were, the USA are going to have Boomer on the Reinhardt, pretty much off the bat here. And the USA are playing a very well-behaved, very standard composition here, right? So they're going to have Zenyatta, of course, Raucus looking to get pulled out of the mix. Kip tries to go in over the top, and they don't get the Zenyatta, but they still find Zachary first, and then Raucus. Boomer falling down in the UK. They've said it before. They know how to play these tanks better than most. Europe, known for, a lot of teams that love to play supports and tanks. They don't like the DPS so much. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing it right now.
Obviously, Roadhog, known for his flanking ability, goes undetected through the train car.
That part is slightly more notable, that he managed to get away with that. But, he's got nose rings elsewhere. Kib, of course, now just trying to put pressure on Muma's shield. Roadhog takes a lot of damage, even at long range, but they've lost Mikey early in the fight. Kib, the Coalescence was a couple of seconds too late. So now they're going to make up the deficit here, and Kib's going to go for the whole hog, knocking back the entirety of the USA. But Raucus is going to provide that healing for them, of course, in the form of the Transcendence. Kib is knocked off course here. Sinatra very heavily charged up. He had the option to use the Graviton Surge here, but it's unlikely that he bothers.
No, don't need it during this fight. It's being one fight for Team USA. Team UK, they have to know they're behind in terms of getting that Graviton Surge. They have to be expecting it here. Changes come through, you put the Roadhog away, you get the Brigitte out. Boombox will come back in on the Zenyatta, which has been extremely effective on. So we'll see this next fight from Team UK. Sinatra hiding here. Specs not detecting him.
You know what he did? He just wrote that Jay was here on the back of the mech, in a Sharpie. Drops down. Sinatra needs to use a Graviton here. Is he going to hold it? Great timing again. Mock. Sound barriers. Perfect time of that to come down. Sinatra is going to be able to stay alive and still doesn't have to use those ultimates here. So any fight in which the US don't have to overcommit those very important abilities is a win for them. Sinatra waving at God knows what, but he still has the grab, and that's all that matters.
So the UK, they'll come back with their own grab in the next fight. You want to really build up that Transcendence, as you will have Sound Barrier, so that can protect you against a large chunk of what'll come down with that. Graviton Surge, is they're going to fight this one more. Oh, maybe not.
That's perfect. Graviton Surge keeps all of the UK up on the high ground. They can't contest. They cannot slow down the payload. And the USA will have them for lunch. Now, the United Kingdom probably saw very quickly, Matt, that there's nothing they could do, so they don't use their grab.
I mean, to be clear, they did get USA to invest self-destruct and grab there towards the end for what is essentially, I mean, they really will give up nothing here because you would have fought around the same area anyway in this next fight. So you did get those ultimates out.
Well, what the UK needs to do now is try and take this space. I love what they're doing here. Yeah. Look at this rotation. They're going to sit on the payload and force the USA to fight. Force the USA to fight, knowing that the UK, they have more ultimates to spend. They are coming to this fight looking stronger. Nice little trick Muma used there with the Reinhardt. If you Earth Shatter and jump back twice, you can actually get out of the grab. It's maybe not intended right now, I'm not really sure, but Ryan, quite spry, even in his old age, still not able to escape the follow-up damage that was there. And the UK got to have exactly the fight they wanted.
It's really smart. You mentioned the rotation, but the rotation is key because you can't really get a lot of value with the grab if you're the UK. If everyone from Team USA is pushed up, they're on the high ground, right? How do you draw them back from that high ground? You just get on the payload. You just contest it. Don't allow it to move forward. So they rotate all the way around. They bring it to a fight where they're more comfortable on, right on the ground. No mobility.
Fusions takes a big hit early, but now the Sound Barrier is going to come in and keep everyone just a bit more durable on the side of the UK to continue this fight. And this Earth Shatter, this will be an important ultimate. The UK have used a couple of ultimates here that hasn't actually resulted in too much. And with a Reinhardt, it's quite hard to hit a big shatter. Fusions doesn't really get the result he was looking for now, and Sinatra's very close to yet another Graviton Surge. Charge comes through, Muma taken down by Specs, but Sinatra in the thick of things, finding multiple kills, very charged up, and Boombox thought he could get behind Sinatra and trick him, but he was ready.
And if you're the UK team right now, you cannot start to get frantic, right? The payload's moving, the crowd's going crazy, right? Team USA is winning some fights. You have to always remember, look, you have a ton of time on the clock. We see a lot of holds towards the end here on Route 66. If you're UK, you just need to talk about, just play this long game. Draw the clock down, draw the clock down. Even if they take point B, you want to put yourself in a position where there's only maybe 2 fights. You have, a decent amount of ultimate economy, and then you can win it at the end.
How did the UK win this fight without a Zenyatta ultimate? Without
you probably don't. We'll see how this plays out, but be a grab with the self-destruct behind it. You do get Mumas. That's a big first pick. Yeah, you can push off of this.
And the USA have to disengage. They can't actually continue this fight at all. Fusions needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't overextend into something like this. Graviton, self-destruct over the top. That could be the nasty part. No, Fusions! It's like an umbrella. He puts the shield up and he defends the UK against what would have been certain doom. There would have been 4 kills at least there for space on the self-destruct, and that'll keep them in this one. What a big turnaround. Specs gets desuited. Fusion's a little bit low here. Needs to back up as quickly as he can, but he has an Earth Shatter. He just needs a good chance to use it. Here would not be the time. There is still a Reinhardt at large, but now Fusions gets a Sound Barrier. This is where you start to get your hands a little bit dirty, Matt. Looking for an opportunity to lay it down, and there it is! He finds the Earth Shatter. Even Rourke is in the back line, and that will end the fight for the United Kingdom. And they're in a position now to win it all right here, right now.
Yeah, and USA had used all of their ultimates up until that point. You just have the grab now, which they built up yet again. Mike will have a grab here as well. So Boombox does have the Transcendence, so to counter Sinatra's grab. That's massive coming into this next fight. See how they decide to attack this. I think they're going to go, a lot like how the UK went around this last time. Force this on the ground.
Yeah, Sinatra forcing the UK to fight it right here, but Boombox finds the pick. Both teams use Graviton Surge, but the USA are missing one of the biggest sources of damage. Boomer, big Earth Shadow throws down, but the Transcendence is there just in time. The UK are kept tied up. Both teams using all of their resources now because they know it's the final fight. Self-destruct goes in there. Space doesn't find any kills quite yet, and Boombox is pursuing Muma doggedly. Eventually he's ground down, but Zachary's found 2 on the Brigitte. He's looking for more. Sinatra comes in. He's found 1 as well. Now it's his time to shine. And the payload getting pushed ever closer in overtime. The USA managed to hang on. They're going to make a game of it. And now they're going to take it to the final stretch of Route 66.
It is not pretty, but they extend their tournament. Didn't think we'd be saying that for Team USA here.
The day's just started.
But I will say, though, UK, that is what I was talking about. They did complete what they needed to do. Ult's gone across the board for everybody. Hero changes just to make it back. You reset some ultimate economy. You can keep playing what you are already playing for UK here at the end, and you made them waste so much time.
Oh, look at that. You see, Muma really wanted that Earth Shatter, but it was obvious. It was telegraphed. Fusion's knew. Okay, my opposite number's really trying to knock us down right now. How about I show him how we do it better here in the UK? And that is so big. That is huge, not only because the United Kingdom win the fight, but they've done more damage in this fight, which means they're going to get that next wave of ultimates just that bit quicker, which puts the USA further behind the 8 ball.
So what you look at here is, Mikey is going to use the scrap, right? You have Raucus with Transcendence. Do you invest it or do you save it?
No, straight away he's going to use it. Space tried to eat up that Graviton Surge, but nothing doing. There it is, the shield pushback broken, Muma down. Spets with the self-destruct found not only the enemy Reinhardt, but also the Diva mech. 22 seconds left in the tournament life potentially for the United States of America, and they seem to have very little left in the tank. 2 support ults available here for the United Kingdom. Cruise and Boombox are ready.
You play aggressive. You get both support ults. You're going to have Shatter. With the way Fusions has been nailing these Shatters, you get right up in their face. That's going to be Sinatra down, and you have this Shatter coming into play for Fusions. Let's see how he uses it.
That's it. Fusions put in the hammer and Hammersmith, and now he's going to bring it down one more time, and there it is! If there was any time, it was right there! And the United Kingdom complete the upset we never thought we'd see. It's game 1, and the USA are out of the Overwatch World Cup.
And a perfect way to end it there. I feel like Fusions, we talked about him as a leader, a vocal leader through this UK team. Comes up with another big Shatter at the end. Get this, 16 kills off of his Shatters here. 15 final blows as Reinhardt, pretty good. You expect a lot of final blows though when you're playing the Reinhardt in those close compositions. But what a stunning first game. That is something I think none of us expected.
The United Kingdom race across the Atlantic to reclaim what is theirs, and the Union Jack will definitely be held aloft now. So much expectation on this USA roster, so much raw talent, superstars of today and tomorrow, both represented in that team. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. The UK, played this match through with an incredible sense of, insight to what they'd be expecting. They completely outplayed the USA. I need a breath of air. This is unbelievable. We'll be back after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
The three lions were hungry and they feasted on bacon, apple pie, and the tears of Americans all over the country. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup of 2018. Oh, my word.
Wow.
Whoo, boy.
I don't know what to say, honestly. Like, USA were supposed to win this World Cup.
Yeah.
And now they're out in the quarter. That was so
crazy.
surprising.
Like, I thought that they had a good chance of being able to defeat South Korea this year if they made it to the semifinals. They were so confident, they were so prepared, the coaching was all there, the play was all there, but it just fell out of their fingers on stage.
Wow.
This is the biggest upset in World Cup history by far.
Hands down, Brian,
Absolutely.
hands down.
Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm sat here with an American flag on my chest, but you do know that I did always have faith in the boys in the red, blue, and white. Team UK. I always knew they were going to do it. I'm not actually Stylosa, but can I get some blue in this? It's not all red, I swear to God. There we go.
Show me those armpits. Show me those armpits.
This is just pure lies, though, because really nobody thought they were going to do it, even slightly. Even the Oracle of Bren could not have predicted that this was going to happen. What a nuts way to start off the World Cup.
I know, and you know, there is one person who is particularly very happy about the way that this all panned out, and that is Hayes. You know Hayes is very happy with that. As a matter of fact, we have Frankie who's standing by with Hayes. What's going on?
I'm not just standing by with Hayes, I'm standing by with all of the lines, because when I say let's go, you say... There we go, we'll work on that. We're going to work on that because these guys are in the semi-final, and I know there are a lot of shocked faces in this arena and watching at home. Hayes, are you surprised to be stood here right now?
I mean, I definitely knew we could win this game. It just feels unreal that we actually managed to do it. We played so well today. I'm really happy with the guys.
Who is your MVP of this team? Because I know I've got my favorite here.
I would definitely say Fusions was a big part of our win today. You know, he's like one of the core parts of our whole communication line. And when we're playing Ryan, he's going, let's go forward. Everyone follows. We played so well as a team. But I'd say Fusions took it today.
And when you drew the USA back in the Paris group stage, what was your reaction? Because they're the tournament favorites.
When we played against France?
Well, after you played against France, that's when you drew USA, because we did the draw back in Paris. So what was your reaction then?
I mean, USA, they definitely have a stacked team. We figured if we play our own game and sort of force them into our play style, we have a way better chance, which is what we aim for. But USA are definitely a stacked team, and we knew it would be tough.
The thing is, you've knocked out the guys that we thought were going to win, so does that mean you're going to win now?
Sorry, I couldn't.
You knocked out Team USA. We thought they'd win. So now you've done it. Do you think you can win this whole thing?
I think we can definitely win the whole thing. I mean, people were on Twitter saying, oh, Canada versus USA finals, just totally overlooking us, which was kind of sad, but we proved today that we deserve to be here.
You did indeed, my friends. I can't wait to celebrate. We're going to group hug now, so let's head back to Golden Boy and the Desk Lock Gang.
Thank you so much, Frankie, for that one. And
she tried with that one.
Yeah, you know, I will also say those pom-poms have gotten a lot of mileage.
They have.
You know,
they really have.
I wouldn't be shocked if we have a random fan in the arena that happens to have one of the other pom-poms.
Make it merch.
I know, right? Make it merch. Let's go. I just want some royalties. Okay, so. Wow, this is, I mean, crazy. I don't even know, where to go. Okay, there is one thing, though, that I know you guys wanted to highlight in specific, because it kind of showed the difference between what we saw in the UK versus USA.
Yeah, and I think it also showed what the difference between USA and the groups and what they had prepared and what they actually came out on stage with. And that's how many different compositions they were fielding. They really looked a little lost at times. So when you look at the amount of heroes that the DPS players on the UK played and the amount of players, the amount of heroes that the DPS players on Team UK played, the US players were playing way more. You know, they were throwing everything at the wall and just seeing what could stick. Zachary at times is playing Genji into Brigitte, where we had question marks about it. Sinatra's flexing onto the tank to take heroes away from Muma, who at times looked a little shaky
But
today.
even Zachary, specifically on Volskaya, you know, he swapped heroes pretty much all the time, and it felt like he didn't really know what to go to. And I think that's the result of being so good at so many different compositions and not having a leader saying, we're playing this comp specifically, and so Zacchary's like, should I play the Widowmaker? Or we're going dive with the Genji? Should I be Brigitte? And so
I do want to mention as well, though, Johnny, that because we're really talking about USA, essentially. We're very USA focused right now, but the UK as a team played very, very well.
Yeah, they
did. All expectations. The tanks across the board. The tank play from Fusions,
so good.
This guy coming in, I call it the reverse reinforce. I mean, it might be true here because he's actually winning here. So this is absolutely insane.
It's okay, Bob.
But in terms of the final blows that they actually were able to accomplish, remember, Team UK got blown out in the first map. They didn't get a single final blow. And at the end of the day, Smex ends up with 38 eliminations compared to the Space's 28, a full 10 more. And then in terms of the main tanks, it's 37 compared to 29. So these young kind of rookie players who are not in the Overwatch League are outplaying some real juggernauts for Team USA.
And so USA, they're really confident with this goes. They obviously played it versus the UK. But we know Europe as the home of triple tank, triple support play. And I mean, even Finland playing Ninjas and Pyjamas playing triple tank 2 years ago. You know, they are the kings of this composition. And so USA not really having the time to scrim and practice versus European teams, I think that really hurt them because they were so confident playing versus North American teams in practice. And then they faced these, I mean, giants in terms of triple tank play in Europe that they've never played before against, and they're just shocked by the skill that actually comes out. So
I think in our conversations with Team USA as well, you know, you made the joke about them oozing with confidence, and you know they definitely
they really were.
Every single team we spoke to was like, USA, if they do not win out on their side of the bracket, I will be absolutely blown away. And this is the world that we live in now. And what's even more impressive about this is that you have Team USA that have multiple Overwatch League players in this roster. Just one player was not an OWL player. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a lot of upstarts, a lot of fresh faces that I think
UK had one.
Yeah, one OWL player. And that was your runner-up Boombox for the finals. And also the impact that he had was stupendous there. I mean, this is something that I don't think anyone had believed it would happen. And I think all of us are in utter shock. I can't wait to go to Reddit. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. I can't wait. But yeah, and now like we're in this position where who's the favorite now?
I mean, even coming into the tournament, I think you would have said that South Korea perhaps have to be the favorites given all of the history, but Team USA were right up with them. So it's got to default back to Team South Korea. Having said that, if triple tank, triple support is this powerful so that the USA wasn't able to master it or wasn't able to beat it, then maybe Team France, Team Finland, guys who were better than the UK when it came to the group stages, are they now the favorites? Maybe.
Yeah, Finland has to be the favorite in my opinion because of their triple tank, triple support play. I mean, they've played this for so long, and they also have Seita, the coach, who was the originator of this triple tank, triple support comp in many ways. Not specifically this version, but way back. And so I think that Finland are the favorites if we see more of this composition. But then again, UK, they even played double sniper compositions and outplayed USA in many ways. So UK showed some different compositions in their play as well.
I'm looking at this upset here. This is arguably the biggest upset in World Cup history.
It is.
Right?
It is.
What's going to happen next? We got this is actually madness. We've got Australia going to be playing up against South Korea later on as well.
Okay. do you have
Excuse me?
Okay,
let's just lay this out for anyone who's new to Overwatch, maybe watching it for the first time. South Korea, this team, they've changed up their roster drastically in recent times. They haven't had as much practice time, and Australia have been directly prepping for South Korea alone. Like, anything could happen here in this World Cup. It is madness.
And remember that UK said if they won a map, they consider that to be a win. If they just won a map, they were satisfied with that. Okay, and you think about how Australia is going to approach it. They have been specifically preparing for South Korea. This is anyone's ball game here at the Overwatch World Cup. This is exactly what we want to see, people. I love it. All right, well, for now, though, two people I love, as a matter of fact, are actually going to be down over at the floor. We got Puckett and Zoe. See how the fans are reacting to that match.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. That's right, it's Puckett, it's Zoe, and we've got your T-Mobile fan polls brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network. Now, Zoe, I'm crying inside. I'm a little bit bummed here. My USA chants are over before it even began.
Hey, there's still plenty of teams to cheer for. Right, guys?
A few more teams.
And we want to see the reactions from the internet. So we, of course, bringing you the T-Mobile fan polls, where we will be reading out your tweets. So let's see what people have to say.
All right, first up, Lads, it's happening. UK are tied versus USA. My hype winnable, Freddie. It was just the beginning, buddy.
Oh yeah, it was. And it was absolutely winnable, and it was very hype. I hope to see such a close game for the first match on this stage, and I was not disappointed.
Absolutely. Fusions popping off throughout that, but it was a team effort. We had people chiming in from all over the world. Of course, that was some of the UK fans. Let's check out what's next for us. It's coming. Found it.
It's coming home!
That's right.
That's right. Second chance for England, or rather the UK this year, and I think they could make it happen.
You think so?
I think so,
The distance.
absolutely.
They beat the best team coming into the tournament, the most practiced team coming into the tournament.
I
It
like
might be
your
onto
quotation
something.
marks.
All
It's
right.
really hard with cue cards.
We
though,
got
like, I can do that.
one more before the break here. Did we actually just win that? Lads, I'm shook. Team UK all the way, fam. Let's win this whole thing. You agree with Maya?
Yes.
Yeah? Are you on the UK fan
I
bus?
gotta be honest with you. I mean, I'm obviously not biased, and I'm Swiss and completely neutral, and
Always.
I'm absolutely cheering for France. Say what?
Say what? France fans, did you guys hear that? So is cheering
I'm kind
for
of a bit
France.
They're
A
my
little bit.
neighbors. They're my neighbors. Switzerland didn't make it. I had to go for the closest thing to home, really. And you too can get involved in that T-Mobile fan polls conversation. All you have to do is head on over to Twitter using the hashtag OWWC 2018 and let us know what you're thinking about the games.
Absolutely. We want to see what you guys are thinking. Keep those hashtags coming all weekend long. For now, BlizzCon, make some noise, because when we come back, we got a big one. It's Canada taking on France.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
What's going on, Overwatch fans? My name is Karq from the Team Canada Committee. You know, there are 7 other fantastic teams here at BlizzCon representing their country, but no matter who you're rooting for, I know deep down our Canadian spirit, pride, grit, and energy are infectious and will inevitably turn you to a fan of our team and players if you weren't already one. So quickly before I go, I want you all to do me a little favor, okay? When Team Canada comes out to the stage, I want to try something different that's not really a cheer or a chant. So I want everybody, whether you're at BlizzCon or you're at home or you're on your phone on your couch watching the event, to raise up your right hand like this and make a little O. Okay, now once you do that, I want you to close your fist with your thumb out a little bit and tap your right chest twice. Now that stands for O Canada in sign language, because sometimes silence is the most powerful voice we have. And we want to let our actions speak for themselves. I took that from a fortune cookie. That is not my quote. Good luck to everybody else out there. Go Canada, go. Good luck.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup, and our first match is in the books. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for the unbelievable win. And it's time to find out whether or not Team Canada or Team France, actually, will be joining them in the semifinals. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy. Got Bren, Reinforced, Sideshow. It's been a fun day so far. Some great matches, and man, what a time it's been here at BlizzCon, fellas. This has just been... It's just been insane.
This is about as exciting as it gets, honestly. We started out with a matchup where USA were heavily favored, and then UK comes down as the underdog and actually gets the win. So, I mean, it can't... I want to say it can't get any better, but it probably will get better from here. So, yeah. I don't know what to expect, really.
I know. I could not agree with you more, Reinforced. But for now, let's actually send it over to Fiona, who has Poco from Team France.
Bonjour tout le monde! Allez la France! This is my first ever Overwatch World Cup. I am so excited. We just had an amazing game, which was USA versus UK. I don't think anyone was expecting that at all. But I'm lucky enough to have Poco here, one of the best players on the French team. Am I fangirling a little bit? Just a little bit, just a little bit. But anyway, we just have a few questions, and I will be translating it to you guys at home. So anyways, Poco, how are you feeling? How's it going? Tu te sens comment? Comment tu te sens?
Je me sens plutôt bien, il y a le public à côté, ça devrait bien se passer.
All right, he's saying he feels really great. He has the supporters right here just for him. And now I want to know personally, how do you feel about the Canada team? Like, who are the players that you're focusing or you're worried about? Alors, je veux bien savoir, comment tu te sens de l'équipe Canada?
Le Canada ont des très bonnes individualités, mais on a juste à focus XQC et ça devrait bien se passer.
All right, they're going to focus XQC. I don't know if he's going to hear that. He thinks everything's going to go well, guys. So we're going to end it off here, and we're going to toss it over back to the desk, guys.
Thank you so much, Fiona, for that one. Wow, she's having a blast out there. That looks like the section you want to be in.
I know. The Paris World Cup stop was nuts as well. Those fans are so passionate. And with the new Team Paris and the Overwatch League as well, and these players all have very high hopes for what they'll be able to achieve here at the World Cup, that could be the cheering section you want to be in.
Very true. Now, I also understand, though, they called out one player in particular.
They did.
They called out XQC. And it's funny that they called him out because, I have a very... I guess I'm blessed here to have 3 people who lived with XQC at one point in time. That was like, you guys lived with him for a good while. Like forever.
I wanted to initially say no to the idea, but then I realized that it was too good of an adventure to miss out on. So I just wanted to be along for the ride.
Adventure is one word for it, Johnny.
Yeah,
I wouldn't describe it in the same sense, but you're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong.
XQC's a very individual personality, right, in Overwatch. He's very unique. And I think the reason that they're trying to focus him is that he's kind of got a weird mentality where sometimes he can get ahead of himself and he doesn't have the most kind of experience playing in a team. And when we were living with him as well, he is a unique individual.
I mean, I bought earplugs just so I could sleep at night. A great investment, by the way, but yeah. It just describes the experience. Really.
Now, and you guys did live with the guy, and I understand we have exclusive behind-the-scenes footage
we do indeed.
Of living with XQC.
This is my incredible camera work, as I showed all the stuff that he left back at our place, actually, because he was living with us for a while, and then he just decided, he needed a new place, but we had a little storage unit that we said, yeah, sure, keep some stuff here, but Felix, what are we supposed to do with it now? We just got all of your stuff.
I actually asked Felix personally because I was like, listen, mate, we've got all of your stuff still. Like, what do you want us to do with it? And he said something along the lines like, I don't know, dudes. I just give it away to some fans or something. My doggies.
My doggies.
I think he added my doggies at the end. So I have actually brought it with me. So
are you serious?
Yeah, I've managed to. This is going to take some maneuvering. I got a bunch of XQC stuff. And I'm actually going to be giving it out to some fans. I think round about now. You guys have got the segment, right? You guys are okay without me?
Sure.
Yeah,
are you
okay. Yeah, I'm bouncing. See you later.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
We've still got a whole pre-show to do.
We still got to talk. You know what? It's okay, though. It's just Bren. We're not really missing all that much. So I think we'll be...
He just
walked off.
Goodbye, Bren. Okay.
What is going on right now?
Do you want to... Do you want to talk about XQC in game, or?
I mean,
you're the host.
I'm trying over here, but every single time I try and do something, it gets progressively more ridiculous as time goes on. My heart cannot handle this stuff.
Okay.
All right, let's try and get back on the rails here. We're gonna have to finish without Bren. So I guess let's just talk about XQC and this Team Canada roster. This is actually a pretty solid squad and pretty formidable roster.
Absolutely. They like to play a style around XQC's Winston play, but he's also very comfortable on the Reinhardt. They don't tend to play the triple tank, triple support as much. They try and break it, which we saw USA do, and it was fairly successful. And when they matched, maybe not, but I think we'll see a lot of Canada trying to break triple tank.
But they need to stick to it, right? What USA didn't do was they didn't stick to the Doomfist and the Sombra and the Pharah. So I want Canada to properly stick to this composition, and they have players like Surefour to back up XQC. So I'm looking forward to this Canada squad.
They need to have a plan, and I want to actually find out what's going on with Team Canada. We actually have Mika standing by with XQC from Team Canada.
That's right. I am here with the man of the hour, XQC himself. Everyone's been talking about him.
Hi, Mika. Hi, Felix. So I realized there was supposed to be an interview going on here, but I feel like we could give out some of this stuff to the fans instead of that. Are you cool with that? You cool with that? Let's start with the old stuff. Okay. Sure. You're ready? Who wants it? Yeah, this guy right here. Hey, Fred. Yeah, sure, toss it.
Go for it.
What in the heck is going on? This is a madhouse. XQC is throwing his own clothing to the crowd. Bren has...
There's a keyboard in there. Don't throw the keyboard. You'll maim somebody.
Please do not throw the Bren.
There's random cables in that box.
Why are there cables in there?
Who wants an HDMI cable, everybody?
There's a hanger.
A broken coat hanger. I mean... Did anyone vet the things that were in this box?
I don't think anyone else.
Honestly, I think the box is the most important thing.
What is...
That's the most ridiculous thing I think we've ever seen.
What's up? Can't even...
Yeah, that was a thing.
That was the thing. That was the thing that we did.
Come to BlizzCon and you can have a chance to get XQC stuff.
I'm just saying, right? Anything can happen at BlizzCon. So if you are not here, clearly you are missing out. Well, our teams are ready, and it's time to get this match going. And first up, let's take a look for Team Canada's road to BlizzCon.
4 Overwatch League stars, 2 incredible contenders competitors, and a Canuck looking for redemption. Canada is full of colourful leaves that the fans adore. From Surefour's creativity, Note's reliability, Agility's versatility, and XQC's survivability, the Canadians are not monkeying around. The team talked a big game coming into the Los Angeles group stage, determined to take down their American rivals. They couldn't do it in LA, but now they'll have a rematch just 40 miles away in Anaheim. Unwavering in their efforts to show how strong the North can be against the best in the world. Their coach Jane has said that the team thrives on chaos, so we'll see what they can do in front of this incredible, chaotic crowd. Here at BlizzCon, Team Canada are ready to go again.
Team Canada here at the Overwatch World Cup 2018, your runner-ups last year, and we lost Surefour.
Well, the guy's looking all chilled out, but honestly, he's one of the most important players for this team, I think. He's got so much experience coming from the LA Gladiators, where he proved that, he's not a guy that was washed up in any sense, ended up being one of the best DPS in the West, and he's going to attempt to carry them here with his incredibly intelligent Sombra play.
Yeah, I think we can expect a lot of Sombra and Doomfist compositions, and Surefour being, I would argue, the best Sombra in the world, actually. I think that I think that this is a squad that can do some damage. It just matters like will they get countered by their opponents or can they sufficiently deal with an anti-goats comp with France.
Hi lads,
Bren.
how's it going?
Hello, welcome back.
To add on to Johnny's point, seamlessly might I add as well, as I just ran from the stage, this was honestly quite ridiculous. I like your point there where you're talking about Surefour's Sombra. I do want to add on to that. When we asked them specifically, the teams, what makes Surefour stand out when it comes to the Sombra players, he said he's very intelligent when it comes to assaulting the backline with his hacks, prioritizing different targets. So a lot of people will, yeah, exactly. He prioritizes the hack a lot of the times on the Lucio player to almost get a free kill from on the Ana or whatever other compositions they're running in the backline. It's one thing they pointed out that you need to look forward to as well into this match.
Yeah, very, very well done from Team Canada thus far getting to this point. But their opponents, though, they are no slouches whatsoever. And we know that their fans are some of the best in the Overwatch community. It's none other than Team France.
You were not prepared for Paris. Sure, Team France has some Overwatch League players. They have a Contenders Europe veteran. They have a retired player. But they also had the Parisian people singing along with the Six. Did you hear them?
Crowd, of course, very, very supportive here in Paris.
Team France burst into the Overwatch World Cup Paris group stage. Riding the wave of energy the French fans built, they steamrolled everyone who opposed them.
Bit lower,
Soon was home, at the source of his power, and he's never played better or looked happier doing it.
Putting on a charm for his hard crowd.
Ben Best, the Rocky Balboa of Overwatch, showed that he is ready for the biggest stage in our sport.
Frank's going for a run.
Team France are a long way from Paris. And now, halfway around the world, they'll look to channel the energy of everyone who is avec le Six to bring their moving group stage performance to BlizzCon.
And there you have Team France as they get ready for their matchup against their Canadian brethren. And this is a squad that I've been pumped for this event because we're kind of getting the old gang back together with this roster here. Some familiar faces for longtime Overwatch fans and, of course, the French Overwatch community.
My dream is honestly to have a French super team at some point in the Overwatch League. I feel like that would be honestly incredible, especially with the passion of fans and everything else. But this region in particular, it's crazy how stacked they are with talent individually, from head to toe.
And looking back at old rosters that performed incredibly well, now they have Poco, who fills that off-tank slot that they always missed out on. And France, you know, in the group stages were like a better version of the UK, and Canada in the group stages were like a worse version of the US. And we saw how that went.
Yeah, but there were some doubt around this team. When we spoke with them in our meeting itself, they even said themselves that they were a bit nervous going up against the Netherlands out of all teams when they had to qualify. And that just tells me that the Netherlands cannot be a team you're worried about if you're a top team. So that leads me to believe that they're actually not quite as strong as some of the other teams we have here, but knowing France, these are veterans in the game. I played with some of them, and France needs to be reckoned with.
And also, I do want to kind of bring us back a year ago for 2017 Overwatch World Cup. France nearly beat South Korea. I don't know if people remember that. So this is, regardless, this is a strong team. Let's get some predictions out here, boys. Bren, unfortunately, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, okay, cheers, pal. Just throw me like that. It's all good. Don't worry. It's a lot of love here on the desk. Only when we're on camera, though. Off camera, we just hate each other.
Go for it.
For my prediction, I'm going to be going for Team France here. I feel like they've had more time to practice here. They seem like the stronger team in theory right now. And Canada, I don't feel like they've got the practice in necessary to beat a team like France.
I got to go with Canada for this one. 3-2.
Wow, okay.
Whoa, okay, because I'm edging towards France. I think it's a very close game, but I think we've seen the triple tank, triple support. It's just too good right now, and France are really good.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a good one, folks. Let's get hyped in the arena. I'm excited. We got another game coming up. We got France. We got Canada. We have two amazing casters to send it over to. It's none other than ZP and Jake.
Thank you, Golden Boy. And man, this has been a day already. The USA going down in flames and XQC stuff all over the arena. Look, the one lesson you got to take here is that this is the Overwatch World Cup, and Jake, anything can happen.
If you're an Overwatch fan and you like memes, you've certainly got plenty of fodder for their production now. Definitely can't ask for much more than this. Team USA falling so early. What a disappointment. That team really looked to be potentially the year for Team USA, but now Team UK really surging forward. But here in this match, we get to see a very similar matchup, I think. You know, of course, we compared France to Team Team UK and we compared Canada to Team US, and I think that comparison makes a lot of sense. They're both Team France and Team UK are those really heavy tank rosters, and Team Canada, Team USA are those defined by that individual skill, those really high-level Sombra Doomfist plays. So really, in a lot of ways, we get to see the meta stacked up against each other here in these matches.
No doubt about it. And of course, you take a look at Team France, they're a team that has really trained with some of the best, right? Where they put a lot of their scrim time against Eagle Gaming. They know how to run goats, that 3-3 tank support composition. But Canada, they are no slouch as well. They know what to expect here. Did talk with Jane a little bit in the beginning, and he says, you know what, we think we can take this. But first map coming up here, and this is a new one. Busan going to be starting things out.
Busan, we have not seen much competitive play on this map, so this is going to be really exciting here. Start to see how it plays out with these top-level teams. Get some strategies that you can take over to your ranked games in Overwatch.
Now, of course, we get a little bit of a preview of what the teams are doing, and France not going to be going full go to start things out here. It's going to go for that setup that is quite good against Doomfist. It's going to be AKM making a triumphant return on the McCree.
You know, this is a comp that we've been seeing more and more of in the competitive scene. It's been slowly gaining momentum. Buff after buff has been applied to McCree, and now he's a really versatile, powerful character, a lot more mobility and range than he previously had. So France looking to build around AKM as their centerpiece.
Meanwhile, for Canada, we're going to be taking a look at Mangachu. Or Mangachu, he told us about his new Pharah style, where, of course, it is his signature hero. And he says he just wants to go right in, make people uncomfortable. Full-on dive Pharah, but so far, what we're seeing is that AKM landing some good shots to keep him out.
Mangachu definitely a strong Pharah, but it's so difficult to get in against AKM. Unko always going to be on point, putting that Discord on the Pharah. Mangachu's really going to struggle to get in. You're seeing how hard he's being poked here. Surefour, though, opens it up onto wins. That's exactly the pick they needed.
Nice early put for Canada. Now Mangachu, he knows he has room to work with. Moving on in. Canada taking the aggressive stance here off that early pickoff. And Canada going to be taking form here in this first point. But even as they win the fight, France got the point first, so they're still working a bit behind.
Yeah, this initial cap from France based on their better compositional pick. Ooh, Surefour just barely saved by the armor pack while AKM on it, but, you know, Canada is going to get this flip, and now they do have that Widowmaker Pharah. This is an incredibly powerful defensive composition. We saw how hard it was for Canada to get past the choke point, and France is going to experience much the same problem, but this delay is just perfectly executed by Team France. They're moving up to 30% on the point. This is a crucial objective gameplay.
It's a key concept here is that, you know, you don't just want to lose, you want to lose well, and for France, they might have lost that fight, but they got 29% on the objective.
And here you're going to see Mangachu playing close to these chokes. It's so much harder now for AKM to get past those tight choke points. He has to worry about Surefour's Widowmaker sightlines, and at the same time, he's constantly being spammed by Mangachu. That's so much pressure to respond to. AKM, this is really his time to pop off.
No doubt, France can do everything they can do. But there's a Mangachu from the side, drops the barrage, immediately removes Unko. And again, when you get that man advantage, Canada gets to go so aggressive. They don't have to respect the tankiness. They can go right in, and France right now does not have an answer.
AKM just not able to get any shots off on McCree. There's so much pressure on him. This is showing Canada really understanding the matchup. They know that AKM's really that core damage dealer from Team France, so they make sure to initiate on him before he gets into those open spaces that McCree loves so much. France, they need to do a little bit better with their map movements here. You need to slip past Surefour, but with his wall hacks available now, Infrasight is going to be so devastating. It's so hard to push into from a defensive Widowmaker like this.
You talk about it a lot, Jake, where once the Infrasight is up, the best move is just wait, but France, they don't really have that time. They need to get back to the point. They're in two-fight territory now. Surefour, though, wasn't quite able to get the pickup. Uses the Infrasight, and you know what? He didn't need that to see the Diva in his face. AKM on the point. Deadeye up, looking for anything, but not going to find it here just yet. Sound barrier invested by France as they're looking to get back onto the point. Now, Poco was able to chase down Surefour as that was going on. It's a 6-on-5 for France now, and when you're running this tanky comp, it's hard to dislodge when you lose your Widow.
AKM needs to start producing here with the Widow down. This is his time to shine. He only has to worry about one DPS. Here he is flanking behind, but he just can't finish off these flying characters. There he is, though, finds Mangachu. Crimzo falling to the floor. He's got no one to pocket now. AKM rolling around, just cleaning up these final members of Team Canada, but Team Canada approaching 99% capture. All they need to do is get one flip here. So it's going to be Team France. They need to hold firm and not give any ground from this point on the first map of Busan.
France must be perfect from this point forward. Canada with time and opportunity.
The struggle, though, it's going to be so hard to use this ultimate that Mangachu does have. It's so difficult to get a barrage off, but Benbest out of position, completely destroyed by the overwhelming might of Team Canada. Mangachu slipping in. What a barrage! Finds it somehow against this counter comp.
Drops the barrage, opens things up. Canada coming back in with a vengeance. And the French team getting pushed off the point. 94% for Canada. And now it's do or die for France. Just to delay, just to buy time. Will anyone even get here? No! Canada taking round number one.
Hoko playing so well there for that retake, getting on Surefour, putting him out of the fight so that AKM can fight the Pharah. But once they're on that defensive situation, Benbest getting caught out. I think that's a crucial conk mine from Mangachu, pulling him away from his team, and the French roster wasn't really able to surround and protect their Reinhardt. And once McCree loses that shield, he's a lot more scared of characters like Widow and Pharah. So it really all snowballed from there for Team Canada, where they take the first map.
And one thing that we saw there quite heavily too is that AKM was paying a lot of attention to Mangachu, but Mangachu was using the terrain very well, where in a sense he was removing the McCree just by making himself sort of enough to try to attack, but not enough for him actually to fall. So AKM was distracted that entire time.
Exactly. AKM, he's sort of forced to tunnel vision that Pharah because he's the only character that can answer it. But here we're going to get into the second map and maybe see a similar matchup. No, this time Mangachu on the Doomfist. Feels like the geometry favors Doomfist a little bit more on this map, and I really agree. This is one of the strongest maps for Doomfist based on how you can use his techniques. Let's see what Mangachu does to open up this mid-fight.
Hey, there's only 29 heroes in Overwatch, but if there were 1,000, Mangachu would be the man of 1,000 heroes, one of the most versatile players in the scene. And we'll see just what he does here this Doomfist, as Canada is going to take it a little bit slow.
Looking to work their way in here, but the point's about to open, and it's France who's applying capture pressure. Surefour coming back from spawn, resetting on this Sombra. They're going to have to stop the point, but again, France with the initial flip, and this time they get XQC.
They focus on XQC, they said it's their game plan, and this time they confirm Mangachu under trouble, has to back out, was able to get out, but France is getting what they want here. They get first control again, but they look way more solid this time. Why do you think that is?
I think their composition is a lot more effective with the geometry of this map in mind. It's so hard for Surefour to get any value on the Sombra. What he really wants to be doing is opening up on those flanks and farming a bit of ult, but here's the ult from AKM, high nooning all the way into the spawn. He wants more, can't find Crimzo. This could be an overextension by Team France. They look to retreat here, don't want to overinvest in an ult like high noon, but still a ton of zoning coming out.
Well, you see them holding the line right here at this choke point. They're forcing Canada back. Canada knows you don't want to dive right on into Brigade in this situation. But now France going back the other way. Self-destruct led the way. Made space for AKM to get the early pickoff. And France, where that huge advantage as AKM continues to clean up.
AKM showing why he's been long considered one of the most dominant hit skins in the game, but Surefour somehow just switched to McCree and already has a high noon. He wants to go toe-to-toe. And Canada with the Zenyatta, they're going to have a little bit of a damage advantage. France won that last fight off a few key ultimates, but it's going to be a lot tougher this time.
Deadeye coming up here. Shatter coming in. France off Benbest. Just going to mow him on down. Canada now in dangerous territory here, Jake. Might be down to their final fight.
I thought Canada had a perfect high noon there, catching France out, but it's Benbest with the all-in aggro shatter, finds absolutely everybody, and now Canada, they're scrambling to get to the point. Another high noon in the spawn. Speed boosted in.
He speed boosted Deadeye, doesn't get it. Oh, got the back. That's going to be enough. That's a huge delay now. But Canada, they have no time to waste. They have a Baby D.Va. They still got to go in.
Such intelligent play here from Team France. With the Baby D.Va, it's so hard to push. She needs to get that remake, but she has to get aggressive just to get to the point here. So hard for Note to get back in this mech, but Benbest goes down. It's XQC winning the fight this time, and now he's pushing closer and closer to his shatter, only 50% off of it.
XQC so good at Reinhardt v. Reinhardt. Canada not out of it yet. Surefour, the higher of noons, finding AKM, gets on the Soon. The flank from Surefour sent it up, and XQC gonna knock the rest down. Canada retaking here when their backs are against the wall, but now they must be perfect to win the round.
It's a beautiful retake, but exactly as you said, France has this opportunity to slow things down, build up that big bank of ultimates. And now, what a great swap from AKM. He gets off the McCree and onto the Zarya. Now that both teams are on these heavy tanky matchups, it's so much more difficult for XQC to challenge Benbest than the other way around. That Zarya bubble is so dangerous against a Reinhardt, you can't help but swing into it, and a Torque Zarya is incredibly dangerous. XQC needs to find a lot with the shatter.
Surefour swap back to Sulfur. XQC, nice shatter, knocks down 3, but Soon in the back. Able to isolate XQC. Gonna force out the Transcendence here from Canada. They're gonna invest more than they'd probably like to. Oh, they got off the point. France was able to flip in the middle of this, and even though the fight is still very much in contest, Canada not gonna be getting any progress during this. This is essentially a free fight right now for France.
Soon though, overextending with the rally, goes down, doesn't get that ultimate off. That might be another flip back for Team Canada. Mangachu in control with his own rally, absolutely rolling through Team France. A little bit of an overextension there from Soon is gonna cost him the team fight, but still, Canada, they pay a few ultimates for that team fight win, and France with the flip, Canada really didn't make any objective progress. They just held the status quo. So France, they still have a lot of opportunities back into this round.
How do they deal with this EMP from Surefour that is being set up as we speak?
Well, the EMP is such an X factor in these comps because your abilities are the most crucial element of it. It's not about your primary weapons as some more DPS focused comps are. It's all about these abilities. And if Surefour turns them all off, you are in for a rough day. EMP on the Zen.
Nice EMP coming in from Sure4. Hits all the people he needs to here, but France, they're still doing fine. Unco, gonna be able to transcend just in the nick of time. France, Hardy, and Hale as they move back onto the point, but Crimson says, we're gonna do a little bit of praying as well. Transcends in from Canada, back the other way. Poco, D-Macked, and France fighting to put this one away. The grab from AKM sets up another 2, and France wants to bring this to a round 3, but they still need to do a bit more. They're gonna get more. Can they take the point now and finish it out?
What a beautiful grab from AKM, finding exactly the 3 supports of Team Canada and nobody else. If you put that Ryan and D.Va in the grab, they just end up protecting and tanking for their squishy teammates. But it's AKM's perfect grab that secures that team fight and the round for Team France. As you said, ZP, they're going to map 3, looking really good on that second map. Now the question is, which strategy will dominate Megabase?
It's going to be very interesting. Of course, Megabase, it is a much more closed-in section of Busan, and yet there is a world where you can still make something like a Pharah work. It's just going to be interesting to see what we see. Now, one thing, of course, that is very popular, especially in informal play, is that you do tend to see a lot of Doomfist on that particular stage.
Certainly, I mean, I've seen a lot of different compositions come out on Mechabase, especially in my experience on the ladder. You have these really heavy tanky styles capitalizing on some of the tighter quarters of the map, but there's that huge high ground ring around the point that allows those heavy DPS comps like maybe perhaps a classic triple DPS or a Soldier 76 centered comp. That Soldier 76 can kite forever, but it doesn't look like either team wants to go with that strategy. Canada going with Ana Goats and France with the Zen. I think this gives an advantage to France. It's going to be hard for XQC to fight through this Discord.
And also, this is what France is so comfortable on. They are masters of playing Goat-style gameplay, 3-3, and that's why immediately isolating XQC. Man advantage. Are they going to stop for any reason? No. They're pretty much holding on the W keys here, but now what they've done is that they've isolated time to go over back to the point. They've put Canada back, and now they're going to get that first point control again if they play this right.
I like this team comp from Team France. They understand that once they get that Discord on XQC, they can absolutely destroy him. Sure4 is going to get pushed out here. Lucio is saved by the Brigitte, and Ben Best pinning XQC. Someone finding the wisdom, but Manitou, huge pick on 2 supports, manages to escape. He's still putting out damage.
This is such a good stage for Doomfist. So many ways to leap on down. So many ways to land the rocket punch. Manitou, so tanky, gets knocked down. Doesn't matter. In for round 2. Ding, ding. Down goes Ben Best. And Canada getting right back onto the point.
And here we have Crimzo just sitting on the high ground, absolutely untouched, free healing Mangachu. He's essentially unkillable if that Ana doesn't fall. So Mangachu, he understands how aggressive he can get with Doomfist on this map. Let's see that initial opening for that double support pick. That really was the team fight winner here.
And you look at this, all his abilities up, able to drop on down, have a little bit of an uppercut, and win that fight for Canada.
Ooh, but a hack on XQC is going to force him out. He can't leave. Both stuns captured on the ground. Mangachu with the nano, not able to get much so far, but he's got his ult. He's going to go deep.
Oh, looking for it, dropping on down. Not quite going to get well. Gets isolated. France had the proper counter there, just shielded up and immediately punched the Doomfist. They get the man advantage you're looking for. They slow it on down and roll back onto the point.
See, it looks like, oh, the EMP, perfect timing. I thought for sure France was going to take the flip, but it's Note's EMP and Sure4's perfect timing. I'm sorry, Note's bomb and Sure4's perfect timing on the EMP. The ultimate does come down from Unco, but instantly shut down by Mangachu. France looking really shaky here, getting absolutely demolished on that retake. It looks so good for them to start.
And I think part of that there is that they weren't expecting Canada to invest. They were down a player. Usually you wait, and Canada says, we don't have to wait. This is going to be good enough.
I like that believing from Team Canada. They know that they don't need all their players alive, and losing a Doomfist early is not such a big deal. He rolls out so fast. And you see, though, Bastion Hack can't get his Primal Rage off, but France, they're so far from the point. It's hard to capitalize off this pick.
Again, gonna roll back over, EMP charge up. France would love to get a good one here. They're capturing the point, waiting Canada, how they're gonna delay, and you see again, just drop the EMP. They wanna be sure, they're not gonna wait for the full team EMP. The goal here, clean up, retake, because progress is very much not on their side right now.
I like this decision-making from AKM. He understands that maybe he could get away with saving his EMP. Maybe he didn't quite 100% need it, but you just need to end that fight quick and start getting capture on the board. You don't want to let Canada be in a situation where they have that 99% cap and they can just bank ults for the final fight. You want to keep them on their toes, but Canada, I would say they still have an advantage in this round. 4 major ultimates to work with, and of course, D.Va and Doomfist are very quick at farming theirs.
Is Ben Best the key here? Again, Earthshatter before the EMP comes in.
It is going to be really rough with all the control that's being placed on him. Absolutely destroyed by Doomfist and Sombra. That's how it feels to play Reinhardt in this metagame. Mangachu looking for more, absolutely dominating, sending everyone running from the point, but that's the objective they need to protect.
You see Canada rolling back on in. Of course, if they're able to retake here, France is going to have very little time. They might be able to touch a point check, but they're not going to have positioning.
Team Canada looking really good. Oh, what a push out. Somber doesn't even get the touch. Not going to be able to trigger overtime. Someone else has to go to point.
We'll see who's going to be. France immediately going in. They drop the barrier, but it only hits Wins and Benbest. It wasn't a great barrier, but it was under pressure. Mangachu diving on in. France, the Poco Bomb finds Sureform. France not done yet. Rolling back in. Man advantage XQC. Primal Rage done. But no one's looking at him. Getting free damage to the side. Chasing down Lucio. Gonna get him. Wins out of the fight. Canada fighting it back. AKM. Desperation EMP. They use it for XQC. And this is so back and forth right now, Jake.
This is still winnable for Team France. It's AKM and Soon lighting up the kill feed. Somehow coming back. I thought this was for sure Canada's team fight. France flips it back. But again, Canada, they have so much progress on the point. And flipping it back, getting the overtime trigger during that team fight. France, they really didn't move themselves forward so much. And they paid a lot of ultimates, made a lot of comp swaps. So now this is looking even more difficult than that last team fight.
And you have it here coming in from Canada. It's not quite a full goat setup. They're running Winston here with the Brigida. And we'll see how it works out as soon as going to be looking for that pulse bomb early on. Dives on in, let it go. And I think it was Eden. It's out of the fight immediately. XQC finds Poco. Canada rolling in. The EMP's been dropped. Benbest out of the fight. And Canada on their way to taking map 1.
Sureform showing why some people consider him to be one of the best Sombras in the game. That's great decision making. He knows that the team fight is all about the point. Brings France to him, has the EMP ready to shut them down. And it's Canada looking to take Megabase and map 1 Busan.
This is real close. France though, desperation coming in. Respawns back, Benbest in, but out just as quickly. Canada, they drop the beat. Untouchable right now in the moment. And France, how much more do they have left? Throwing body after buying the fight. XQC cleaning house, knocks him off. This is Canada territory, and they take map 1.
Canada proving the power of their composition. Mangachu, I want to say, playing really well on that map, getting a lot of value out of all of his heroes, showing why that flexibility, that individual strength for Team Canada is what they rely on. This is a team that, some people talk about them being less practiced, and that is true. We heard from them that they hadn't had quite as much time to scrim and prepare as some of the other World Cup teams, but in reality, this is a team that has always thrived in that chaotic environment, thrived on that trust of their team and their own individual skill. So I like that they're sticking to their guns. They're playing their best characters, the playstyles that they feel comfortable on, and they're making it work. That's what you like to see here in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I really like how you highlighted Mangachu here, right? Where he has been sort of the man of a million heroes. I said 1,000, I'm going to 1,000,000. I'm just going to continually elevate it. But he's just such a versatile player where you look at that series, what went on there, right? Where, okay, he's going to do a little bit of Pharah, a little bit Doomfist, Brigida. Mangachu has such a deep hero pool, and Canada was able to get good use out of it for a map like Busan, where you do see the styles change quite a bit.
And we knew Team Canada would have those bright spots. We knew that some of the players on that team are just so incredibly skilled. You're always going to see them perform at a high level. But what I wasn't quite expecting from Team Canada was this level of coordination. Playing that Sombra, Doomfist, Winston, Diva, it's not a simple composition. If one player goes in just a moment too early, they're going to be completely destroyed by all the control of the enemy team, especially against that heavy 3-3 setup. Forcing France off of that 3-3 setup that they played for almost the entire group stage, Canada seems to have the mental control right now. They're saying that our comp is dominant, we're winning. If you don't switch and adapt to us, we're going to destroy you. So France, maybe they're going to go back to their guns, play what they're most confident in, that classic European 3-3 style, or maybe they're going to have to adapt and do what Canada does. I'm really excited to see what we see on this next map.
So right now you're hankering for more information from the French team. Well, you know what? I got you covered. We got Fiona down on the floor with France.
What is up, everyone? The first map is over. The fans are cheering. France was able to take one round, but unfortunately, Canada did take those other 2 rounds from them. But hey, we've got our fans supporting. France needs their support. Let's go. Let's make some noise. Allez la France! Mangachu is definitely a problem for France, and I believe that France will still push and prove that the EU is ready for the big leagues. Alors, bon, avec le 6, bonne chance les Français. Good luck, everybody. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Fiona. Of course, the French team here, they absolutely do not give up, and they're one of the most experienced squads that you can find in Overwatch, where the desk talked about a little bit. You could say this team is a little bit roguish, because that, of course, was a team they were on way back when for many of these players. But, of course, this is a deep team. We are going to be seeing some subs here in a moment, but let's take a look at the highlights from that first map. And I got to say here, we saw some McCree play.
AKM forcing Mangachu to constantly run away from him, getting the pick off here. That's so important. Mangachu is doing a great job juking him, though. But here, this is such a big cleanup fight for McCree.
And that's
Classic.
what McCree likes, right? Where you have a man advantage and suddenly no one can really pressure McCree, and an unpressured McCree is someone who's just going to demolish your team.
Oh, and look at that bash combo. Perfectly played. The stuns coming out from Team France, setting up Ben Best, and that's what we call trust combo. You really can't react on that. Look at this timing. Oh my, Ben Best thought he was completely safe there. I would have thought the same. Wow, that's absolutely cutting it to the last second. Surefour knows his timings.
Yeah, and Surefour probably did that while looking chill as a cucumber. That is his style. He goes, yeah, I pressed EFP, it's fine.
Yeah, Surefour's one of those players, you know, I was talking with him yesterday. He's just not worried about it, you know? He's staying calm, and I think what's so exciting about that is, you know, if you are that incredibly serious player, you really do want to be the best in the world. It's actually not about, you know, putting yourself to the most intense level and maximum energy. Sometimes it is about being that cold-blooded killer, you know, staying totally calm, and, you know, really cooler heads do prevail in these intense LAN environments. The crowd is loud, everyone's excited. You have to be the one that stays calm and executes. And so far, Canada's making that look easy on Busan.
And Canada, they're not going to be happy just with a map 1 win. They're still going to be making changes. And one of those changes coming up here, it's going to be Agilities coming in for this Team Canada roster. And of course, Agility is a man that doesn't need much introduction. You think about his hero pool. Why do you bring in Agility as part of it? When you want a really good Genji player.
Exactly. I mean, Agilities and Mangachu, they're similar players, but that projectile role is so fickle. You really want the right balance of projectile heroes. I think of Agilities as a player who's insanely good at those really fast projectile heroes. Mangachu, I would say, is I want him on those. I want him on Pharah. I want him on Hanzo. I want him on those, you know, long-range, perfect prediction characters. But Agilities is a player that just seems unjukable. He dashes you on Genji with no abilities up and still gets the kill. He's just an incredibly impressive player on those fast characters.
So Jake, I got to ask you, we're going to Eichenwald next here, but this is a map where even though those 3-3 compositions to be quite good on first and third, second, usually it's not quite the case. What do you think we're going to see from this French team?
Well, this is a big moment from them. They have to kind of show what their style is. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Pharah come out on first, but still, tough matchup against Agilities. No slouch on the Pharah either. I would love to see some Pharah on Pharah action. Of course, that new patch to Pharah makes her a lot more exciting in those air duels. They're going to be a lot more explosive, aggressive. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. First point Pharah on Pharah is a classic Eichenwald strategy. Of course, these roofs are so difficult to deal with, and the Pharah constantly sliding around the geometry, pressuring your backline.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you think back to old Pharah v Pharah as kind of a slow dance. It took place over a long period of time, and sometimes nothing happened. Now Pharah v Pharah, it is a blitz. One Pharah is going to fall in spectacular fashion, and not just because she is so much quicker at landing those rockets. And by the way, guys, you take a look right there. Don't forget to vote for your Overwatch T-Mobile MVP. Of course, your vote does matter.
Use that hashtag, put their battle tag in the tweet. It's going to work out. Vote for who you think deserves the award this year.
So, we're hanging Eichenwald, and it's going to be Canada on the defense first. And, you know, we're talking about the Pharah v Pharah, Jake, and it is going to be happening here in the beginning as Canada is going on a very dive-heavy defense.
Maybe. I don't think Poco is going to come out on the Pharah. There might be a little bit of a troll, maybe trying to make some noise and spawn, mislead Team Canada. But Team Canada going with this heavy dive style in France, sticking to their guns. They want to stick with this classic tanky setup. AKM on the McCree going to give them a little more of that vertical flexibility that Zarya doesn't quite offer as well. But Ben Best on the Winston as well. This is a very interesting composition. One of those new metas that we've seen moving on here. The speed boost on McCree is so dangerous. He can get right up in the Pharah's face.
Right now holding lots of rockets going into Ben Best right now, already 30% to a barrage. And dealing with the Pharah, going to be a troublesome moment here for France, where AKM, again, has to put a lot of his time looking to the sky. Ben Best down early, but Crimso's down. Not going to be able to res yourself. And France, they can work with this.
Now it's time for France to slow play. You see Agility's dropping down to 1 HP, but it's almost impossible for Benny to heal him on the Lucio. It's such a difficult matchup. You know, that's really, the supports don't match up. So AKM's pick onto Crimzo, it really doesn't get better than that. Pick the Mercy first. That's basically a free team fight. So AKM showing why France chooses to put him on the McCree and give him the resources.
No doubt about it. AKM quite good at dealing with the Pharah there. And of course, the reason why you go to Agilities here isn't even necessarily the Pharah, where you have to think at some point in this map, Agilities is going to be going over to the Genji, because if you were just doing pure Pharah, you would keep Mangachu in.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Agilities respawn on the Pharah. It looks like he's going to come back on Doomfist. I really like Doomfist Sombra on this second point. That high ground is such a dangerous initiation for Doomfist, but of course, McCree with that flashbang, that's a very volatile matchup. If you flash the Doomfist, he could just as easily fall as pick your whole team.
Canada got dive on X2C, getting focused heavily. Had to immediately go back the other way, and still gonna fall. Couldn't get out of danger in time. 5 on 5. You get the Brigida though, and anytime you get the Brigida, you have to be a little bit cautious. He's such a huge part of this composition. Canada, they know it. They're gonna go back in. They deal with Unco, and the flank from Canada gonna do its work.
perfect EMP from Surefour. Gets so much cleanup value from his team. That's going to give them all a lot more ultimate charge to work with. So important just after they made a few compositional swaps. We see Crimzo off the Mercy onto the Ana, and he almost has a Nano boost. Nano is so crucial in this team fight. Imagine XQC on 60% would really be struggling to get that Primal, but the Nano is really going to change that. It's going to make it a lot easier. And now France, they don't have as many offensive tools anymore. Might start to stall out a little bit with this tanky setup on Eichenwald.
Interesting from Canada. Surefour was thinking about going Widow, decided against, goes back over to the Sombra. Poco under pressure, gets demeched immediately. Absolutely surgical from Canada to isolate him out there. And now, when you deal with the tank that early in the fight, it just means you can be aggressive, Jake. You can be as aggressive as you want.
This is the power of dive comp. You see France taking the high ground, but Canada just don't care. They're wrapping around them, staying away, kiting. Poco still out of his mech. Easy pickup for a Nano Winston. XQC finishes Poco just before the remech. This is going to be a major cleanup for Team Canada. France, they have to pull something out of the bag, but it's looking rough in this team fight.
He's just going to walk on over, and XQC, he has nothing to feel threatened by. Had a Primal Rage in reserve, didn't need it. Canada just able to get the cleanup they're looking for. France getting stalled out very heavily here at the beginning of Eichenwald, and it doesn't seem to have any signs of letting up.
I do like the switch from Unko off the Zenyatta onto the Moira. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Agilities to pressure the support solo, but at the same time, it's not a perfect counter. You lose a lot of damage, you lose a lot of that focus potential, so it's going to require a little bit more team focus to keep that damage flowing with the Moira on your team.
Canada, of course, using the high ground well, going to dive on once more, wins, takes a punch to the face, fighting his way back though, knocked onto Agility's head, wasting a lot of this Doomfist time, wins! Nice ability there to keep himself out of danger, but here's the problem, France is still getting dove on. The barrier comes out late because Wins is fighting for his life, and Canada still makes the most out of the situation.
That's a pretty major mistake from Wins. The barrier has absolutely no one on his team. I think he thought maybe that they were pushed up a little further, that dropping the beat there could quite get it onto his team, but he wasn't correct there. Gets absolutely no one but himself, and that's just essentially a wasted ultimate there. Canada sitting pretty here on a few teamfight ultimates, ready to go. XQC trying to farm another Primal Rage. Poco needs to pull a serious bomb out of his hat for this one.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, you have Ben Best with the Earth Shatter. AKM about to have the EMP. Needs to be a good EMP to set this all up. They've been in this choke point just way too long. Wins, almost falling early. Gets healed up just in the nick of time. Agilities drops on down, though. Make sure he stays down this time. An early pickup for Canada. And France, they invested the EMP into this fight, and it's not paying off. Canada still doing more from that drop down. The drop down dive, Jake, has just been so good.
The other thing to highlight here is Surefour hacking that Mega. We saw Soon go looking for it, but overextending his team. Canada absolutely destroyed by the Earth Shatter from Ben Best, turning things around. Canada feeling a little bit overconfident, winning a few free team fights. They think they can chase into the spawn, but Ben Best says no. France looking to make some progress on the cart. A little bit of hubris from Team Canada there.
Anyone who's played any amount of ladder just cringed at that moment. Said, guys, we won the fight, just back out. Ben Best goes, by the way, I know a lot of people press Q, but I didn't.
He's been holding that Shatter for so long, and sometimes that's the right play against a dive comp. Instead of just throwing out your Shatter and getting one kill, you can wait and make the enemy scared to deal with you. Soon, going a little bit deep here though, might get punished, separated by Agilities, and chased down by XQC. They're trying to heal him up. This is such an important team fight to win, but Soon dropping low. The too focused from Canada, too much.
Soon being really durable with Brigitte, but sometimes too much is too much. EMP though, coming out from France, they still think they can take this fight. Gonna drop the Coalescence, Unco, beaming him down, but XQC going deeper, Primal up, Disruption coming in from Canada, and this is gonna buy time for their respawners to get back in. XQC might have fallen, but we'll see what Canada does with this time here as Crimzo is in the back of the Nano.
A little bit of an overextension by XQC, but it does buy a ton of time for his team. They're going to be able to regroup, and France with, of course, a major spawn disadvantage. Canada's going to have a little bit of an edge in this team fight. Big initiation on the EMP by Agilities with the Nano Boost, going even for absolutely everybody. Doesn't even want to use the ult here. France going off the map. They need a reset. They know that they can't win this team fight.
Well, when you see the Diva walk off the map, not as a baby Diva, but in the mech, you know you won the fight pretty solidly. Canada, one fight away from holding France here on point B in Eichenwald. Uh-oh, AKM went for it.
AKM going with the classic strategy, attempting the back up there. It's nice, keeps the car from rolling back, but this is one of the toughest scenarios in the entire game to be caught in. Eichenwald in this situation is so difficult. Canada knows exactly where Team France will go, and they have to travel so far to reach the cart. This is a major opportunity for Agilities to initiate on them. Oh, and a perfect initiation! Takes out Ben Best. This looks so grim for Team France. Agilities doing whatever he wants in the Doofus. Goes down for AKM with the hack. Oh, the TP out just in time, though. Keeps AKM alive.
Yeah, translocates out, but here's one for France. You still gotta touch the points! Agilities being the vanguard in front, gonna loop back around. France having to invest everything. Final opportunity to break down that castle door. Nope, gonna get demech. France finding opportunity. Poco making space. 1.8 meters. France moving on in. Ben Best Shatter ready, but falls. Can't get the shatter in time, but it's so overwhelming right now for France. They just need a few more clean-off pick-offs. Agility knocked on down, and that castle door is done.
I think Poco just picked up an 8K there, just absolutely destroying and starting it all off with that crucial bomb pick onto Crimzo. Losing the Ana means that everyone else from Team Canada is now much more vulnerable. So Poco, really the savior of that team fight, somehow keeping France alive. EMP, shatter, and absolute aggression from Team France, playing their comp to perfection and sending Canada running right back to the spawn. Canada, they have one chance to full hold here on Icon.
This is momentum coming out from the French team. Their backs were against the wall, and they ran right through that wall directly at Canada. Surefour, though, has an EMP. Gonna look to slow it on down. Dropped EMP. Benbest immediately taken down. The beat has been dropped. Canada moving back the other way. Self-destruct out from Note, making space, and France needs to cool their jets. They get one more attempt, Jake.
A lot of ults coming out here from Team Canada. Even the Nano onto Surefour super late. They really need to get a last-second pick here. If they're using all these ults to send France packing, I mean, France still has time to come back into this point and reset. Canada might be regretting the use of that Nano boost and self-destruct. Really didn't get much out of those ults. France was already retreating, so Canada as well getting a little bit overconfident again. Maybe it'll bite them.
It very well could soon. Going to be opening up here with the rally. Extra armor going to France. He's going to let them feel tankier, feel more confident as they move on in. Early charge coming up. Benbest, though, healed back up. Both teams fighting this war, poking. They're trying to deal with XQC. He's about to get the shatter and fight it. No! Can't drop the hammer, but it's still early pickoffs for Canada. Able to make their mark. The payload stops right here.
That Brigida versus Brigida matchup is so contentious. It's so important to be that last Brigida alive, to outlast your opponent, and Agilities does exactly that in that team fight. They managed to win even without the Nano boost. They didn't really need it. Canada playing really clean there coming back, but wow, France, what an impressive team fight. I thought for sure they would be held at second.
Yeah, it was looking quite grim there for France, but Poco turning it on when it matters most. And then you gotta give credit to AKM, where even though they weren't able to get that final fight, you think back to the fight beforehand where he just seized the opportunity with a highly aggressive EMP and the rest of his team there to clean up. This is respectable on Eichenwald. It's not a map that teams always complete. This is defensible here for France.
Yeah, definitely a winnable situation, but Team Canada probably going to be happy with that. They have a win condition before them. If they can just reach the cart to that point, map's over. There's no overtime rounds that will be happening here on Eichenwald. So Canada, they do want to take control of this series. They do want to come out swinging, and that first attack on burst point is going to be so crucial. I mean, it felt like France was being held forever on second, but that's only because they had so much time. I mean, think about how long it took them to eventually cap second. If not for AKM's heroics on first, getting that instant pick, would they have even made it through to third? So Canada, they want to do the same. They want to win that first fight, get that tempo rolling, and hopefully do a little bit better than Team France did on that second point.
Well, you really bring up a salient point here, which is that oftentimes teams can get a longer defense on point A. We've seen full holds here on point A. So if France wants to make a difference here as you look towards their defense, the best way of doing so is to simply gum up Canada and not let them get that early first point take. And they're getting sneaky.
They're setting up for these aggressive plays into the spawn, but it's so important that they catch a frag here soon. Scouting everyone, but so is Note. Note knows that someone might be hiding here. Looks like Soon got the drop on him, but no quick picks for Team France. They need to find something with this initiation.
They really wanted something immediately there. That was the power of the flank, but now they have to struggle to regain their positioning. XQC gonna get healed on up, not focused. Brigida sleeping in the back, and Canada, they get into this early courtyard because France wasn't able to execute that surprise quite as well, but Agilities is going to be going to the far here.
Maybe the Doomfist, we could see both come out. Somber Doom, that classic Goat's counter, or at least it's supposed to be. Doesn't always work out that way, especially if Soon plays perfectly on this Brigida. He can really mess things up if he can stop these initiations. You see Agilities can't really go in when the Brigida's there threatening to stun. AKM though on 100 energy. That's not supposed to happen against Divecom. He's destroying them with this Zarya. So dangerous. You cannot allow the Zarya to reach high charge if you're going to play this Somber Doom comp. It's so important to have that trigger discipline, but AKM's perfect bubbles keeping him energized. Now with that new Zarya patch, he's going to hold it for even longer.
What's the difference with Doomfist on the attack here versus defense?
Well, it's going to be a lot harder to find those initiations. You can't just camp on high grounds and drop in at your pleasure. You have to take the fight to them. And oftentimes, France is going to be controlling those positions because they know the map just as well. AKM, though, with the grab, looking to play it defensively. He knows he doesn't need to just aggressively kill anybody. All he has to do is stop a Doomfist, but misses everybody. Doesn't find anything.
Yeah, it's not Eden. It just doesn't hit anyone. So same difference in the end. Crimzo gonna fall, and France just, again, being highly aggressive here off that. It's like, okay, our grab didn't do anything. doesn't really matter. We're just gonna roll right into you.
I mean, a classic zoning grab does actually force the tanks to back out from Team Canada, and Crimzo's left alone, no one to protect him. So it does end up working out for AKM, and it honestly doesn't matter too much. Grab, not actually such an important ultimate in this matchup, surprisingly. Big shadow from Benbest, gets both tanks. Can they capitalize? No, moved away, no pin connection.
It was really preemptive, too. You take a look at the rest of France, they were way behind Benbest there. Surefour now seizing the opportunity, drops the EMP, and France is gonna get punished from Benbest over aggression here. You're down 2 members early on, and this is where the name of the game goes. Forget just got beaten in that corner. XQC making a lot of people happy with this Winston play right now as Canada rolls onto the point.
You know, I don't even hate that play from Benbest because he knows he needs to get aggressive and catch Canada off guard. If he just sits back and waits at the choke, he knows that Surefour's EMP and Node's self-destruct are coming right through, and we saw how devastating that combo was on Mecha Base. So I actually like that thought process from Benbest. He needs to get in that fight and win it before it even happens, and it looks like France wants to do that again. I love this, taking the team fight before the gate. The gate's going to slow the offense down regardless, but if you stop them before the gate, you can get even more time off the clock.
It's not just time, also you want Canada to invest some resources, but the funny thing here is that they don't have much to invest. France is way ahead in the ultimate economy game right now, and they're more than willing to just be tanky, more than willing to just delay. You see, note though, this fine Unco, nice pick off the front line of Canada, is starting to make quite a bit of room here, but France, they swing it right back, and more importantly, Jake, the payload is not moving while this goes on.
Yeah, a lot of team fighting happening here on this point, but as you said, it does buy about a minute off the clock for Team France. So overall, I think the strategy was successful. Really, Canada has only just begun second point, so with only 3 minutes to work with, they really need to win a crucial team fight here, but Canada doing such a great job of winning that fight efficiently. That's exactly what you talked about. France wanted to beat those ults, but it really doesn't feel like they accomplished that. Canada is almost ready to have 5 ultimates. They've got 3 ready right now and 2 waiting in the wings. Benbest, though, getting separated from the rest of his team. That could be dangerous.
Gildy's looking for the pickup here. Surefour already got wins. Canada working at that man advantage. Poco in trouble though, gonna get demacked. And Canada just controlling the pace of the fight. France is trying to go for a highly aggro setup. Doesn't work. Gildy's drops on down. But now again for France, it's how long can they delay?
Exactly, they need to slow Canada down, but Canada's offense is looking a lot cleaner than France's. I really just like this Sombra Doom comp a lot more on second point. There's so much high ground, it can be so difficult to challenge. Really, Canada doesn't have to make any big plays. It's France who needs to find those kills because eventually, over time, you're gonna have those EMPs drop in, you're gonna have those self-destructs drop in. France doesn't have as clear a road to teamfight victory. AKM's gonna have a tough time getting a grab, and a 6-man EMP.
Oh, EMP coming right in. AKM, no way to use the grab. No, blows them all up. But that was set up by Surefour. Just did a little bit of Castlevania, jumping on up, then jumps on down, turns out the lights, and the castle door gonna get knocked down by Canada right here, right now.
Perfect team play from Team Canada. They don't look unpracticed to me. I mean, already making the swap onto the Rein Zarya almost instantly, and maybe Surefour will stick with the Sombra. No, I like this. He's going over to the Zarya. They want to match up those heavy tank setups here on last point where they're so effective. But Canada, they're looking clean. They're looking practiced. Looks like they know their stuff, and they're playing their strats. So I like to see this out of them. They're looking really good here.
And they have 3 minutes here. So, okay, even if France lands a good grab EMP, well, they use the self-destruct early on here. Unco can use the Coalescence, and so they get to save the grab for a bit. But here's the problem. Canada can go through multiple rotations here of draining out ults from France and put themselves in that winning position.
Canada does have 2 team fights ahead of them. Not much card progress through the third point. If they do need to they need to win at the gate doors and then win at that final capture point. So France, they want to play for that double team fight. Great play here, great positioning on the map. And the rally comes out. Could be difficult to deal with. Agility's managed to get in with the nano, but can't really finish anything off with that armor.
Well, the good part here for him, though, is that he is in good health. Gonna drop back on down. Looks Benbest gets shielded back all the while. Still, though, turning into a bit of a brawl. Wins down early. Canada not backing out here just yet. Or you see Agility's about to go back, and then Benbest drops the shatter, knocks down 3, but soon to have the fight. The follow through, not gonna be there. France starting the fall as Canada turns the tempo of the fight to their favor.
It's a big shatter from Benbest, but an even bigger beat from Banny. Perfect timing on the Lucio, and that's some alliteration for you here on the broadcast. Banny looking clean on this Lucio. I mean, it's a character that's hard to get noticed on, but just making no mistakes here, staying alive throughout these team fights. So important, and now it's XQC with the shatter, ready to shut them down, but doesn't find anybody. Perfect bubbles from AKM.
It was on a razor's edge, but he gets nothing in the end. France coming back out strong, back the other way, chasing it on down. Canada must retreat. 1:40 left here, Jake. That gives him about 2 solid attempts.
Yeah, that's a classic uppercut shatter combo attempted by Agility's XQC. Agilities does do his part, does put Ben Best up in the air. Huge nuke though coming in from Poco. Very aggressive play from Team France. I'm really surprised to see them fighting like this. Using a lot of ultimates, not getting a ton out of it. Canada with the groundswell of ultimates though, coming back into this maybe.
And you gotta look towards Surefour. He's gonna have the grab up for the next fight. Poco gonna be looking the nom and right on up soon. Out of the fight. Grab in from Surefour, and they use it just to isolate AKM. Canada diving on in. Ben Best next on the menu. Surefour all charged up, looking for it, but no. Gonna turn back the other way. You see the transcends from France, letting them hold their ground. 2 down, and France 1 fight away from evening up this series.
Maybe I spoke too soon on the practice front. We saw Agilities get off the Doomfist onto the Brigida. Feels like that was more effective, but now he's back on the Doomfist. That's a lot of indecision. That's not what you want to see here on Eichenwald third point. It's really important on a point like this to have your stretch just rehearsed down to a dime. So Canada might be punished here. Now he's back to the Brigida. Canada maybe not sure exactly how they want to play this. They need to pull something out of the bag here.
And the big part here, they got to avoid the Earth Shatter. Ben Best, he's so aggro here because he knows he can land it. He can be the hero. He can win the game right now. Just waiting for the opportunity. They're going to go through the side door. Ben Best waiting. The weight of the team on his shoulders. He's going to back up a little bit. AKM, a little bit of space. Ben Best going back forward, gets stunned, waiting. Sound barrier out from Canada. But the Shatter strikes! 4 knocked down by Ben Best, and they don't care about the music. They don't care about the beat as they move back into Canada.
And now it's the Transcendence from Unco going to put a period on Eichenwald. It looks like total control for Team France. No way through the trans, but they're not finding the picks. Somehow Team Canada looking to stabilize after that massive shatter. Agilities on the Doomfist could get back in. This is insane. I can't believe Canada turning this team fight.
This is absolutely nuts. Canada bringing it right back over. France wasn't able to capitalize on the shatter, and suddenly Canada on the verge of going up 2 maps to 0. Look at AKM though, holding on to the grab, can even touch the point in time. France got to get the payload. They do. AKM looking for the grab, doesn't want to get eaten, drops the grab, picks up 4. Oh, throw you there? No, not quite yet. Unco looking for the XQC, making room. France struggling. It's not enough. Canada gonna take map 2.
Oh my word, I absolutely cannot believe that. I thought it was all over when Ben Best dropped the shatter. I have not seen a team win a fight after a 5-man shatter comes down. Danny's beat keeping just enough players alive to scramble back in that team fight. Maybe a bit of overconfidence from France after they see the shatter come down, but the cooler heads prevail. This is what we've been talking about. Canada, a team that just is playing to their strengths. They're trusting themselves, playing confidently. Agilities with some minor being a little bit unsure of himself there at the end, switching between Brigida and Doomfist. Finds his footing though in the end, and they do take map 2. This is a ton of momentum for Team Canada. They essentially challenge the GOATS matchup and beat it. It looks like their strategy is dominant right now.
Canada looking to close us out in a 3-0 sweep, but guys, we got to take a break. When we come back, the desk is going to break it all down.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
Hey, Doa, thanks for the ride.
No problem.
I've got something you've got to hear. This car has a pretty good sound system, right?
Yeah, the best.
Excellent. Because we're going to need to hear the whole range to really appreciate this. It's a thing of beauty. You ready?
I am as ready as I'll ever be.
This is Monte Cristo, and today we're going to take a look at a strategic breakdown of the latest match between the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Seoul Dynasty. Right off the bat, we're going to get a couple of environmental kills. But
oh, I hear it. I feel like I've heard this one before.
It's like honey dripping into your ears, all of the treble and the bass working together in perfect harmony.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
It's like an ancient Norse deity decided to open his mouth and... You just don't appreciate art.
That's it. That is definitely it.
Shamelessly original, the Toyota CHR. Toyota, let's go places.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here for the Overwatch World Cup 2018 as Canada and France are squaring off. I'm Golden Boy, joined, of course, by Brent Reinforced Sideshow. And wow, I mean, Canada looking very, very strong. And yeah, I'm going to say something
Brendan
here.
Sideshow looking really weak with the
Yes,
predictions so
very
far.
true. It's very true.
Pal.
It's been an interesting day.
It's been a close game, though.
It has
We'll say
been.
that
It
much.
has been. And there's
2-0.
something I did want to kind of latch onto, though. Okay, because before the game started, Reinforced, you made a bold proclamation.
Okay.
You said that Surefour is the best Sombra in the world. People on the internet have cursed your name, said you are wrong.
Well, they are wrong. You are wrong. And I think he showed it in this very match that he is the best Sombra player in the world, specifically on Busan. I think that he was one of the big factors as to why they won that game. His EMP timings with the D.Va self-destructs, enabling Mangachu on the Doomfist, allowing them to shut down this triple tank, triple support composition. I think that Surefour has been stellar so far throughout the entire World Cup. Throughout the entire World Cup, even in the qualifiers, he really enables this team with his Sombra play. So I'm really impressed by this guy, and he is the best
You're
Sombra player.
selling me on it. Whoa. Stop right there, Sunshine. Okay, stay in your seat right over there. It's my time to talk.
Sunshine.
All right? It's not Sunshine. It's just my nickname for him. You know, it's a little bit of cutie like that. But I'm honestly swayed by your argument here, Johnny, realistically. I've been watching Surefour closely in this match because I was desperate to prove you wrong, as we do. And I've been noticing doing a lot of stuff that a lot of other Sombra players don't really do. He's very smart in the way he moves around the map. He's always waiting for, if the enemy team is also running a Sombra, he'll try and get an early hack off onto that to sort of counter it in a way. He's very smart in the way he also approaches the backline and whenever he's trying to get these picks onto these supports. So all around, I have been impressed. But Josh, there you go. You can speak your mind
You
now.
actually sounded smart when saying that.
That's because he watched the game. He watched the game and did analysis for once. That's why. But I think the issue is, yes, Surefour has had an incredible game, incredible series, etc. But how can you call him the best Sombra in the world when we haven't had the Overwatch League for so long? Sombra wasn't meta, and we haven't even seen teams like South Korea play.
Name some of them.
Libero, for example, could easily come out with Team South Korea and bop Surefour right on the head.
I think if Libero is supposedly the best Sombra in the world, then I think you would utilize him as a tool, and I don't think any team has properly done that yet. So I'm looking at Surefour's play here with these EMPs, and I'm pretty confident that he is the best.
Okay. All right, that's perfect timing, but it's too perfect. If he'd been a millisecond too late,
that's why he is the best Sombra player in the world.
Absolutely not. If he uses that EMP a second earlier, then it's actually safer for everybody.
That is that is such an absurd statement.
No, it's not. He was
so
late.
perfect. It's too perfect.
He was actually late for that EMP and we just saved it in the nick of time.
Can we get Josh off the desk and I can have his pay for this event? Like, clearly we're all disagreeing with him.
I feel like you're also just trying to take his paycheck. You live with the man.
Don't get me wrong. Surefour is an incredible player, and I think he's powering Team Canada through this. Alongside Mangachu and Agilities, who both pair really well on their Doomfist style, they've kind of been bopping Team France in the strategic game. It's not to say that France haven't been keeping it close, but Canada are always one step ahead of them. Even when they're playing the same comps, Canada edging it out. They're countering them really well, so I think Canada are playing very well. I just think it's too early to say that anybody is the best Sombra in the world, especially based on World Cup rather than...
What about Esker, Josh? What about Esker?
If Esker still played, he'd be more washed up than XQC socks. No. He had his time.
Which was not in the box.
Not anymore, no.
So not very washed up at all then, is what you're saying?
More. Just more of a stench.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
I think it's
just got a bit of a musk to him.
He's a legend.
All right, so we have been talking a lot, though, and about this Canadian roster, most importantly, Surefour in that Sombra. But real quick, though, I do want to touch on France real fast. Toward the end of that Eichenwald game, it looked like it was going to be 1-1 going into the half. It looked like France were going to stop that. What happened?
In my opinion, it's still anyone's game, but it's like minor mistakes that are causing France to not really take advantage of this, right? They're struggling to finish up a lot of these targets, especially so towards the end of Iconvolt, right? When they were just literally goats versus goats, okay? The triple tank, triple support compositions against each other. Canada were playing very well, and they were outplaying them in that regard, but these games, in my mind, still anyone's match.
Yeah, I think France are actually executing their composition really well. But the thing is, Canada is reading it, and Bonnie specifically is doing a great job at calling for his team how to counter France's plans. So they're essentially one step ahead of the game, and it's been very noticeable so far throughout the entire series.
Well, France is going to have to figure it out going into Game 3. And if there is a squad that could, it will be the Frenchmen. But Canada looking pretty good thus far. Let's go back into the action. Send it over to your casters, the really nicely dressed Jake and ZP.
Thank you, Golden Boy. You know what? We bought some suits, and clearly that means we know what we're doing. Maybe not. They're a little bit uncomfortable, but hey, the sacrifices you make for TV.
That's what you got to do. It's, you know, it's fun to wear a suit sometimes. It's good to get into that.
Absolutely. Well, guys, you know what? You take a look at Team Canada. They've been doing pretty well here, but what makes a team? The players. That's right. If you see a player right now on this Canada squad that you think deserves to be MVP, the Team Mobile MVP, tweet us, #TeamMobileMVP. And of course, I think, Jake, there might be one player in Canada that people are a little bit partial to. I don't want to really just bias the crowd, but I think they have a favorite already.
What are you talking about? I can't guess. I mean, I'll have to see the Twitter, you know, catch up with it.
I don't know, but I think the guy might like Juice. I'm not quite sure where it comes from, but, you know, you like the Juice. If you want to vote for it, well, you know what to do. Don't forget the players' battle tag at the very end. But, Jake, this is matchup here so far, even though Canada's up 2-0, it's been pretty close, and you could imagine a world where France brings us back.
It really doesn't feel like Canada is in this really firm grip on this series. It doesn't feel like they're absolutely blowing France out. Like the desk was saying, it comes back to those minor mistakes. It comes back to those little tiny moments of team play where Canada is just somehow pulling it together. I want to highlight Banny, one of my teammates, really playing impressively well on Lucio, a character that he spoke about having to sort of learn and catch up on for the World Cup, having not been experienced as a main Lucio player before. But he's really been impressing me with his beat timing. I mean, he's been finding those beats. We saw Ben Best, two absolutely massive, almost 5- or 6-man shatters are just countered by Banny's beat. I mean, it looked like there at the end with Ben Best dropping 5 players on the ground, only Banny left up. It looked like that was all over for Team Canada. It looked like there was no chance, but Banny's beat kept just enough players alive. The timing was just perfect that they were able to come back and win that fight. That shows the impact of those little micro decisions on Lucio. It's easy to look at a DPS player and say, okay, well, that guy's popping off and just destroying everybody. He's lighting up the kill feed. But when a Lucio player keeps your whole team alive, that's the only reason that Surefour on 100 energy can finish off the map, is because of that essential enabling by the Lucio. This is something that also I talked about with Surefour just the other day, is it's not about the individual in Overwatch, it's about the team. And Canada, they're coming together stronger here.
Absolutely. And by the way, gotta love the camaraderie for your teammate there, Jake Banny. He's been great. But guys, we do have some substitutions coming in play. Of course, we can sub after every map. And there he is, the man himself, Nico, gonna be subbing in. And fun bit of trivia, Nico was in the very first Overwatch game I ever casted. It was me and Hex doing a casting audition. Wasn't even live. We're just like, all right, we're gonna cast this. He played Reaper, by the way.
Good old Reaper. Been a while since we've seen him in the metagame. Maybe he'll be making a return soon. Might need a little bit of tuning to get there. Looks like on our Assault map type, France is going to select Anubis. Very interesting choice. In fact, I'm quite surprised to see Anubis here. I would really think of this map as not that classic triple tank setup 2CP. I mean, really, I feel like the Doomfist, the Sombra have been standbys, even in metas where they weren't really played together. So really, this is a surprising map choice from Team France. Maybe they've got something that we're not quite prepared for.
It's going to be very interesting. And of course, Anubis is a map where obviously it's kind of had its ebbs and flows in the Overwatch scene. It hasn't always been the most popular of maps for teams, but that also is kind of an opportunity, I'd say, where if you know that other teams aren't practicing this map as much, it could be an ace in the hole when the chips are down. And certainly for France right now, they need to buy back in.
This is a map that really shakes things up. If nothing else, it's very, very different than other maps in Overwatch. Even in the Assault map type, Temple of Anubis is just completely unique. The geometry, unlike anything else. So France may be feeling like they've lost control of this series. They want to shake things up in a really drastic way, but I can't help feeling like this is going to play to Canada's strengths. Surefour and Agility's known as some really impressive players on this map type. Agility's no slouch in the Junkrat, and oh baby, I hope he gets some rip tires because I'm going to be raiding them.
You know, you're not on camera right now, but guys, let me tell you that Jake his file went from like a 5 to a 12 out of 10. That was actually ridiculous. The man loves Junkrat. But speaking of love here, France going to be coming out with Nico on the Genji. And what do you think of Genji specialists here on Anubis?
I mean, it looks to me like we're right back in stage 2 again. Canada bringing out the full treehouse comp, sitting up with their Orisa, spamming them down. It's all on Agilities and Surefour. They need to find the picks, while France, they need to slip by, get into those flanks, and pressure Surefour out of this position. But he's so dangerous up here. Perfect protection by Poco. There's no chance for a shot there.
France going to get through the first hurdle, that early archway. Now, going to be swinging back over. What do we see here from Agilities, though? He's going to be laying down the damage here, just trying to suppress them, make it so they don't get a clean opening. France, pretty poked down, but not gone yet. Stu, going to fall early, but so is Agilities. The junk threat out of the fight, but Surefour starting to clean up from the back. Absolutely no one on him.
Good patience by Banny, comes in for the res. Now that Team France is forced to back off. They use all their resources to pick up Agilities, but he's just rezzed up, he's just back, and it really didn't feel like there was any pressure on Surefour. Now he's up to 72% on his Infrasight, and pushing into that ability on Anubis is nearly impossible. A lot of ults banking up for Team Canada. France, this is really their best shot to take first point with some good amount of time left.
Does Nico have to split off and get separation on the Surefour?
I mean, it's so difficult to do that because on this map, you're always split from your healers. Genji on the flank is completely alone. He has to rely entirely on packs. That's why we see some teams elect to play the Sombra here. You can see the awareness from Surefour. He understands the call from his team, knows where the Genji's flanking from, is going to try and protect it.
Surefour keeping a good eye on that. The rest of France, though, using the opportunity to dive on in. Nano boost on the Poco, chases down his counterpart. Nico, though, blown up. Now he looks at the tire. What's it going to be? Takes down both supports. Jake, give me a rated.
That's an 8.5 right there. Clean execution, moves through the high ground, final jukes on the last commitment. That's just technique. Crystal clear, perfect execution. Agilities making it look real easy.
Agilities making Junkrat look good right now. When you want to talk about the next fight, Surefour going to have the Infrasight up. What does France do?
The challenge here is that anything that they do is going to be scouted by Team Canada. And perfect timing by Surefour, by the way, as well. Now that France is already in, they can't really retreat out the choke. That's also a dangerous play. They're kind of caught in this flank and just at the mercy of whatever Team Canada wants to throw at them. Canada, though, playing it slow, playing it cautious. But Nico finding it hard to just get up the wall, get behind. He's going to commit his dash and go all the way to the back line. Wants to set up with his teammates soon.
And Nico has to be the story here, right? What does he do on this flank? He's invested a lot. He has a Dragon Blade. France down to 1:40. Surefour going to loop all the way around, make this as difficult as possible for Genji. Looks for the pickoff, can't find it. Poco gonna remech as a result. France now moving on in. Nico hanging on to the blade. Canada very discombobulated right now. Positioning not really where they would like it. Nico, though, under pressure. Can't pull out the blade at 10 HP. Gonna fall! Nico down to the Widow Mine, and Canada fighting it back.
The poison from Surefour, and look at this incredibly disciplined play by Crimzo. We saw his teammates dropping low. A lot of players looked like they might fall, but Crimzo with the discipline to hold on to the Transcendence, it's still ready for Nico's blade. Nico can't feel confident about pulling that sword out when he knows Crimzo's going to be very quick on that trigger.
Blade versus tire, what happens?
This can be a tough matchup. It can go both ways, but generally, I feel like Agility is going to be advantaged here, mostly because Crimzo has the Transcendence. He doesn't have to be too far forward to protect his teammates. He knows that they can last for quite a while with the Trance. He can take the time to get the perfect tire and hopefully shut down the blade.
France gonna move in, they drop the beat. Nico still doesn't pull out the blade, didn't like what he saw. Tire going back the other way, looking on over, supports inside, no! Doesn't get Unco, he's able to live just in the nick of time, but Surefour still a threat. Here comes Nico, blade looking for the support, gets Crimzo, it's not clean, but it might be enough. France able to rotate onto the point. They do enough damage, and with 22 seconds remaining here, Jake, they will get point A.
More or less an OT capture there. The ultimate's not quite coming together for Team Canada. In that fight, we see Crimzo did get his Transcendence Force before the blade comes out, so Nico's just able to clean house, and with the major spawn advantage that France has, they do take first point, but that's really not what you want on Temple of Anubis. You want that momentum. You want ultimates to use, and France forced into a full swap situation. This could catch Canada off guard, though. Agilities on the Brigida is not going to be very effective against such a heavy tank composition. He's already switching, and so is Banny, but they're not even going to be out into the team fight. France, they've already crossed the most difficult part of the map. Surefour instantly punished.
Not where you want to be right there. Gonna roll his way out as France has decided the sign in the arena was right. Go Goat's forehead, but Ben Best taken down early. The Reinhardt so important to making this work. Agilities on the Doomfist swap, doing quite well here for Canada, and they will reject France out of the point.
Doomfist is just so powerful on Anubis' second point against the Goats composition. I mean, Goats is strong, triple tank, triple support is strong, but on this point, it's just free for the Doomfist to fly in from any high ground. Poco dropping his bomb, but I don't agree with this commitment at all. Using ultimates doesn't really produce anything in this circumstance. There's really not much chance of turning anything around or getting any advantage when you're this far from point B on a map like Temple of Anubis. Poco maybe making a bit of an error there, and Canada looking to capitalize. They're building up a big bank of ultimates of their own. France has kind of lost that tempo tempo that they gained from switching to that 3-3 comp first.
It was such an error from Poco there that I thought he'd be swapping, even though it doesn't make any sense since he plays D.Va so much. It just, to use the ultimate there was very strange. But France, they're going to roll back over. And speaking of rolling, Sherfor going to roll and rock his way right back on down, making space here on the Hammond. And if you don't have a Sombra that deal with the Hammond here, it's so difficult to shut him down. He does a lot of disruption, and counter Shatter coming in from XQC, but Malthra is there. Benbest looking for a Shatter of his own, gets a little bit airtime, finds Banny, and France starting to get the better of this fight.
France trying to stabilize here. The bomb does come out from Note, but he's not able to find anything. It looks like France getting the better of this team fight, but it's so incredibly scrappy. Hammond and Doomfist making it so hard for France to stay together, but they're managing it, and it's Nico on high energy. If they can't take down this Zarya, they have no chance at holding the point. France ticking up towards 100% capture, and Canada can't even contest, can't maintain that aggressive play that carried them through the first defense.
So that fight escalated rather quickly there in favor of France. What was the key breaking point that gave them that opportunity?
I mean, this goes back to the center of what these tanky compositions are all about, which is the ultimates. We saw the support ults come out one after another, and it was just France with the greater discipline, holding them just a little bit longer and managing to have that last word. Their beat drop was the final ultimate of that team fight, or the final support ultimate of the team fight, which gives their players those extra few seconds to deal real damage while they still have the barrier protecting themselves. So France, they're able to cap second point, able to set a tone, for this map, and Canada, now they're going to have to come out with a good offense of their own. The real question here, though, is will France go their path with that, Junkrat Widow setup, or will they go for a more classic of this current meta, like a 3-3 or a Sombra Doom?
Well, so far it feels like, from what we've seen so far, Canada is much more comfortable on points and situations that are more wide open, like point A, whereas France, they felt a little bit better in places that are a little bit up close and personal. But as we look here to France being on the defense, they are going to be going with a similar setup here for their defense, including the Junkrat. Meanwhile, you look at Canada, you're going to see Agilities on the Genji, and what might be different for Agilities coming in here in the Genji compared to what we saw from Nico?
Well, the first difference, of course, they're both really strong Genji players, so the first difference for me is having Sherfor on the Sombra as opposed to a Tracer. Sombra with that EMP gives you a way to sort of trick and somehow win the ultimate economy even when it's not really in your favor. So this gives Agilities a little bit more options on the win condition. He doesn't absolutely have to force the trance. He's got another teammate who can kind of apply a similar pressure on the Zenyatta, the trance, but Uncle's not even on Zen, so France is going with no defensive support ults. Both of these support ults are really more in that aggressive category, so they're really going to need to keep the pressure on Canada, denying them any initiations.
And something that's going to depend on Nico as well as going to fish saying as Agilities gets blown up immediately. And while the Junkrat is being so aggressive, so is soon Battle Widow coming into play where they go, oh, you guys want to sit up in here? We're going to chase you as if we were attacking once more. And this is actually doing okay. XQC lucky to get away with his life there as France is being insanely aggressive.
Applying pressure in this way is so important with the Ana Mercy comp. You need to win that first team fight and start snowballing ultimates because you really can't deal with something like a Nano Blade.
See the Nano Boost coming in from XQC. Space being created here from Canada. Moving forward, looking to put pressure. Soon down, Agility's able to get one of the key targets. Ends up giving his life for it, though, and now things get a little bit scrappy, but this is good for the offense. Banny in the back, close to a Transcendence. Might be able to use it to finish it out, but ideally, Jake, he'd like to save it as Canada now is grinding down this French defense.
Banny absolutely free-farming here on point. That's 3 for Banny. Gets a 4th, lighting it up and celebrating. That's deserved right there. Banny looking good, great positioning in that team fight, keeps him alive for the cleanup. And as you said, Discipline doesn't need the Transcendence, knows he can just frag out, take the point all on his own. So Banny looking really sick here.
Is EMP and Transcendence enough for this next fight?
This is going to be a really challenging fight. The Riptire from Nico doesn't have an obvious response for Team Canada, and Note has to make that double swap to get back in his mech on the D.Va, so he'll be getting into the team fight. The question is, can Nico find something with the tire? Banny's forced to trance early, maybe some aggression coming out from Team France, but the trance really not producing anything. Canada not able to find frags off of it.
Yeah, the Transcendence definitely preemptive. France doing a good job of just forcing it out. Meanwhile, Sherfor, he's been caught. They knew Sombra would be back here, and he's just barely able to get out in time. Meanwhile, oh, what a sleep coming in. Nap time for Agilities, courtesy of Unco. And France, they needed that bad because this fight is still rough, but not rough anymore. Nico gonna run 2 people right over, and France gets some direly needed stabilization.
Great tire from Nico, knows he just needs to swap off that Junkrat. Not so effective against the dive setup. Now he's on to the Doomfist. This makes a lot of sense, and this is a comp that I really think makes just a ton of sense for Anubis' second point. Doomfist constantly on the high ground, can always drop in on those oncoming attackers, and Sombra Sombra, what a perfect setup for Doomfist. Dropping those EMPs, those hacks, and the health packs on this point are even more crucial than almost any other 2CP in the game. So Poco is certainly going to be looking to abuse that. Surefour, though, somehow finds Nico before the fight begins. That's a major pickoff.
Storm arrows are coming, and Canada looking for a way in. XQC gonna go really aggressive because he has the primal. Decides to pop it and found Unco. A great use of being that aggressive to get out with your life. And now we see Canada really turning the screws here. The France, they're gonna rotate right onto the point. XQC gonna continue to make space. It's gonna be up to Nico to find a random pick here, but he's under pressure. He's gonna not quite fall, gets healed back up in time, but it's still even. Canada, again, burning everything to get back in on this point, but France is doing a great job of just delaying.
The nano comes out on XQC, but he's retreating right as it comes in, so he's really not going to find full value off of that, but getting just enough here maybe. Ooh, and the Doomfist combo as well. Catches wins off guard. He can't escape. Now Poco demags, and the Dragon's coming right down mid. It's going to be a real struggle for France to come back and contest this point. Team Canada holding strong and cleaning up the tanks. No one's on the point. They need to stop this objective, but it's Canada's overwhelming pressure here that's going to capture second.
Soon, find a little bit of time, wins, throws himself on the point, but it's not enough. Poco can't get a chance to use that bomb at the very end. And I gotta tell you, Jake, you take a look at the circumstances here. It is a much quicker time for Canada. And of course, if Canada is able to capitalize on that, if they're able to have a great defense here and stop France, that will give them the 3-0 sweep to go directly into the semifinals tomorrow.
Canada's certainly going to be feeling good about their prospects right now, on the brink of victory in the quarterfinal, want to punch their ticket to that semifinal and potentially even go further. And right now, it certainly looks like they could. I mean, there were a lot of question marks about this team coming into the tournament. Have they practiced enough? Are these players the right players? Can they stack up against some of these other rosters? But they're just playing this cool, calm, and collected Overwatch. They're not really, they don't feel like they have to make those big plays, right? We haven't seen those players overextending, trying to make something happen solo. Everything is done in concert. I want to really highlight Surefour, especially for that Hanzo pick against the Doomfist Sombra. It makes so much sense. The Sonic Arrow kind of deny that Sombra from being able to invis and sneak into your backline. You can catch her out and force her away. And at the same time, Hanzo's one of the best characters at assaulting that initial high ground. He's able to kill Nico, who's really the centerpiece of that defensive aggression. They want to dive with Nico, but when he falls first, they really are lost. I mean, their composition kind of falls apart. So Surefour playing really well on the Hanzo, accomplishing his role basically perfectly here. And now France about to be tested again by the Junkrat and Widow, the Gauntlet.
We'll see just how it works, of course, soon. Not deciding to go to Widow, was thinking about it, but going to be going Tracer instead. So once more for France, it is this GT dive.
It really brings back memories seeing these compositions, exactly what we saw in the Overwatch League here. Let's see if Canada continues to get aggressive into that side flank. This time Surefour likes to stay a little closer, doesn't quite want to rotate across yet, he needs his grapple cooldown.
And I think part of that is that you don't want to be predictable. He doesn't want to meet soon in that dark alleyway. Might not be super pleasant, and right now you have this mind game to the left, but meanwhile Nico is able to deal with Crimzo. France doing way more in this first attack. Nico opening it wide here for France, and they're going to roll directly into a point, and this is what they needed for the time deficit of the first round.
This is really nice aggression from Team France. Last time they were in the same situation, Canada pushed right into them on the flank, but this time France is ready, and they're the ones to start the aggression off. Picking both supports like that is essentially the end of the fight on Anubis' first point. You have such a big spawn advantage as Team France, and they don't even need it. Nobody dying there on that offense, making it look very easy, and switching to this 3-3 comp that also worked very quickly on second. So Canada, they need an answer for this. They need to respond. They cannot allow this cap to go through. That would be absolutely terrible.
What do you think? Oh, Surefour going to May. Was on McCree for a while and decides, you know what? We really want to chill out here in the most literal of ways. Gonna drop the ice wall, but it doesn't split France. The wall there, you need to get more. Now there's a window of opportunity for France to move in. While the wall's on cooldown, they don't really take the most of it here. Another attempted wall coming on in. Medbest, nano boost, charging over to the side. Again, looking to bisect the team. Swing the hammer a few more times to get stunned. Isolated, healed back up. Medbest still up. What great heals coming in from Unco. Saves his main tank. France still with 6. Down goes Surefour. France moving on in.
The name of the game is staying alive here. Banny finds the first pick of Canada's team fight. Takes down Unco. That's actually a crucial fight here. Denies one of the main healers for Team France. The wheels could start to fall off, but France, they're holding strong at the point. They could just snowball through here.
This is fantastic. Unco set it up. He's going to swap to the boy right now as France is so close. 1 tick on this point already, and nothing but sheer dominance. Hammond not going to be rolling out of that one. The grab has you, and it's cold embrace as France, it's pick-off after pick-off. 2 ticks about to be their way, Jake.
Crimzo can't make it to point. He's 90 on the nano boost, but there's no target for him. He's bashed down. France in total control, trying to finish this cap before overtime, and it looks like they might just do it. Bainey desperately wall riding to the point, but he can't quite make it in time. Sherfor picked off.
They have
on
overtime. The clock. Time left on the clock. That is massive. That means that even if Canada comes through and double caps themselves, you're gonna get one more attack for France. Those 4 seconds, Jake, so important.
Makes a major difference here. Canada's road to ending this series just got a lot longer. They've got multiple rounds to win ahead of them. So France, maybe they figured out Anubis. Maybe this is why they picked that map. I mean, that 3-3 attack on the second point just looks so clean, clinical, and practiced from Team France. That seems like their wheelhouse, which is, you know, ironic because normally you would consider the second point of Anubis one of the most difficult maps to take in the entire game. So France being so dominant there, showing why they picked this map, why they feel so confident about being able to win here.
And not only that, but you gotta think about this French team where these are veterans upon veterans. If anyone could come back and pull a reverse sweep for those dedicated fans right there, it is the team we are watching right now.
This is something we talked with them about in our meeting. They're a team with a ton of experience. They've all played in the LAN environment before. They all understand the pressures associated with it. And they were saying is, you know, we feel like if we can start to take maps off them, they're gonna crumble. They don't think Canada has the same mental fortitude. They feel like it doesn't matter. You know, they've been in the situations, they've been down 2, and they know they can reverse sweep, so they're gonna do it again. And we're gonna see if that's the reality here on this quarterfinal stage.
Canada, a long way to go. They still have 4 minutes, so France not out of the woodwork here yet, but they have to feel good soon. Looking to apply the Widow pressure early on, not quite able to find the head of Ana there, but France, with the aid of Poco up there, keeping Soon well protected. Now they're going to rotate back.
It's nice poking aggression from Team Canada, keeping the pressure on Soon so he doesn't have those 3 sightlines on the supports and spawn. Nice discipline from Crimzo and Banny to be so slow out of the gate, sort of make sure everything's clear, but not this time. Banny picked off at the choke, and that's going to be a reset for Team Canada. Both supports dropping, and wow, Soon already has an Infocyte to work with.
He just absolutely crushed XQC. Woo. Absolutely dominant coming out here from Soon, and you know, it's almost like this guy was an OWL All-Star when it came to Widowmaker.
Feels like I've been here before. Soon on Widow defense on Anubis first. Doesn't feel very defensive to me. He's peeking very aggressive right now. Canada needs an answer. They might be able to slip through this time. Nice distraction from Sherfor. Might buy the time his team needs. Oh, the sleep.
Unco is playing out of his mind right now. The heals on Ben Best in the last round. The pickoff on Sherfor this round. So much time now being bought here for France as they want to turn the series back around.
Very, very close here, but again, losing Sherfor like that to the sleep, it's so impactful. As soon as you lose one player on Temple of Anubis offense, you're kind of often forced to reset. It's so difficult to break the Orisa, you don't even want to try without full roster altogether. Canada, though, doing much the same that France did, but I like the way France is playing this. They're not fully committing, but it's a Jody's Blade. Oh, shut down the Riptire. Looks for 4.
Slash the tire right on through. He didn't explode it in time. That was on a razor's edge. And Canada is gonna cut on through. They're gonna grab this first point and get an attempt on point B.
Wins popping the Valkyrie, trying desperately to full hold, but not able to make it happen here. I guess that's probably because he wants to switch off the Mercy onto Lucio. Surprising to still see him come up on the Mercy. No. Going over to Lucio. I like this decision making. And France, back to that Somber Doom. All they need to do is hit a full hold here, right? That first point, it's not necessary. They didn't need to make that hold. They can still win the map and still begin a potential comeback if they can hold here.
And historically, it is much more difficult to get point B than point A, but Sherfor, he goes, you know what? I actually got the easy mode for this. I'm setting up here at the EMP. I'm gonna talk with my team, give them scouting info, and when the time is right, he's gonna drop it. But here's the problem, France is so aggressive that Sherfor didn't get the chance. Crimzo down early, and okay, they're still gonna go for it. They drop the EMP down 1. This is dangerous, but they think they can make it work. The problem is, they're down XQC. They don't have the healing that they normally have to keep him up, but still, they're on the point. Gonna get 1 tick, self-destruct comes in, and France gonna have to try to find a way to fight this back.
It's definitely a very surprising commitment from Team Canada. Not everybody all together, but Agilities finds one with the blade, looking to get more resets. Benbest goes very deep with the nano, but a major overextension there, completely shut down by all the focus power coming out from Canada. And this fight might somehow work out. A very unorthodox commitment from Team Canada, but they're making it work. XQC, he still has that Primal Rage. He can still disrupt. In France, they don't have any ultimates to work with just yet.
They have to throw themselves on the point, right into a ready and waiting XQC. Banny with the fancy footwork right to the face, as Canada is in such a good spot. They deal with the French reinforcements. 3-0 here so far. They get dominance back on the point, and we're going to even more rounds here, Jake.
Canada, again, just doing it better, getting an even faster time in the second set of offense-defense swaps. So Canada, I mean, they're looking dominant here, but it's anybody's game at this point. I feel like it's flipped both ways. We've seen Canada make an impressive hold on first and lose first instantly. We've seen much the same from France. So really, I really feel like any of these teams could do it. Now it's about who makes that correct adaptation, who properly anticipates what their opponents are going to bring to bear.
I think something that's key to note here is that given the momentum that you can get on Anubis, France is definitely working with less time here, but if you get that good early attack, it might not matter. And don't forget here for France as well, this is a true best of 5, right? Where you're not in a situation where a draw still means you might lose a series. No, we go until one team properly gets 3.
Certainly winnable here for Team France, but it has to all begin here on Temple of Anubis. They need to make it happen, and Canada's the one with the major time bank advantage. They're going to have a few shots at this offense, and France is really looking at a one shot. I mean, they don't really have anything, no potential to reset. I mean, there's just not enough time on a map like Temple of Anubis. Setting up for one good team fight takes so long. Often it can take more than a minute. So France, they're in a really rough spot here. There needs to be some big plays coming out. I wonder if Canada will be caught out again, and I really don't expect that. I mean, Crimzo and Banny got found really quick by Nico last round, and I'd really expect him to be a lot more passive and careful this round.
It's just about how you deal with that pressure coming on in, where this time it's not going to be a GT dive. You're going to have Soon coming in here in the Sombra, so it is a change-up, and that can help Nico tremendously.
Gives him a lot more potential to snowball in second as well. That EMP, much more impactful of an ultimate than the Pulse Bomb.
We'll see how Soon sets us up. Obviously going to be working rather closely here with Nico. You see Benbest on his perch. It's all about this initiation. 34 seconds left. See what goes on here. Nico could get hacked, but he's still in a safe spot, and time is being burned right now.
It's actually very important. Benbest forced to use his bubble to protect his teammate there with the hack. But Agilities finds Uncle. That's an absolutely game-changing pick. Puts a trap on the Benbest. Wants to get that frag as well. Absolutely opening this fight up is Agilities on the jump grab. Very nice play there.
Absolutely, and that is what you needed here. On the other hand, but take a look at France. Nico setting up in the back line. Doesn't have a blade, but maybe good positioning for a pick off Canada. They'd like to hold strong. Final 2 seconds here. Sure finds Soon, and no one touches the point!
Really no chance for Team France to win a team fight like that. And now really it's all up to Canada. They just need to achieve 1 tick on the first point for that clean 3-0 sweep in this quarterfinal. Canada really going beyond expectations here, playing a lot better than I think a lot of people predicted them to.
Now let's set the stakes here for those at home wondering what is going to happen. Of course, you have a replay of the final fight here where you see Sure that early pick and no one able to get on the point, but the stakes could not be clearer. Canada, if they get 33% on this first point, they go to the semifinals and they eliminate France right now.
Certainly could happen, and it's really looking that way. It feels like from that defense, Canada has maybe patched up those leaks, figured out what went wrong on that second round of defense, and now back to the offense. They have looked really strong at first point. It hasn't felt like a major sticking point for them or any major problem. So now, really, I expect France to be bringing an adaptation, but it doesn't look like they want to. They feel confident about this on a Mercy setup. This might be a struggle. I mean, they don't have a Transcendence. They don't have a beat drop. There's no clean answer to a Nano Blade, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Agilities will be finding one of those this round.
2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's a lot of time to set up some great ultimate situations. How does France burn this time off?
It's honestly all on the playmakers. Nico and Soon, we need to see them producing here. We need to see pickoff after pickoff. You cannot allow Canada to get set up. You cannot allow them to take the team fights they want to take, because when those ultimates are brought to bear, you won't be able to stop a strong team fight. You'll only be able to hold with picks like this. Soon lighting it up right now, finds one. Agilities tries to push him back, wants to get his old teammate from the Valiant off and away from this high ground, but Soon says no. He's right back in position, wants to continue spawn camping, and Nico finds Sure as well. This is the beginning of a hold.
Jake, you're writing the script, and France is acting it out right now as we speak. but they're gonna need a lot more than that.
Yeah, Soon forced off his aggressive perch. Now Canada managing to sneak into the flank. A little bit slow there, a little bit sloppy, but they're not punished this time. Soon continuing to rotate, and he almost has that infra sight. It's so important. It's so difficult to set up those big flanks that you want to with the dive when the enemy can see every move. But Nico, his mind is caught by the Diva. Huge play by Note.
Surefour able to finish it off towards the very end. One pickup here for Canada. Remember, they just need a little bit on the point. Soon gonna fall. The playmakers we talked about down. Soon, res back up. Crimzo though, gonna nano. XQC moving in. Team Canada, gotta love this, moving in. And now, France on their final legs here in the Overwatch World Cup. Canada about to advance. They need a bit more on the point. XQC, let it all out. Rage to your heart's content as Canada makes the space they need. Point A is theirs, and they move on to the semifinals.
That's a 3-0 from Team Canada over Team France. We saw the deaths they thought France would win. Shows what they know. Team Canada looking so clean here, playing so well, and with so much trust and just team play here. I mean, this is a team we know they haven't practiced as much as others. They are relying on trusting each other, building that natural synergy. And we can see Jane celebrating Banny. Banny definitely having a breakout performance here.
And I'll tell you what, he's celebrating. I got a chance to talk to him a bit before, and Canada was really worried about their ability to deal with a top-class GOATS team like France. Yesterday's preparation wasn't everything they expected and more, but in the end, they rise to the occasion. They finish the sweep. But guys, you don't want to go anywhere, because when we come back, we got the most electrifying host in esports entertainment, Golden Boy, leading the discussions on what just happened.
All right, well, get the poutine out. Roll out the Canadian bacon. Or just the bacon in this case, because USA's out.
Poutine.
That's right,
That's so
poutine.
good.
Poutine is delicious. Canada moves on 3-0. Man.
I think the French will be saying something pretty similar to poutine.
Yeah. Oh.
Possibly. Baguette.
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 Yeah, that was baguette.
Man, guys, you know, I just also want to say here real fast that, you know, Reinforce, way to go, buddy. You were the only one who got, although your scoreline was off.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it's down below, Sideshow, so you can pick it up.
It is, yeah.
Okay, come on. All right, Sideshow.
I think this will motivate me not to...
I think I've established dominance on the desk so
make
far.
Poor decisions.
Not to,
that's how it goes.
Should never go against Jonathan.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and send it over to Mika, who's got Crimzo standing by.
Hey guys, I got Crimzo here from Team Canada. You heard the fans. They are cheering. They are chanting for your country. About, you said 12 months ago you were flying under the radar in the Overwatch community, but now you are here. You have taken this game in a 3-0. How are you feeling?
This is honestly insane. You know, 12 months ago I was just playing ladder. I wasn't really on teams, but now I'm playing here on the biggest, one of the biggest stages, and I'm just super happy.
We're super happy, you're super happy, and everyone out there is so proud of you. One more question. Do you think that we will be seeing Canada in the finals once again?
I definitely think we're going to go again to the finals.
You heard it here first. We're going to be seeing Canada in the finals, but for now, we're going to take it back to the desk.
Well, it's going to be a difficult road for them to get there without a doubt, as there's still so many talented teams left in this competition, and they would have to go up against the United Kingdom, who have proven to us that they have what it takes, especially taking down USA. And, you know, what's going on over here?
I just got my prediction wrong.
Accepted responsibility.
I wish we could zoom in, because there's this little strand of hair that's sticking out of Sideshow's head, and it is so good. It is so good.
I got a little curl on my forehead.
Oh, man. It's just amazing. Okay, so, all right.
Just a reminder, don't slip up in predictions.
Don't slip up in predictions.
We're getting the zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in on that little strand of hair.
Straight on there.
All right. Here's the deal. Okay, the conversation coming into this event was all about the triple tank, triple support composition, also known as the GOATS composition. This is the thing that everyone was saying would be like the star, but it feels like Canada, they're just doing it their own way.
Yeah, I agree. I think that when you look at the teams that were coming into this tournament who are expected to do really well, like, for example, the USA as well, they had really worked on this triple tank, triple support composition and were trying to make it work for really well. But Canada have shown here that not only have they developed their own ability to play... Hello.
everything about this.
Continue.
Continue.
Not only have they developed their own way of doing it, they've developed a counter composition. And so Team France were really thrown off their game. And I think Canada may have shown everybody else that if you play the Sombra Doomfist kind of stuff as well as you can, you're going to be able to disrupt teams that are playing GOATs. They can't just rely on the triple tank, triple support compositions.
I mean, yeah, sure, but then again, I don't think France had the best execution either of the triple tank, triple support composition. If you compare France to teams like, say, Finland, I think this matchup will end up very differently. So I'm looking out for other triple tank, triple support teams like the UK.
You were not bought in?
No, I don't. I think Canada has fantastic execution. It's what I asked for before the series. I said, if you want to beat France, you have to stick to your guns, and that's Sombra and Doomfist. So I'm just saying, the way Finland executes. Yeah, that's almost what they failed to do, yeah. But then going up against Finland, who has so much experience playing this comp, knows literally every scenario, has thought it out. I think this matchup will go very differently. Agilities got slept several times with the Striker Blade. He got a tire, but it didn't get tons of value. So still, there are some question marks around Canada for me. And I have other teams that are favorites.
I'm nowhere near as one-sided as you guys when it comes to this. Because early on, I was of the opinion that the GOATS composition, the triple tank, triple support that we're seeing, if a team overly relied on it, I thought they were going to get absolutely destroyed. Right now, I don't know if that's still the case, but it seems like, again, I can't make up my opinion until I see the rest of these teams in the tournament play right now. It seems too early to call GOATS the be-all, end-all.
Did I set a bad precedent for you? Is that the case?
Yes, you did.
I think my issue with your argument, though, Johnny, is that France were better than the Team UK. Right, when it came to the group stages. The only team that we saw that might potentially be better are Finland. We don't actually know because they didn't go head-to-head. France have been scrimming against Eagle Gaming, who everybody said when it came to the Paris stop were the best triple tank, triple support team in the world. You couldn't count at what they were playing. Everybody ended up playing the GOAT composition. If France have learned from that and then get countered so hard by Team Canada, like, can't you just run that against anybody that runs that?
I'm just saying, I wasn't entirely convinced by France's execution of the triple tank, triple support composition. So I'm just saying that the matchup could go differently if they face Finland, who I see as the best triple tank, triple support team in the world.
The only way that we would potentially get that, am I wrong here, is that in the final?
No, that's a semi-final bracket.
Oh, semi-final, sorry.
So Canada and Finland are on the same side of the bracket.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
you're right.
So
I was wrong.
Yeah, so Canada have this kind of anti-triple tank style, and they would have to face France in the quarters, Finland in the semi. So they've already proved that concept that they can destroy them. So unless you're correct and Finland are just far better at executing, I think Canada are looking great for a final spot. Unless, of course, China comes out, which they definitely could.
Very true. Well, the good news is for myself, I need to know what the bracket looks like. and the schedule. So there you go. There's the schedule. So we got Canada-France just concluded 3-0. Next up, we have China versus Finland, and then our last match of the evening, Australia versus South Korea. Very, very interesting matchups coming in here, you know, because we've seen a lot of that counterplay come into effect. Maybe China could be one of those teams that does that. Who knows? Anything is possible. The matchup that a lot of people are looking forward to is that South Korea-Australia game. And we have our boy Danny, who's the insider for South Korea. Danny, what you got for us, pal?
Alrighty, that was from the desk. Thank you. What's up, everybody? My name is Danny Lim, and I am your Korean insider. 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 한국 캐스터 중에 한 명인 데니라고 합니다. 만나서 반갑습니다. And BlizzCon, as you guys could all see, we have a very, very special guest standing right next to me. BlizzCon, make some noise for Carpe! Carpe, thank you so much for being here with me. Quick question. In our interview, you said that you are 100% sure that Team Korea is going to become the champions once again. But after watching today's matches, are you sure you still feel that way? 오늘 저희랑 인터뷰를 하셨을 때 저한테 카르페 선수가 이런 말씀을 하셨죠. 질 가능성 없습니다. 100% 한국 팀이 이깁니다. 오늘 경기를 보고 나서도 똑같은 생각이신지 궁금하네요.
다른 팀들이 다 잘해서 저희도 긴장은 하고 있지만 그래도 이번 시즌에도 저희가 100% 우승할 것 같습니다.
Yes, I still do believe that we're going to win 100%. Everybody, give it up for Carpe one more time. Now, one more question. Carpe, you guys will be fighting against Team Australia very, very soon. If you can make a prediction, what do you think will be the final score of that match? 자, 오늘 호주와의 경기 예상 어떻게 하십니까?
당연히 3대 0이요.
Easy sweep 3-0. Everybody, you heard the man. Would that come true? Team Australia versus Team South Korea coming your way very, very soon. But for now, take it away, Desk.
Oh, the spice.
Picante.
Picante. You know, it had to be a desperate reinforcement. I'm saying picante one time. Okay, so to respond, we actually got Mika, who's down with a member of Team Australia to get their thoughts. Mika, what's going on in the arena?
That's right. I got Custa here from Team Australia. So you just heard that prime smack talk from Carpe over there. How are you feeling hearing that they're going to sweep you?
I think we're going to put up as big of a fight as we can. They obviously have amazing players, but they might be surprised. We've seen crazy upsets today, so we are here.
You're not wrong there. And so how are you feeling? Like, what's your prep going into such a pretty intimidating matchup against South Korea?
Yeah, because of how mechanically talented and how skillful they are, we're going to throw a couple of curveballs at them here and there, maybe see how well they adapt. So anything could happen. It'll be interesting. Looking forward to the crowd sort of being behind us. I hope everyone wants us to win. Everyone loves an underdog story, so we can hope.
That's true. I do love the Aussie crowd. They are always loud. They are always powerful. But for now, we're going to kick it back over to that desk.
Thank you so much for that. Always a pleasure to hear from Custa. And, he's trying to be humble. you know he wants to bring the thunder, but he's going to get the gameplay. He's going to let that do the talking. Okay? Now.
Sure.
All right.
I genuinely think that Australia have a reasonable, is what I want to say, chance of taking this against that.
Why?
I'll give you some reasoning, okay?
Yeah.
South Korea, they've changed up their roster recently.
Yeah.
The most drastic change we've seen in the Overwatch League, getting rid of 3 of their players, replacing them with 3 more. Minimal time to practice. Fury's been in the United Kingdoms, Fate's been in America, been playing with a ping disadvantage.
Okay.
So the scrims have been all over the place, all over the world, quite literally.
Literally.
So I feel like Australia, where they've had, again, this practice time to prep, they know they're going to be going up against South Korea. They know who they're playing up against. I reckon they got some spicy stuff up their
That sounds
sleeves.
great, Bren. What's good about Australia?
They're okay. They're not bad.
Yeah.
Trill's a good main tank. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Like, the guy actually specializes a lot on the hamster, Hammond, Wrecking
Do you
Ball.
think the hamster is going to beat South Korea? Is what you're saying?
I think it could. They could bring it out.
I love how
realistically.
reinforces
Because
trying to
as well, Johnny,
as
well.
I just want to know.
Like,
Here's
the thing. Wrecking Ball as well was weaker in the group stages when Australia were playing. Now that he's in a better place currently on the patch that we're playing, I feel like they're in a very reasonable position to take this.
I think he's got
a hamster will take down South Korea. I got it.
Cool. Yeah.
I think
Stranger things have
Bren's
happened.
gone mental with the UK upset. He now just truly believes
Now,
that
I never said I was going to predict them, Josh.
all of the favourites are going to lose.
So I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth. We'll wait for the last match of the day, okay? But I genuinely feel like this is a match that nobody is going to want to miss because anything can happen.
Yeah, and that has been proven. I mean, we have the United Kingdom taking down the USA. A lot of people wrote off Canada in that match against Team France. You two, most notably.
Yeah, I said it was 50-50. How is that writing them off?
Yeah, definitely. So I agree with my colleagues here at BlizzCon, at the Overwatch World Cup. Anything can happen. It's going to be awesome. So we're going to go to a break. Coming up next, though, we have Team China going up against Team Finland. We're going to see Taimu and the boys take the stage. Let's see how it all pans out after this.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
中国委员会，我是社区代表小鬼。
大家好，我是领队赤小兔。
我是教练瑞。那么大家应该知道，我们中国队的选手是一群非常害羞的大男孩们所组成的。
是的，所以如果能在现场听到你们为他们加油呐喊，那么相信他们一定会发挥得更为出色。那么就请今天在现场以及屏幕前的观众朋友们跟我们一起喊出哦！
我行，你也行。
Hey guys, it's Nasse from Team Finland here, and I'm here with my dog Nugetti. Thanks to everyone that supported us throughout the whole event. It's been awesome to see such a loyal and great fan base all over the world. It's just amazing. Now, why Team Finland, you might ask? Because we have the passion and we try to win in every situation. Our players give everything they have in each game they play. Wanna join us? All we need is your support, and you can show that support by using our official cheer, Torille. Thank you for supporting. We'll see you at BlizzCon. Let's take it home this year.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2018 Overwatch World Cup. As we get ready for our next matchup, it will be China versus Finland. Golden Boy with Brand, Reinforce, and Sideshow to break it all down. Very excited for this matchup here. Excited to see Finland take the stage, fellas.
I have a honest feeling about this match that it's going to be good. Okay, I don't know where I was going halfway through that sentence, but it went somewhere nice. So
I have a feeling that this match is going to be good. Bren, 2018, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you know what else is good? Our insider, Emily, who's actually going to be standing by. Oh, as a matter of fact, I stand corrected. We have to go to other good people as well. I was just told we got Puck and Zoe who want to check in with your fan reactions. Puck and Zoe, what's going on?
That's right, Golden Boy. Don't forget about us. We're partying over at the T-Mobile area. And of course, we got your T-Mobile fan pulse brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network. It's Puckett, it's Zoe. We've been having fun, and so is everyone online.
Absolutely. Like, we have fantastic shops because we just get to read your reactions. So let's just bring up the first tweet and see what you guys had to say using the hashtag OWWC 2018.
Name a better T-Mobile MVP. You can't, because T-Mobile MVP XQC.
It rhymes. It has to be true. It's pretty simple.
He's pretty good on that monkey.
He's been known for that. All right, next one. Travis says, hashtag T-Mobile MVP for sure. Sure for. See what you did there. His Sombra has been enabling their team so well. One of the best in the world, hands down full stop.
He loves that hero, gets to control the game, he says. And of course, we got Ponza, love Gordon. He's been tweeting at us throughout the entire year. My T-Mobile MVP is the beautiful Golden Boy FTW because segues, baby. You know he had to do it to you.
I love that you just added in the word beautiful, even though that's not at all what it was said in a tweet.
You know I mean it, Alex. You know I mean it.
Okay, but you guys at home and everyone in this arena, cast your vote for our Overwatch World Cup MVP. You can either use the Twitch overlay or you can head on over to Twitter using the hashtag T-Mobile MVP. Puckett, who's yours?
Dude, I was thinking about this. I mean, Bonnie is in the running right now as a Zenyatta lover. I know Doa is smiling ear to ear watching Bonnie's plays. Trances have been on point, and this guy's getting kills today like this.
Wow.
I hit the camera, my bad.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it was on screen, but it looked really good from down here. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought you'd go for a Doomfist answer, agilities, but you know.
He's got some more room to play. You know, we're gonna see we're gonna see a whole lot of Doom.
Okay.
I can't wait to see what Korea's gonna be bringing to the table before I pick agilities.
Well, neither can I.
Yeah, Canada. Yeah, it's a great place.
Right. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Anyway, that's it from us. We're gonna party some more here in the T-Mobile area. For now, we're gonna head on over back to our desk with Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, and I do agree. As a matter of fact, I am rather beautiful.
Just Golden Boy on the desk, though, apparently.
That's right. Look at this. Look how gorgeous I am. I'm just being fondled all over the place. You see, this is great. You know, right, guys, right, guys?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
You're glowing.
I'm glowing. Oh, word. But hey, if I happen to win a T-Mobile MVP, I am sweaty. If I happen to win a T-Mobile MVP, that would be pretty dope. Well, let's go ahead and send it now over to Emily, who's actually on the floor with Late Young representing Team China.
Thank you so much. Hi, BlizzCon! I'm Emily, and I'm so excited to be here. Standing next to me is the amazingly talented Late Young. Can I please get a shout out for Late Young? 掌声鼓励 Late Young! So a lot of teams have seen Team China as the mystery team. Are you guys going to use that to your advantage? 因为基本上所有的队伍都把中国看成一支神秘之队，你觉得这对你们来说是不是个优势？
我觉得在去年的比赛里面，因为除了我们队内的 Sky 在 OWL 露过脸之外，我们其他人都是在中国里边打比赛，所以他们对我们的了解比较少。这样我们感觉可以用更好的状态。 因为他们对我们的研究比较少，所以我们可以用其他的阵容去克制他们，所以我觉得这对我们是有利的。
So he said that last year, with the exception of Sky, most of these teams haven't seen what China's capable of, so they're going to use that to their advantage and deliver the best performance they can. Now, how did you guys prepare to face off against Team Finland? Are there any players that you guys focused on? 那么第一场对阵芬兰队。 你们觉得准备的充分吗？有没有什么针对性的对策？
在过去的几周里，我们研究了芬兰的每一张图使用过的阵容，我们对他们的站位和阵容都非常的了解，所以我觉得我们这次已经做好准备面对芬兰了。
Very well said. So Team China has done incredible research and homework for Team Finland. They're very familiar with all their defenses, so they think they're going to take it home. Thank you guys so much. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Emily, and great to hear from the Chinese players, Late Young there as well. And I happen, to agree. Like, we don't know what we're going to see from this team, right? Anything is possible, and China in the past has been known to throw in some curveballs into their game plans, and maybe they're going to do the same thing here. Finland's just not expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, I played versus these guys in the Bangkok qualifier, and
how did that go?
Not that great. I'm trying to explain how it did go poorly.
Okay, sure.
How did it go poorly?
We played the triple tank and the triple support composition.
Like Finland.
Let the man speak, Josh. I got to put my foot down. Let him speak. Come on. Please, Johnny, just please speak up.
And China picked Bastion. That's all.
Okay, so China played Bastion into the triple tank, triple support. But, we had talked about before, Finland, they were a team that was very prepared for any and all variations of that triple support. This is like the squad that understands it better than most. Yeah. Surely, again, they're going to be expecting that, especially if you look at the VOD of Bastion picking apart Team
I got
Sweden.
high hopes, honestly, for Finland as a squad. The only team
Sorry,
you're just throwing shade all over the place, aren't you?
I didn't do anything.
Look at you. You're out of control, honestly. I got to take control of this desk. I'm sat in the host position. Do you want me to do your job for you?
Go ahead.
I don't think I'd be able to do it. But Finland, I've got high hopes for as a team. One of the only teams to really make South Korea sweat in a certain extent, like in recent memories when it comes to the World Cup. So I'm looking forward to what they've got to do at least.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know, want to take a look at how Team China made it here to BlizzCon. Let's go ahead and take a look.
After the Shanghai Dragons' year in the Overwatch League, China has a lot to prove at this year's Overwatch World Cup. They felt pressure coming into the Bangkok stage, feeling that they had to bring deserved glory back to their country. And they did it in impressive fashion. If you had any doubts about the contender scene in China, they should be washed away by now, with players like Guxue, Eviltal, and Crystal styling on their opponents in Thailand. Asserting their dominance early, they showed the world that China is not a region to be underestimated. Yet the Chinese have remained humble. Coming into BlizzCon, they have been working on fine-tuning their synergy. And here in Anaheim, we're about to see what happens when a team focuses on improving, digging deep to rise up.
Team China takes the stage here, and I do agree with that video right after what we saw from the Shanghai Dragons in the Overwatch League. A lot of people have really counted out China as a strong region in competitive Overwatch. But you know, they shouldn't. They have great players.
Absolutely. They have really good players. They just haven't come together on a team before, apart from here. They're all insanely young players, honestly, and they have nerves on the stage when we've talked to them, but they've got some fantastic talent. The DPS players are amazing, but the guy who's just sublime, who every single time he's on the field, he's having huge impact, is Guxue, the main tank for this roster. Unbelievable player, easily Owl caliber, probably going to get picked up. Like, the guy is an absolute legend.
Yeah, in many ways, he is the guy leading this team because he gets so many resources from his backline as well. So he's leading the charge, creating the space for his team. And oftentimes, you can't really dedicate that many resources to your main tanks. But because of Guxue's mechanical skill with his Primal Radius, he's just simply insane. I think you can dedicate these nano boosts very confidently, and he can get some work done and secure the wins.
I feel like we're in an era of Overwatch right now where the main tank position is honestly the most sought after in terms of having someone who really excels in that role. Look at this statistic right here. Final blows per 10 minutes. He's the only tank in that list right there.
He is, and the next best main tank was Moomer at 14. He's so far ahead of everybody, and that's because they put so much effort into it. But the fact that they have such an excellent Winston player lends them towards the style of trying to break these triple tank, triple support compositions. They don't want to waste him on the Reinhardt most of the time. They want him to be out there on the Winston and pair him with a Doomfist or a Junkrat or something like that and just shred enemy Reinhardt.
So they're going to try and basically, you know, do the Canada here, right? They're going to try and counter into this, right? And see if they could break through this. But you're talking about Finland. This is the squad that they understand this composition better than pretty much everyone here.
I'm very curious to see how Finland's actually going to be performing here, because in my mind, France picked themselves up as the best triple tank, triple support team in this tournament because of the practice they got against Eagle, who they also rate very highly. We've seen Team UK come out with a very strong lineup as well when it comes to running that composition. Finland right now, this is their time to prove that they are capable of really winning and taking out a lot of these top names in the finals and moving forward here at least. You know.
A lot of teams have respect for Finland, and they know that they're going to be an excellent team, but the guy to really credit for a lot of this is their coach, Sater. He's been so fantastic over the course of the entirety of his career. Recently got picked up as a coach to go with Team Paris in the Overwatch League. This guy's got all the credentials, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Now, Finland didn't make the top 8 last year, but they're back this year and hungry to prove that they are the best. So let's take a look back at Finland's journey through the group stages this year.
Team Finland or Team Winland.
The 5-man bomb comes down. South Korea just completely wiped.
This roster is a little piece of competitive Overwatch history, a complete revival of the 2017 incarnation of Team Giganti, one of the strongest teams in Europe at the time. So strong, in fact, that most of their members were a part of the inaugural season of the Overwatch League, representing Philadelphia, Florida, Houston, and the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Oh, yes! What a turnaround!
Joining them on Team Finland is Taimu, who famously won Apex Season 1, defeating the best of South Korea while in country with Team Envious, and who now plays for the Dallas Fuel.
When he is in form, it is absolutely incredible what he can do.
These heroes of Helsinki are here to etch themselves into mythology as some of the best Overwatch players Europe has to offer. Torille!
Couldn't think of a more fitting name for this team than the Heroes of Helsinki. You got Team Finland, and they're gonna do what they always do: gather around, be a group, right? You know, get that teamwork, that PMA going on. You got Taimu in the huddle,
notorious for PMA.
Exactly. But and also, I just want to highlight real fast in South Korea. I remember talking to Zappis, and for him, he said, this is a chance for me to showcase, right?
Yep.
It's a chance for me to show what I am capable of doing. He did that in Incheon.
He's currently teamless.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's currently teamless, which is crazy.
This is a big tournament for him to showcase his skills. He spent his time on Florida Mayhem this past Overwatch League season. Didn't get a lot of playtime, but we know he's very flexible and very mature and very smart about the game. So this is his tournament to really shine and make a name for himself.
I'll add on to that as well by saying as well, Team Finland, it's very easy to root behind this team as a whole. When we were talking to this team individually, having our little one-on-ones with them, they were said that this is a team, they don't feel that there's any drama whatsoever, and they are almost like a set of a family with this squad, because a lot of these guys have played together throughout the Overwatch scene as a whole. They've got a lot of synergy together. They've been split up in bits and pieces across the Overwatch League these days, but these guys, when they come together, it's something magical indeed.
Yeah, you could just tell that unity is definitely there for Team Finland. We didn't really touch on it. We talked a lot about this triple tank, triple support, but you got to talk about the DPS lineup on this roster. You got Taimu, you got Linkster, and you know that China's concerned about that.
I mean, Taimu and Davin are really good in
That's
of
true.
themselves.
Davin as well. I'm sorry, Davin as well.
But Linkster, in my opinion, he is the star DPS player for this team as well. I think he has the best Widowmaker out of the three as well. So if we see some kind of dive composition with the Winston Diva, with a Widowmaker, I think Linkster is going to be the Widowmaker in that scenario. And I think he is the scary player you need to look out for if you're Team China.
And I'm sure we will see him potentially if Finland brings him into the lineup there, but he won't be starting. Now, let's get into some predictions.
Oh, man. I am unbelievably torn over this one, realistically. I feel like this is going to be very, very close between these two. China, I have no idea what to realistically expect. I'm tempted to go with them because I feel like they have the superior main tank, and that's what I'm really looking at these days in Gushue, so I'm actually going to be going with Team China.
Whoa, Team China. Whoa. Okay. Reinforce?
I got to go with a 3-1 for Finland, I think.
Okay. You can't, betray your boys from the north,
I can't. I love those guys. So,
okay, Josh.
I'm incredibly split on this one. I really can't think what it comes down to. Both teams are going to play opposite styles, and it seems to be whoever executes.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to stick to my theory that countering the GOAT style, the triple tank, triple support is going to work.
Josh, every time you match my prediction, we get it wrong, Josh. Every time.
Josh, what are you going for?
On 2.
I am going to go for China. I think they've got like a 55% chance of winning here. I think it's so dead level, but like we saw for France, Canada, even when you have only a small advantage, if you have a small advantage in every fight, it can end up being fairly one-sided, so who knows?
55% advantage.
Exactly.
Show says this is going to be very interesting. I know everyone in the arena is excited for this matchup. We have Finland, we got China. It's about to go down, and I couldn't think of two better casters to call the action than Uber and Mr. X. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Step aside, Game of Thrones. This is the real Song of Ice and Fire. On one side, China, right? They're fiery, they're chaotic. They love to play these different compositions and take you by surprise. On the other side, it's Finland. Ice cold. They know that everyone knows what they're going to play, and they don't care.
It's funny, you hang out with a lot of the players, a lot of the teams, they're talking, you're watching some scrims, whatnot, and everyone's like, oh, like, what is China going to do? What do you guys think China's going to play? What do they play against you guys? And then it's like, whenever you hear about Finland, it's like, triple tank, triple support. And so it's kind of cool about this team is that they tell everybody, Taibu's walking around the back, he's like, hey, we're just going to play triple tank, triple support. They're telling everybody they're going to come out and do it. And it's like, just beat us at it. They think that they're so good at that style of play that they can just play it. Everybody knows they're going to play it. and run them over.
And it might seem simple, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about, the team that says that they're the best at playing triple tank, triple support. But everyone I've spoken to about Team Finland, including, Jane from Canada and a bunch of other coaches and players, say they do it differently. They just don't do it like everybody else, and they seem to have found a secret recipe that really makes it work. Now, I mean, Fraggy on Finland is Reinhardt. He is...
He looks like Reinhardt.
He looks like him as well. He was known for being one of the most prolific Reinhardt players. As we head on to Lijiang Tower now, we've got a perfect map to showcase these tanky comps.
And I will say, look out for Gavin as well. Overall, playing some of the DPS heroes, and then now you see him play Zarya. Looking back at Overwatch League Season 1, it's almost like confusing why he wasn't in the league. He was so good during Contenders, so good during the Contenders Finals, and everybody else made it besides him, so he's looking for a standout performance. China, though, they get control of this great positioning on the point first.
Okay, this is a very interesting setup for China. They're playing Ana and the Lucio here, so we'll see the combo, and they got that extra speed, but the Ana is the big difference maker here. Of course, a Biotic Grenade can really cause a lot of problems for Finland, but look at this target selection. They identify that getting rid of Lei Young is very, very important for them to proceed in this fight. He was split from the rest of China, and Zappos is just going to sit here on the side. He's going to be part of that pincer flank that they apply, and one by one, this is methodical. Finland are just dispatching these individuals from the Chinese roster.
Yeah, and that's where I think you see that different play style where people say, Finland does this better, they do it different. Where a lot of other teams, it's a comp with a lot of HP, you just roll right on through, right? You see just the tactical play coming out of Finland early. Davin already with this Graviton Surge. Lee building up towards his as well. He's going to be a little bit behind.
Basically, China needs to hit a Biotic Grenade to win the fight.
Yes.
Because they don't have a Zenyatta to have that damage over time, that consistent pressure with the Discord Orb. It has to be a sick Bionade. They're going to push forward aggressively like this one, but nice little knockdown, and Gavin is very charged up. Graviton Surge in, and everyone's caught on that one. This is going to hurt. Cover your eyes, children. Sky down. Gushue charged up against the wall. Leaving Invertalia. They're going to get shoved on out of this one. A pretty simple combo there for Finland. The most common one you see is that Zarya and D.Va combo.
And Finland knows that the other team has a nano boost, and they know that Sky is waiting to use it. And I know they get Gushue really low. They use that Discord Orb, they put it on him, they start chunking him down. Then the nano boost comes through, and then what comes in right after that? Then that's when you land that Graviton Surge, you keep him in place, you waste that ultimate. Big Earth Shatter here coming out of Fraggy. It's going to be a nice Graviton Surge return, but that's just stopping the follow-through from coming up. But the damage had already been done.
Yeah, this is a very questionable commission of the Graviton Surge there from China. Preemptively, Fraggy hits that Earth Shatter, saying, well, China shouldn't feel confident trying to execute their obvious combo on us if they're missing 3 of their players. Now, they maybe gave China too much credit there. Yeah. The League should not have Graviton that fight. It's definitely a wasted ultimate. However, Shaz did end up using his Transcendence in the fight.
I mean, Gushue could turn this in China's favor if he lands a big shatter here of his own. I mean, he's going to see it from the Reinhardt POV, just playing that shield game. He connects with a few players.
Sound barrier's there.
No follow-up. The sound barrier comes through.
Self-destructing over the top here. Finland just looking over their shoulders. Fraggy studiously holds up the shield to make sure his team aren't affected by the self-destruct whatsoever. Gushue, Lei Young, and co all push back off the point here, and Gushue's a little bit isolated from the rest of his team. Hurriedly, he scurries back to his backline. Fraggy, cheeky attempt there to get that Earth Shatter in behind the shield. But the Chinese squad have run out of time in this first round. 100 to 17%.
So here's what I'm surprised of here in our first point, is that all we've heard from Team China, whether it was them themselves or the community, is that they were going to play some weird things. They weren't going to try and really kind of play triple tank drills. They fully committed to it there. They tried to kind of outdo Finland at it, which didn't seem to work. I think China is going to win this series. I think they got to use that unorthodox playstyle that they had in the group stage.
It is worth noting as well that Control Center on Lijiang Tower, the map that we just saw, you're kind of forced into playing that Reinhardt-centric composition in many cases. Many teams don't try and reinvent the wheel on that
very good
particular
Duke
stage.
At this point.
You're absolutely right. It definitely can be. This next one also caters to Doofus quite well as we head into map number 2 of this, stage number 2 of this first map. It's going to be Gardens here. We see obviously those 2 bridges is great for Faro. If Leave can find a concussive blast or keep pressuring Shaz in the backline, it's going to cripple the healing capacity of Finland. But he takes a bit of poke damage and is forced to back away rather fast. Lei Young going down early.
Yeah, and now you're not going to have that defense matrix to eat up any of those bullets that the Soldier 76 is raining down. And
better play Goats. Switch to Goats.
So, let's see how Finland goes against this, right? They do have the 3 supports, but you're going to be playing Winston D.Va with a 76. The 76 is pretty easy to roll over in this situation, right? You use the speed boost, you get right in his face, can't really do much.
Davin's going to have a little bit of a tough time, with that 76 making a big impact. So many shields in the fight. And you can see Finland see this very tanky composition hurtling towards them like a Mack truck, and they realize they actually need to give some space over to China and try and, win the war of attrition by working them down with people like Davin 76, but Taimu gets a little bit too close for comfort. Davin trying to get some work done, but most of the shots have been pounded into Gushwe's shield just to make sure he can't protect the rest of his team. Oh, Shaz, it's a late transcendence. Leave had already found Davin, and Zappos was removed from the equation prior, so it does very little else other than prolonging the fight. It gives Finland a little bit of extra control percentage, but that's all they're going to get for this fight. Finland probably will switch now as well.
Yeah, and I think if Finland maybe, if Fraggy was able to stay alive a second longer, you may have used Primal Rage there because you knew you were going to switch. You can extend the point even longer,
Absolutely.
but not able to get it off. You switch, you don't get anything with that Primal Rage, but not too upset about it. You build up 40% the point at the beginning. It's not that bad.
Lead has the Graviton Surge, so you do expect them to lead off with this particular ability in the fight, but it cannot be eaten. See where Zappos was standing. He was ready to eat up that Graviton Surge. Clever, I guess, for Lead to sort of wait on that one, or did he?
Yeah, he ate it.
There you go, Lead sort of straight into the Graviton Surge. Now, it is going to be an Earth Shadow laid down by Gushwe here, and that should allow China to come up in this fight, but it was more expensive than it otherwise would have been. And our observers obviously correctly indicated that Graviton from Lead got eaten by the Defense Matrix.
Yeah, so Zappos, one of the best at eating the Graviton Surges. Also, when Anna's in the game, those biotic grenades. Have not really seen any of those big antis come out of Sky yet.
That is Zappos' job right now. Yep. Eat up those biotic grenades, eat up any Graviton Surges, and then just do damage outside of it. Try not to die.
Well, because the biotic grenade is such a huge cooldown, a huge ability here in this type of composition. You deny healing, and the other team's playing 3 healers. It's pretty decent value.
Look at how much charge he has. Look at how close he is. He gets another Graviton Surge. Gushwe charges in and says, "Don't mind if I do." And I wasn't quite invited to the party, Gushwe, but it's not like Finland really had a choice. Big Earth Shadow, 3 players knocked down. Gushwe now inside the Graviton, leaves there. Good body grenade from China to try and keep themselves alive, but it may have just paid off. Zappos knocked up against the wall. And again, it is Gushwe's Reinhardt headlining that particular fight with a beautiful Earth Shadow.
You land those big Earth Shadows like we did in the game earlier today. USA UK with fusions. It changes the course of the game as China one fight away here from taking this point. Taimu will have rally. That's all you're going to have at the beginning here. Shaz should be able to build up towards Transcendence. But here goes Gushwe. He's going right on in.
That's a ridiculously aggressive charge from Gushwe. He was trying to maybe knock Fraggy out so the self-destruct would hit, get rid of the Reinhardt shield. It didn't quite work, but the Reinhardts have traded each other off here in terms of life. Finland have a lot of health right now because Taimu started the fight off by using that rally ability. So the armor is definitely going a long way for them right now. 99 to 41% now. It's going to be nano boosted. Brigitte, yeah, it's pretty filthy. A lot of durability, especially if she pops a rally during the mid-fight. Zappos comes in now with that self-destruct. He finds 2. He absolutely needed to find Sky and Evil Tower. Lay it down. Shy now can't do too much more except try and swing and flail, no pun intended. But Gushwe's back in the fight. Zappos is in trouble and they got off the points.
Oh, no way.
Stone cold.
That's one of those moments. Yeah, you're too into it. Everything. You're starting to flip the point. It's going in your favor, and they just charge on off of it.
You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. The fact of the matter is, though, late in that fight, Xayah is still a huge threat. All right, so you often see that fights begin with Graviton Surges, whether they work or if they get eaten in some cases or not. But if Xayah is able to remain in a fight, a fully charged Xayah has incredibly high damage over time, right? It's hard to tell sometimes because a lot of it's mitigated by shields or she's interrupted, or some Xayahs just don't get to 100 charge. But when they do, she functions effectively as a very robust, very tanky DPS.
Okay, so Finland will play Taimu on McCree, so you'll have McCree, Brigitte.
Bring back old Moo.
So this is a very strong composition also to burn down tanks, right? McCree does a ton of damage in a short window. We're able to get some of these tanks weak. And interesting, China is not playing the shield tanks. They will not have the Reinhardt here. You're going to play Wrecking Ball Diva.
Not a huge problem for them because they're not going up against the Reinhardt either, so they're not more susceptible to an Earth Shatter, for example. But this is what Gushwe's trying to do. Drop in on the enemy team, try and isolate Taimu, remove him as quickly as possible. So Zappos' job now as a babysitter gets much harder because there's so much threat to the backline heroes like that McCree for Finland.
Well, I mean, the comp for Finland is very, very good against a Sombra as well, right? You have the stun from Brigitte and the flashbang from McCree, it's going to be a sound barrier already coming out here from Finland.
Unbelievably fast.
They're going to try and take some real estate closer to the point.
Oh, Leaf gets nothing with that ultimate, and Sky comes in fairly late for the Transcendence here. Again, they want to maintain control of the point for as long as they possibly can. Taimu's Deadeye is denied. Gushue removes him from the equation before he can get that one off, devastating as it would have been. And with the Transcendence, Shaz is clearing the mines. He can't be blown up or affected by them when he's in that form, so he's both giving healing while also literally doing janitorial work for Finland in this fight. Shaz goes down, so Shy was actually able to isolate him, but Sky is also removed. So there's Zenyatta now for China. That's a big part of their healing that's going to be missing. He was working towards his next Transcendence.
And Finland wants to commit to this fight, Mitch, because it's gone so long that if they don't kind of commit on this second attempt with players coming off of spawn, you're going to use so many ultimates, and then you're going to give up like 60% of the point. So they have to commit. Now they're moving on in. China backs out. They'll change some things up. Still pretty strong for China at the get-go, though.
I mean, they gained 36% while the fight was occurring. So 2/3 of their progress has actually come during the space of a very elongated fight. Shy is set up here to hit a huge EMP, and that is going to make things very hard for Taimi, for example, to escape. But more importantly, Zappas won't be able to use... we won't be able to prevent the damage on towards Taimi, right? Of course, Defense Matrix won't be able to, stop any damage. And that's when Time is really going to get crunched by someone like Gushue, for example. Shy is taken down, but he does get the EMP.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to follow that up. He's so far away from the rest of the team at that point. You could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to connect with as many supports as possible. He sees Shaz just kind of hanging out there in the back. Looks like a very easy target. And he lands the EMP on him, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody that's able to close the gap to help him pick up some of those kills.
Yeah, not having the Wrecking Ball anymore means that Gushue couldn't just wade into the back line and actually capitalize on that EMP in general. Zappas won't be targeted here. He knows that, so he can sit around the corner and try and mitigate as much projectile damage as possible. Taimu sitting very far back. That is what we definitely consider passive positioning for a McCree, but he has to play this way right now. There's so many things up here that can cause him problems. Davin blocks off that Earth Shatter, but Taimu is actually grounded right now. He manages to pick himself back up to his feet. He rolls forward into that engagement. He's got a lot of damage now. McCree's so good late in the fight for a cleanup, and that self-destruct gets 2! How was that even possible? Finland allowed themselves to lose both of their supports, or 2 of them at the very least, to that self-destruct. And now Gushue and the rest of China will absolutely oblige and step forward to finish the fight quickly.
And now do you have Taimu continue to play the McCree here, or do you have him switch? So, okay, all right, for a second there I thought we were going to see the Reaper, but they're just making that change because they need him to play the Brigitte. Davin is their Zarya player.
Taimu has done less damage than Fraggy, Davin, and Shaz on this McCree. And Zappas as well. So many factors of China's composition, like the Ryan, for example, are mitigating McCree's ability to actually connect with some of this damage, right? Earth Shadow doesn't really connect for Fraggy there. Most of China were able to vacate the premises, at least briefly, but now they're stuck in this choke. That definitely benefits Finland, and especially Fraggy, who's getting a lot of ultimate charge by just swinging the hammer at the encroaching Chinese players. Beautiful finish there from Finland in this fight, even with an Earth Shadow that didn't find its mark.
They'll have another Earth Shatter in the next fight. As it may very well be the last fight here, because Sky will be coming off the respawn right now, so you're going to have to wait for him. He has that Transcendence. You don't want to really go in without it.
Notice the corner play. Fraggy will always sort of play on the corner of doors and corridors to get free sweep.
He baited that out.
Oh, he did. He actually charged away from it. That's beautiful. Now another ultimate needs to be drawn forth. Shy now with the Transcendence. He used his first, so Shaz is going to have a bit of more healing later on in the fight for the rest of his team. Gushue's down. Taimu finished the job. The self-destruct this time doesn't find any targets except for Zappas' mech. And Taimu playing a little bit safe right now, giving himself some distance, able to give that repair pack over towards Fraggy as he continues to push forward and keep swinging. Fraggy's done a lot of damages and has had a lot of ultimates, but Finland not able to take the point. This is where they absolutely need to be able to push forward with Davin. This late grab has to be the answer for them. It didn't get eaten, but it only catches Lei Young. He's charged up against the wall. He doesn't get kept alive. The mech is removed from the equation, but Finland have to get to the point. Overtime is ticking down. Shy finds 2. It's Fraggy and Davin both fall to the Brigitte. Unbelievable. China in a position to turn this around. Finland don't get a foot on the point, and they give away map number 1 to China. And we thought they wouldn't bring the tanks in, Matt, but they did. And they showed us they know exactly how they work.
You think towards the end of that second point, where Finland, they get off the point, they don't cap it. They're in a position where they could have won that point as well. Very close map number 1. I think this is a series that could very well go to the distance.
Obviously, we heard from Frankie, with the UK boys earlier on. She's also been spending some time with the Finnish squad and hanging out with them. So we're going to head over to her and get some insights on this match so far.
Finland are the kings of the notorious tank-heavy GOATS composition, with the rest of the EU region following their lead. And as we saw in Map 1, even China are giving the tank-heavy composition a shot. Finland have been scrimming against Tier 2 and 3 EU teams, a scene they call less developed than its NA counterparts. So when they reached Anaheim and began scrimming against experienced teams from other regions, they quickly realized the Asian and NA scenes have much more creative approaches to composition than expected. With little to no information about what China will be bringing to the table in the next map, it'll be up to Finland to get proactive and set the rules on the next map, rather than letting China set the agenda once again. Over to you guys.
Interesting indeed, Matt. Talking about setting the rules, this is Finland's house. I mean, those compositions is kind of their bread and butter, their go-to. And we saw some key interactions, I feel like, over the course of this map. But most importantly, Gushue continuing to look very, very good.
Yeah, he is a monster in that main tank role, regardless of which tank you're picking up there. I think it's going to be very difficult for Finland to continue to do this. It's interesting because you talk up the game, right? Oh, I know we're the best team here that plays GOATS, or we play it differently than everybody else. And then you lose map 1 where China kind of matches them. Pound for pound in that type of gameplay. So what do you do if you're Finland? Do you change the lineup, bring Linkser in, play something a little bit different? Do you kind of, because you don't know how China would react, right? Because let's say you switch over to play dive, maybe that's the style that China wants to play, and they're just playing this because they feel this is their best chance. So then they give a different look at you, and maybe it's not the game you want, but maybe the game you can win. So I think that'll be the interesting thing moving forward in the series.
This McCree pick, pretty interesting, Matt. Taimu not ultimately able to have much of an impact. I do think that there was some respect from China offered to that. They tried to dive on Taimu multiple times with Gushue on Wrecking Ball, for example. And we saw a couple times he was just foiled. Defense Matrix was, employed to keep Taimu, safe, of course, from the autocannons. And then often he was just knocked back by Brigitte, certain heroes like that. So the switch there, we saw, Gushue go to Winston, Reinhardt. That's what I managed to come up with the goods. The Zarya battle is probably one of my favorite battles, though, in this particular match. Leave and Davin looking incredibly good. Both incredibly high charge Zaryas to have an impact late in the fights, but there are substitutions, Matt, coming into this next map. Finland especially has other options, but they're not the only ones. Crystal now comes in for Team China, which is very interesting. I've seen him play like a multitude of hit-scared heroes. He looked very dominant, over during their group stage performances. So this is just another bullet in the chamber for China.
I mean, I know China just showing off their roster, right? I know Linkser coming in here for Finland, for Taimu. It's interesting. Davin, I know you look at him, right? Like we mentioned, he wasn't in Overwatch League. He's going to probably be the DPS that stays in the lineup the most in this team.
It's because he's such an excellent Zarya player, right? He lends himself so well to the kind of composition and the kind of setup that Finland are wanting to go for. Now, if they do shy away from that one, then Davin, incredibly prolific tracer player, is a big part of Team Giganti winning contenders a couple of seasons ago. But since then, we've definitely seen him play more tanky roles. And he, obviously not having been in the Overwatch League, has been playing in a scene that is very saturated with teams who want to play comps without DPS heroes at all. So just tank. So he's very familiar with his style of play.
And this is the exact Giganti roster that won contender. So if there was a team here who had an advantage in terms of chemistry or whatnot, you would think it would be these 6 players representing Finland right now. And I think Linkser coming in changes a lot of things. If you're China, what do you expect him to play? He can play so many different heroes. Does he try and play Widowmaker? Do we see some Hanzo? Do we see Genji? What do we see come out from Linkser? There's so many different ways that Finland can use him and work him into different compositions that it's going to force China to react.
We were under the impression as well that Finland would just try and force enemy teams to play that GOATS composition, that triple tank, triple support comp, and they would always beat them at their own game. They didn't actually have to force China to do that in map 1 much at all. China said, well,
that's fine,
we'll happily do this. And obviously China are playing the permutation of this composition that features Ana quite heavily. They put a lot of faith in that Bardic Grenade, of course, grenade that prevents any healing for the players that are hit by it. So, a composition that has 3 supports, because it needs a lot of healing, gets shut down very easily by the grenade, but the grenade is also easy to stop.
Well, I'm happy you brought up the grenade because, I'm usually always looking at the minimap and whatnot. We didn't see like a ton, or even when we see from free cam, you didn't see a lot of those anti anti-heals come through. So it's interesting because you figure if they're not getting a lot of value out of the nade, you know, nano boost obviously with some of the new adjustments where it heals, the burst heals really quick. I mean, that's nice, but you know, Ana, you know, the best thing at least in my opinion, in her kit is that nade. And if you're not getting a ton of value at it, you figure on the other side when they're running the Zen, they have the Discord orbs and whatnot, they're going to get a ton more value.
Over time, you can obviously heal the Zen without having to sort of worry about the target that has your Harmony Orb on it. I mean, this is something we want to unpack as the series goes on and look at how these two teams maybe play the same comp similarly. But for those of you that are not familiar with how hybrid maps work in general, we do have a way to show you how it works.
This is hybrid. Two teams face off as either defenders or attackers. The attacking team has a limited amount of time to first capture a payload and then escort it along a set path containing 2 checkpoints. To capture the payload, the attackers need to stand within its range for a set amount of time. Defenders can delay capture progress by also standing in range. The attackers must work together to clear away the defenders. If successful, they score 1 point and gain additional time on the clock. The payload only moves forward when an attacker stands near it. Defenders can delay the payload's movement by standing nearby. To get moving again, the attackers must clear away the defenders by force. If even one attacker is capturing the objective or on the payload when the time runs out, the game enters overtime. This extends play indefinitely until the attackers are either cleared away or they gain more time by reaching a checkpoint. Every time the payload reaches a checkpoint, the attackers score 1 point and gain additional time on the clock. The round ends when the payload reaches the destination or when time runs out. Teams switch sides each round. Whichever team scores the most points and escorts the payload farthest wins.
Yes, that would make hybrid our next map in the series, and it will be Hollywood, which is definitely a curious particular map because it features, well, some features that don't exactly lend themselves to, you know, being able to play, you know, tanky, immobile comps that easily, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of high ground towards the second stage of the map. So you would think that's not a really great area for triple tank, triple support.
I mean, they're bulky, but they can't climb.
You bring in somebody like Linkser. It's a really good spot for Genji. Really good spot for Hanzo and Widowmaker and heroes like that. So fits his hero pool a little bit better. Also, Zappis should be pretty familiar with this map. I believe this is like one of the only maps he played for Florida.
This was literally the only map
I think he played like a handful of times, and he played this a ton for Florida.
And, you know, tough for him because when he played on the Florida roster, they were playing like NYXL on this particular map and like top teams. And we saw
you'll be fine.
I mean, the thing about Zappis is that people don't realize Zappis started as a DPS player. He was a very prolific McCree player early on. Then he became a support player.
He always played like weird heroes too. Like he played like Mei a decent amount of times.
Well, I mean, basically he was able to give birth to like triple tank or quad tank as it was known back then. Obviously comps used 4 tanks because he simply wanted to play Ana. He was a DPS player on his team, but he said, no, I want to play Ana. They're like, well, I guess we'll just build around this. And that was how, well, one of the ways, I guess, how, you know, that quad tank tyranny developed over Europe a while back now. Geez, more than a year.
And it's that's why I love Zappis as a player. Like, you know, somebody who, you know, obviously was in Overwatch League, but, you know, could be again in the future. Is that he can do so many different things. Like if you need to, you know, somebody to just pick up a role in a few days and play it, like he is, you know, a very talented player in that regard. Like he's able to figure anything out.
Which I think is why he's well suited to playing D.Va, for example. Yes. Because D.Va, depending on what team composition either you have or what your enemy has, the way you play is very different. Like, are you trying to be more defensive and you know, really keep that McCree alive, or are you really trying to shut down the enemy Ana or Widowmaker?
D.Va as a hero over time is one of the most interesting ones in Overwatch because, you know, for a while, right, when remember the defense matrix was long, like she would always see play. D.Va's always really been kind of in and around competitive play, and she would always see play because it's great on defense, right? Being able to use the defense matrix, keep people alive, whatnot. And then when, you know, that kind of got brought down a little bit, and then she got the micro rockets.
She was adjusted.
Then she became more offensive, right? So I think D.Va is one hero you can play in so many different ways that a player like Zappis definitely takes advantage of the kit. China, this is going to be, you know, all-out aggression from them. They're going to have the Doomfist Genji combination. Doomfist very strong right now in the meta. in combo that with either Sombra or Genji. You see Finland going with the Sombra instead of the Genji on D.
Doomfist does not like to linger. He likes to get into these fights and get out quick after finding himself a brace of kills. First things first, he drops down towards the low ground here as China have wasted no time in coming towards the point. They are playing a dive-centric composition, which means they literally want to dive on you. There's a mutual knockdown between the two of them, but I guess what? Leave had a little bit more protection than Linkser did in that case, and Fraggy had already fallen. So Finland tried to go for, you know, a very similar composition defensively, one that also wants to get aggressive, finds out that perhaps they just extended a little bit too far, or could never really get started.
It looks like they're going to go back for a touch here as Davin tries to get a hack off and leave. That rocket punch sends him flying right into the wall. Right to his death is, now they're going to have to back up off the point, and this will go over to China very quickly.
Linkser finding himself a little bit outclassed so far on the Doomfist position. Leave has had a lot of success early on in these fights. And you notice that China now, especially using these more mobile heroes, they've got to forge ahead very quickly and catch, if they can, some stragglers for Finland as they were pushed into quite an ungraceful rout.
And I love the shot we got in the free cam at the beginning when both Doomfist just kind of connected with each other, Linkser and Leave. You know, when Leave got up and Linkser died, you just saw how fast his Doomfist Leaves was able to get to the high ground and put pressure. It forced the supports back, and that's really the kind of positioning when you force them out of that shot that opens up the map.
Crystal now as well, just charging up his Dragon Blade, but he won't have a chance to use it quite yet because they've been hacked. The EMP connects from Davin and now the sound barrier from Big Goose to follow up. All of China are essentially clustered together over the payload itself, and that's a ripe opportunity for Frankie to drop in, get a lot of damage, and also help remove Crystal. As you can see, Leave is getting out of here. Beam me up, Scotty, he says, and he does use that Meteor Strike, but he drops immediately back down on top of Linkser and actually finds him. So he's right in the backline currently. It's up to Frankie here to try and keep the payload contested and try and find some kill opportunities. He was close to getting Leave, but the healing from Sky was able to keep that Doomfist alive, and Frankie comes away with nothing.
And it's interesting, they use the Meteor Strike to land right on top of Linkser and take him out, but Linkser then comes back off respawn. That's going to be a big pick on the Sky. Sky had the nano boost. Anna in this composition is providing a ton of the healing. This will be the Dragon Blade, though. Let's see if Crystal can get anything.
A perfect opportunity here for Crystal to come forward. He's looking for Davin, forced to reflect for just a moment, but he gets one. Just one, though, as Linkser shuts him down. The sleep dart was there. I saw that, Shaz. Don't worry. Lei Young, sojourn in jail very briefly. Didn't have to get out of jail free card, perhaps. Trying to drop back for some health, and Finland finally gained control. But notice how deep in the map that fight was occurring. How deep in the map China chose to actually start that. They were starting that fight in stage 3 of the map, when technically they haven't even cleared stage 2. They tried to buy themselves a lot of space to push the payload safely.
You can see Linkser knows now that the pressure's going to come up onto the high ground. Taking this angle, because if you're going to have Crystal try and launch up into the air to snipe him, it's a much easier shot for Linkser as it is for Crystal.
Davin there just doing some scouting work. Getting a bit of damage. He wanted to make sure that EMP would be ready for this fight. So Widow versus Widow now. It looks like teams are willing to mirror each other, and that's the EMP now. It lands on both of those tanks, which is important. It means that Lei Young is going to have to eject from the mech. He can't do much about that, but Fraggy goes deep. Despite the fact that they did hit a decent EMP on China, they were still able to crack back with enough damage to remove the main tank for Finland. So it's a one-for-one trade, but Finland were the ones that used EMP in this fight. They need more.
So Gushe will use Primal Rage to get up to the high ground, and don't really mind even being hacked. You have no chance of dying here. That'll be the nano boost. Let's see what they decide to do with it. Look at these supports. They're getting so low.
Big Goose is in deep trouble. He was lucky to get away. Gooseberg had to just sort of take his foot off the gas for a moment and rally back and help the rest of his team deal with Zappos on the payload. But China, they are so good at playing this aggressive brand of Overwatch, Matt. And Finland have been getting isolated and taken down one at a time. Now China look like the ones that are methodical.
When Gushe gets the nano boost and he goes in deep and he kills Shaz, Big Goose is there and he's peeling all the way back. And even though he doesn't kill him, Big Goose is in no position to provide any healing to his teammates. And you've already killed Shaz, so you deny all healing on the point. Then you fight that if you're China with the remaining members. It's a big time play.
Transcendence in this fight, China can afford to, jump out of the kiddie pool and actually get some brawling done here. He's very close to Primal as well. There's a lot of stalling available. Headshot connects there, but not quite enough to remove Davin. Finland use sound barrier, but they're not making much use of it now, right? They use it just for survivability, just for a chance to disengage. Zappos gets Sky somehow. It must have just peeked out into that one. And now Davin is very well charged up. Gushue now again wants to continue to sow chaos in the ranks. A consistent theme for this Chinese squad thus far. But Davin wants to go for that backline. A lot of damage there. And Fraggy's already fallen to the rampage in Gushue. That's something that really couldn't be afforded by Finland.
And it's actually incredible that he's alive. He primal rages, but he has a Discord orb on him the entire time. And he's able to just use the movement capabilities of Winston to dodge fire and also put down some damage as China's getting very close to finishing this map with a very good time.
3 people on the Graviton Surge, even a grenade on top of the Transcendence. There's no way anyone from China's dying right now. Fraggy needs to charge up an Earth Shatter and then he needs to connect it. There's a lot of things that need to be satisfied here, but right now he's trying to make sure China's backline doesn't get free damage on the rest of his teammates. Now he knows he needs to push forward. He gets a repair pack briefly, and that's the Earth Shatter, but Lei Young was the only one close enough to be damaged by it. Everyone from China can sit back at long range and just pummel this shield down. So much damage available now that Self-Destruct coming in over the top. It does get Zappers out of his mech. Fraggy wants to return to the point. Lee pushes up. Links are knocked into the background. He tries to charge forward. A late sound barrier coming in. It won't quite be enough though. Even that, Linksa has to step back. He got hit by a Bardic Grenade and Gushue drops down. Lee still staying in the front line here. Fraggy's getting low. The War of Attrition is looking pretty good for the Chinese squad here. Up in the air as Linksa knocked. Big Goose trying to come forward. He has a little bit of health in that Lucio, but again, it's 6 versus 1 for him. It's all too hard. Linksa trying to stall things out on the payload now on a Self-Destruct to buy some time. It gets the decent on Lei Young, but again, who is there from Finland? The answer, no one!
Gushue with those 2 primal rages towards the end. Get this, he doesn't die at all there. Doesn't die at all the whole first side. And plays the Winston the entire time. He's getting a primal rage every 57 seconds. I mean, obviously, like the guys talk about on the desk, you know, during their group stage, he was getting a ton of resources, but even still, that is crazy.
This debut, you call it a debut, I guess, for Gushue. He did obviously play, of course, in the group stages earlier on. This reminds me of the first time I really got to see Miro in action. That first World Cup, our inaugural year, where Winston play was revolutionized, and it's been done yet again.
Yeah.
But Gushue has been able to find a balance between being so aggressive and yet still staying alive, and a lot of it, in honesty, has to do with the rest of his teammates here. I think he has, you know, incredible sort of flex tanks in Lei Young and leave if required. But that's incredible. That was a great push. Time on the clock still for China.
Yeah.
They really barreled through that first and second point.
You know what's interesting too is that when they have a chance to reset and change some of the pieces, they stay with the Widowmaker there toward the end. And you really saw the smart play coming out from China. They knew that Fraggy had that Earth Shatter. Everybody playing so deep. So Fraggy had 2 options there. Die with Shatter and not get anything, or just shatter one of the tanks. And I believe he just connects with Lei Young, the Diva player for China, and everybody else just sits in the back there, healing him while he's on the ground. He gets right back up like nothing ever happened.
And Fraggy, yeah, that's right. I mean, his shield was just getting pelted at long range.
Nothing he can do.
I really think China showcased a fantastic understanding of how to play a poke-based composition, one that obviously does damage from extreme ranges. And I kind of like the setup here. So they're playing, look, this is not super uncommon to see, I suppose. This is a composition that makes it very hard to dive on China. A leave on the Junkrat is going to make it very risky. It's easy to get caught in his traps. Gushue is very hard to shift. And Crystal on the McCree, well, they need to keep him safe. But if they do, he's going to be doing a lot of work.
It's interesting. You know, China could almost play this how we see teams play, Horizon Lunar Colony in the past, where you can kind of sit on the high ground, use a lot of this damage.
See?
Yeah.
That's why you don't dive this.
And then what happens here is if Finland goes back to the tank game that they always play, Lei Young can just get on the point and contest. All the damage from the Junkrat and the McCree can come down, and you can just kind of play this poke game and always just contest the point.
So you can play both the anti-dive style and also a good long-range poke composition with this setup here. So Lee gets jumped on. He knew it was going to happen. He even gets Biotic Grenaded. That's what's so crazy about that. When you have no healing available and you're down to 50 health, your days are essentially numbered. But the rest of China are able to keep him alive. Honorable mention to Lei Young, of course, because without that defense matrix up, he and Crystal would have died very quickly.
So Finland will commit to still playing dive. I think this is probably, it's so hard to
I think they're just trying to get EMP here, I think.
Yeah, and then maybe you switch after that, but it's like if you go to the tank route, I almost feel like it's even worse because you're just going to keep beating over rip tires over and over again. And look, I mean, Gushue and Lei Young can just contest like this, and they have the trap set right behind the Orisa shield, so you can't dive through there.
Oh no, Linksa goes in, but the trap was there. Leave left him some milk and cookies. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good time. Tries to come in with the Dragon Blade, and now Fraggy knows that he's essentially done. Gushue on the cleanup. Finland are essentially And they're out of this one. They've got 2 more minutes left, and they need to come up with a different composition. And here's the problem, right? Without Shaz having clear line of sight, it's very hard to get enough healing onto Finland, right?
Oh, no,
it's only Big Goose that'll provide it. Yeah, Zappers will go down late. So when you dive into the cafe, and when you're obscured from view from Shaz on that Ana, there's not much healing. So Finland needs to get in, get out quickly, and get the job done. But China's setup does not allow them to do this.
And Finland wants to stay on this because they want to hit this big EMP, but take a look at Leave. Not a real great chance you're going to hit him with this EMP unless you just wander over here behind the bushes. But
the trap placed down just in case someone finds him while he's channeling the
I think
fire.
Davin knows he's there, and he uses the ramp to try and connect with him. And he does actually connect with Leave, so really smart play there from Davin, but he ends up getting taken out.
Interesting positioning from Eviltal there. Now it is going to be Leave coming with a Riptide, but actually all gets used on getting rid of Frankie. Definitely not an efficient use of that explosive ultimate, but it does take most of the Primal Rage Winston's health away. Leave eventually falls to the self-destruct, and Lynx are now getting back behind the payload. A timely sound barrier here for Finland. Just when they needed a little bit of a quick pick-me-up, they've got it, but now they need to finish the job against these big tanks. Look at the healing that's there. Leiyang just got a huge health boost given to him by Sky. The grenade landed. Lynx are now awkwardly looking at his opponents, wondering, trying to find a way to get into that back line. Lynx are almost going down there. Zappers to the rescue, saving him from the McCree after he hits that flash. Now Lynx gets a nano boost on the Dragonblade, but there's no real targets for him to hit, man.
Yeah, but even so, you know, China's doing a tremendous job here on defense. You're going to have Crystal switch over to Tracer. They're not done fighting this. They're going to fight it till the end. See, Lynx takes out Leiyang. There goes Guxue. So you lose both your tanks. That'll pretty much be the point. So now you have, so this is what they used to play back in the day in Contenders, right? A lot of dive. Davin on the Tracer, Lynx are on Genji. We'll see if we see it towards the second stage of this game. So, you know, the second point. So this is the, yep, that's the EMP I was talking about. And he actually connects with Leaf behind him. Didn't even know he was there, but. So you don't want to play Tracer in the second stage. You'll have Davin switch off.
I like that decision making there to actually EMP and try and catch Eviltal in it, because no other hero on Finland really had the ability to reach Zenyatta in that.
Yeah.
They weren't playing any snipers. That's why Eviltal's playing in such a confident looking position. So he gets rid of the shield, he finishes the job. And now we have Lynx over towards the sniper here. Playing Genji Tracer for long periods of time makes you very susceptible to teams switching to Brigitte and just making it impossible for you to get into the back line. So I like this switch.
It shows the confidence that China has in Crystal and his Widowmaker, as they're willing to match Lynxers, one of the better Widowmakers in the Overwatch League. Leiyang gets hit before he can get back in his mech, but it's going to be 2 kills in favor of China.
Fraggy needs to find his kill now. Crystal had the grappling hook available though. That was the only way Fraggy really saves his fight or gives his team a shot. Now he looks awkward because he's out of position. He's all the way behind China. If he gets found and removed, it's a huge stagger.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to die to Leiyang in the back of the spawn.
Leiyang's not going to kill him, though. This is incredibly bad for Fraggy. There's no way that he can, how do I put this, voluntarily go back to respawn.
Fraggy, yeah, look how far away he is.
He can't do it. Like, there's no map to jump off of here.
He's going to primal to go all the way back. It's,
no idea. I mean, he might be able to find a kill here, but that was nice actually from Crystal. Sort of feinting that he was going to the high ground, baits Fraggy to chase him. Fraggy has a lot of jumps to use as short cooldown, but he can't do it all the time. So Zappos and Sky are traded out here. The Ana definitely a trade up for Finland, but they lose Davin as well. The Brigitte has to survive later on into the fights, and for Finland, they've not been making it work.
It doesn't seem like much, you know, those few seconds in the Primal Rage used, but now those few seconds result in, you know, ults for the opposing team at some point, right? And, you know, you're kind of, your team sitting around and not really kind of pushing the tempo here on offense. So Fraggy will switch to Reinhardt here. Is usually don't see Rein Zarya even, you know, with triple tanks here, is because there's so much verticality. I mean, look at Guxue, you can just jump down, then jump right back up.
Shaz just got completely mashed there. That's the problem. Guxue can start the fight however he likes.
And he can get out as ever he wants.
Or not, and that may be the case. He can just stay around and maybe just cause a bit of a ruckus here now in the bar. And Guxue and co completely dominating Finland as they try and push into the saloon. Here's the problem. Finland are playing a composition that says, come and fight us. It needs China to jump on a Finland to have any effect, but Finland can choose how they do this. They have high ground. They can drop down from their perches and get into the backline, you know, remove Shaz, especially early in the fight. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Finland lost Shaz right at the beginning of the fight, and it's going to be hard to keep him alive against this setup for China. They're looking so good, and we're in overtime already now for Finland to try and get even second stage done. That might be it. Zappa's taken down by Leiyang. Only 4 players left on the side of Finland. Here is looking dire indeed. Sky sets a nano boost away, and Guxue is going to be more than happy to lap up the distressed Omnic. Jumping forward now, and it will just be Lynx that'll be removed, and overtime is about done. And China Oh, they're more than one step ahead, I'll tell you that. Miles ahead of Finland.
There in China on defense, you can have your Ana, Widowmaker, and Zen sit up on the high ground. You know, the tanks can just keep jumping up and down whenever they get one weak, commit to the fight, and then using the movement abilities of Diva and Winston, get out of there harm-free. Guxue finishes at 42 limbs, 17 final blows, 1 death. That match.
Unbelievable stuff. And he is definitely a superstar in the making. 2-0 is the score right now. China lead the series and Finland have not looked themselves. We'll be back after the break just to see how this wears out. Finland must find a new level or they'll be done.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
Millions of matches streamed. A bit of real-time trash talk. Over 5,000 eagle emojis. And being the first to post whatever this is. For Overwatch players and fans, every second counts. T-Mobile is the network that can keep up, so you can dominate the game.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
The question that we are looking to answer here at BlizzCon 2018, as China is currently up against Finland 2-0 here going into the half. Welcome back to the desk, everybody, and wow. So I did not expect this.
I did.
I'm going to be, okay, all right. You know what? Fine. Bren, why did you expect this?
I am looking right now. This is how I make my predictions on teams these days when it comes to Overwatch. I compare the main tank players.
You just throw darts at the wall.
Also, but I like to keep that a secret because other people will judge me. So, but for me personally, I compare the main tank players. And before I made my prediction on China in the pre-show earlier, I said I picked up Guxue, right? This player who I was sleeping on China when I was casting the Thailand stop in particular. I watched them play, and now I'm most definitely not sleeping on these guys because look at this comparison in statistics. It's humongous.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. Guxue had 1 death, and that was on Orisa. So his Winston stats absolutely perfect.
Ridiculous.
And he's just been beasting it. Fraggy's had a slightly different role, I would say, and Fraggy's been punished really hard whenever he tries to go for those solo plays in the back. He got slept and was the first death when he was on defense. So there's a big difference here, but Guxue has just been given all the space he needs to run rampant over Finland.
Well, okay, so, I mean, but why? Like, this is, I'm just shocked. I'm honestly just genuinely shocked. And Reinforce, you were very firm. You said that Finland is going to win. What's been going on?
Well,
What's
it feels
the problem?
like it's USA all over again, isn't it, a little bit? Like you pick Hollywood when you're so known for your triple tank, triple support composition. And of course, Finland can play dive compositions. They have Davin, Linkser, and Taimu's not that great at diving, but the other two are. So you can still play these dive compositions, right? And Finland should be able to pull it off. But why not play to your strength? Instead, you opt for Hollywood, which is not known to be the best triple tank, triple support map. You got so much high ground on the second point, and that just allows China instead to go with the momentum of this series and get away with it. So Finland are not playing to their strengths, and I'm very disappointed to see that this is a style they're opting to play. Linkser, fantastic Genji, but we didn't see much of it, to be honest, throughout Overwatch League because Houston Outlaws had such troubles with hit scan. And so Linkser is forced into a role of having to adapt to the rest of the team when you're not playing to his strengths. And that's what you need to do in the World Cup. You need to be able to play to your strengths, just like Canada, which are opting for a Sombra Doomfist composition. And that's all they do. They're fantastic at that. But Finland, they're trying to juggle 3-4 compositions and be good at everything.
Well, it feels like China's playing to their strength of just being a weird team to like play against, though.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, it seems, what composition Finland run. We saw them run a huge amount of that triple tank, triple support on Li Zhang, and China's playstyle just knocks Finland off their game repeatedly. You see China, even when they're running the triple tank, triple support, which has a lot of set combinations that you run up. You know, you've got your Brigitte there, they shield bash, they try and take advantage of the fact there's no shield. China are doing none of that. They are running around the map, really weird style, spreading out with their tanks, which is honestly,
in a way,
you wouldn't
classic
expect it
Chinese
to work.
Overwatch as well.
It really
isn't
is.
it?
It's
like,
madness. They're throwing, but they're throwing so much pressure at Finland and forcing them to adapt so quickly that Finland are failing to do so. There are ways to be able to punish Team China and the playstyle that they're doing, but when Finland try to punish it, they're making bigger mistakes themselves. And so this adaptation period is so important.
Are you busting out the hat right now, puppy?
Whoa. Have you lost faith already?
Ye of little faith.
Okay, well, hold on. We're gonna have this conversation off camera real fast. And for now, though, we're gonna send it over to Emily. We actually have some special guests. We have the Chinese Hearthstone team here with Emily. What's going on?
Hey, thank you guys. It's Emily here, and I'm with the fabulous Team China from the Hearthstone Global Games. So say hi, you guys.
Hello. I'm Yolao.
Yeah, standing next to me is Yulove. Now, Yulove, how does it feel to represent Team China here at BlizzCon?
首先我们能代表中国参加这个比赛，然后感谢中国的水友，因为我们都是你们票选出来的。然后我们带着梦想来到了嘉年华的比赛，
然后我们拿到了目前4强的一个成绩，也谢谢你们。我们希望在明天的决赛能够拿到我们心目中的世界冠军。
So he says that he feels, I mean, the whole team feels incredibly honored to be here because they couldn't have done it without you, the fans. And so not only are they representing Team China, but they're also representing, they're also bringing over dreams. So thank you guys so much for your support, and we hope to bring home the championship. Now, the second question is, you guys made it to top 4 at Hearthstone, and Team China here for the Overwatch League might also make the top 4. So how does it feel that both China teams might be closer to getting the championship? 那么就像我刚才讲的，就是炉石传说进了前4强，那么守望先锋联盟的中国队呢，很可能也会进4强，有什么感受呢？
我刚才也说了，我们都是怀揣着梦想，然后对着暴雪游戏的热爱来到了暴雪嘉年华。我们都希望在这个舞台当中实现自己的梦想，拿到了我们心目中的世界冠军。我希望我们中国队都能如愿吧。
都能如愿。Thank you so much. Well said. So he feels incredibly be here. It's been a dream, and it's probably a dream for both teams. So thank you so much to Blizzard Entertainment for making this happen, and we hope for the best. Go Team China! 中国队加油! All right, back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Emily, for that one. And I tell you, man, China's having a grand old time here in Anaheim because they have been just on a clinic. And the question is, can they keep it going, though? So we're off camera. We had a chance to talk about what's going on over here. Not really. Johnny.
Yeah.
What's on the line?
This is what's on the line.
What's going on?
Is this what's on the line? Is this what's on the line?
I think Finland have a little more on the line than whether or not you get to put a dunce hat on.
Speak for yourself. My reputation as an analyst is in danger.
His reputation.
I need Finland to get back into it. Reverse sweep.
I think they can, though. I think that's an important point, is that Finland are not out of this. If there's any team that I expect to go on a reverse sweep, I think Finland adapting at the halftime is eminently possible with the coaching staff that they have behind them. They are an incredibly strong team. If they stick to their strengths and map pick accordingly or get nice maps that China selects because they'll be going on the winning streak, I think that they would be have a possibility of being able to do the reverse sweep there, but they have to tidy up their gameplay.
I don't know if that's going to be possible, realistically. From what I've seen of China, I feel like this team, everything I've seen from them, I underestimated them in Bangkok. I'm not going to be doing it again. I feel like they're going to be able to take this.
All right, well, it is 2-0 in favor of China. So much on the line here. In the desk, this dunce hat. I'm so glad I don't have to wear this or make any predictions, and I think that's for the best. So there's a lot of pressure over here, but there's also a lot of pressure on that stage for Finland. Can they bounce back and make the reverse sweep happen? Let's send it over to your casters to get this one rolling.
Johnny, how is your reputation on the line when Bren's reputation as an analyst is literally built on going for the Chinese team every time? And this would be the first time he would ever be correct.
He always tries to downplay the teams, and then he bigs them up like once they start winning, but he always picks them.
No, the classic Bren is when
good.
Classic Bren is pick a team, they go 2-0, then he switches teams over and he goes to the other team at halftime. Either way, it has just been halftime, and as you can see behind us, China are well and truly in the lead in this particular match, man. It all started, of course, on Lijiang Tower, where they looked shakier, but they came out with a composition similar to Finland and beat them at their own game.
Yeah, and I mean, even going back as far as the group stages, I know when we were doing those preview shows, we thought that China would make it out of their group stage. We thought they would be a good team. I don't think we expected them to really kind of push towards like the upper echelon of the teams that I thought we had in the Overwatch World Cup, but I also don't think we really know how good of a main tank they were bringing in Gushue as.
In all fairness as well, the group stage in which China participated was fraught with a lot of great teams.
Yeah.
Also, Denmark pushed them to the very limit. Australia took them to a map 5. Like, it was very competitive. So it's tough to take a team's temperature at a tournament when they either win everything or they sort of, have very close games to every match. It all depends, Matt. But it doesn't really matter because China are here now with the 2-0 over Finland, who, of course, took South Korea to 5 maps at their own qualifier. So throw that out the window, all your expectations, and use this in front of you now as the way to gauge these two teams. Hanamura is map number 3. Finland are on the attacking side here, playing definitely a tanky composition. Is that a Symmetra from Linksa?
Yeah, so this is something that I've been doing in competitive. So you actually teleport everybody to the point, yeah, and you get behind them. It's pretty nasty. There's 0 time to react to that.
Oh my, they're all on the point already. And Veltel is taken down straight away. Now, Linksa's teleport is done, but it's only needed to be one way in this particular case. They're definitely not pressing S backing away at all.
It's super funny. I never actually thought a professional caliber team would use that strategy, but I think we were playing a few games, like maybe it was a week or so, and we kind of ran the same thing, but we ran a Bastion just because.
Definitely wouldn't have used that as any indication that any player in their right mind would want to use it in a competitive match, but here we are.
Well, look, I mean, it's really devastating. You can't. I mean, what other kind of mechanic in a shooter game or a game like Overwatch where you can just be behind everybody pretty much instantaneously? So it's not really a way you can react to positioning. Let's see what they decide to do with it here. You're probably only staying on it because you're rolling a little bit.
Can't you just do the same thing? I mean, you can essentially put yourself onto the point or onto the high ground.
It's not as good here, though, I feel like.
Crystal on the main, just trying to get that wall up. She does. Now, Frankie on the low ground here. They're getting frozen up. He's forced to back away here. And yeah, the rest of Finland kind of want to about face. They lost Big Goose right at the start of the fight. It's exactly what, we did see being done to Team UK in that first match. The Doomfist is nasty. Crystal puts him on ice. Headshots galore.
There's something about the Mei headshots that are just
incredibly satisfying.
Satisfying and also devastating. So, you're going to have so China, obviously, Mei and Doomfist, not tanks, but 2 of the bulkier of DPS characters that you have. So you do have a large HP pool, and you do have also a really healthy source of damage. So see how they try and get through the top here on the high ground for Finland, because if you're going to try and play this comp, you can get punched right into the wall, split off, and see right there they're put in a corner, and here's a meteor strike.
Yeah. Oh no! And there is just no way of getting out of that one. Entirely of Finland are just frozen in place, and Leave brings his own kind of Space Jam.
Oh, that is filthy. Yeah, I mean, Finland, they were like, hey, let's get up here and control the high ground. And they were like, all right, Mei around the corner. Where's the Mei wall? It's like, oh, well, there's a meteor strike up in the sky, and it's like, let's back up. Oh, wait, we can't. Now we're all dead.
Finland make the switch
go
here.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, slightly different comp. They bring the McCree here, so they do want to put pressure on Leave.
Okay,
but yeah, just like this, Leave and Crystal at long range. Both those heroes are super susceptible to McCree, which is not something you hear very often nowadays, especially in the way that the metagame of Overwatch has panned out. There we go, Late Young, no, backs away from the pillar, is stunned back. You can see Finland are trying to incrementally take space on this point B here. Crystal now down, so Linksa has very much done his job. He's found both of the priority targets that McCree's are looking for here, and he's dispatched them without dying himself. Now, Leave is back in the fight. He's returned to the fray, as it were, but Linksa has a Deadeye from the high ground here. This could be nasty. He gets Leave as he tries to hide behind a pillar, and Finland are definitely getting rolling now.
China does have the ability to stall this out, though. Here's going to be the Transcendence. Late Young does get taken out by Linksa. Now you're going to be able to do the Mei stall, right? You have the ice block now, going to heal herself up. It extends the time that they're able to get players back.
I mean, Linksa, they're clever. He knew he could get that kill through the Blizzard, or through the Transcender, should I say. Blizzard gets dropped down now. Crystal off to the side of the point. Doesn't have an ice block available, and he is taken out pretty quickly. Sky and Eviltal have had a chance to sit under the bubble of the Winston at the back and continue to give healing to the rest of their team. But now that time has expired. They now have to face the music here, and Linksa was hoping for more than just Late Young here, but have to settle. Gooshwade now down to him. The extra Deadeye damage helped him blow out the bubble, and this Linksa man is starting to get rolling. The McCree looking much better for Finland than it did earlier on in this series, and Leave can't get much done. Just makes a fancy entrance as the point is taken, and that was definitely an improvement for Team Finland here.
Really good adjustments from Finland. Linksa obviously connecting on those shots as McCree up from the high ground. What allows him to have such a good time, though, is back to that Symmetra push. Just think about when you're playing at home, just what a weird feeling it is to have an entire team behind you. But then, so here's the other kind of odd part. When you see the teleporter going down, you're banking on everybody going through. What if everybody doesn't go through? What if everybody turns and Anna stays on the other side, hits everybody who turns with a nade? Now everybody's dead. So there's like not a ton of great, like, it's like you turn, you may live, you may die. You just look forward, they get behind you, you're definitely dead. So there's not like really a great way to play around that. Really nice strategy there.
And Anna can go through, for example, the teleporter if she gets dived on, you know what I mean? She has,
go right back.
She has options. It's a two-way street. So Finland show off Symmetra here, and how obviously her rework in recent times sort of puts her in a position to be more impactful now. With to relocate your entire team in a pinch is very strong in this game.
You also just don't know, and do you see the owner?
Yeah,
Pancho. The new Overwatch League team. So
we cannot wait to see what that franchise is going to bring. League, right? I mean, that Chinese region is going to be bursting with teams onto the scene now, not just the Dragons, but of course Hangzhou, Guangzhou are also going to be there. I mean, I'm super excited for that.
Chengdu.
And Chengdu. Don't know what, all these teams' names are or their logos yet, so still that anticipation. And I mean, there's players on this Chinese roster you'd have to say would be looked at very closely for those owl spots.
China on offense. They won't have a Symmetra. Didn't expect a Symmetra come out from China, but didn't expect it from Finland either. They'll play dive this time. No Doomfist. You'll be running the Sombra Genji, so it seems like China wants to continue to run the Genji. They ran this a little bit earlier in the series.
I mean, it's a little bit scary for Finland because they're not running a Lucio, so trying to peel a Genji off your backline becomes a little bit harder with this comp if it gets through. Crystal being pretty careful actually as he approaches, opting just to get a bit of free damage on Linkser and put him in a position where he'd have to be attended to by his healers. Crystal's not too bothered. He's not overcommitting to any of this, whereas Finland are having to stay together as a pack just to try and get away. And remember, they're defending, so they're giving up voluntarily a lot of this space for China to take themselves.
Yes, Linkser was the one who actually got back, helped those supports out. It's that Doomfist, when the tanks go in to dive onto the supports, Doomfist, his greatest ability is taking care of those tanks pretty quick.
Knock them into a wall. You get extra damage if they hit a wall. That's the most important part of Rocket Punch. And you can see how quickly Gushue has melted down, even though we have the nano boost. Shaz able to find him. Now it's going to be the EMP from Lee, but this is where it gets a little bit scary. Shaz just melted. Lee was easily able to get the extra damage on Zappos' mech. So with just a few players, China now can move up towards the point, and there's no way Finland can stop them. A couple of their players are still hacked.
So they will take point A. So Finland's at a very good time for Hanamura. 4 minutes on the clock. Now China looking to set an even better time. And, Hanamura, one of my favorite 2 CT maps in the sense that there's so many different ways you can play it. You can play for high ground control. You can dive quickly towards the bottom, then go up towards the high ground. So many different compositions that are actually pretty effective on this map.
Davin, so he can get a good EMP because a lot of China will be stacked together. The problem is that China also, their damage, like their literal projectiles are going to be funneled in one direction or the other. So it's actually kind of easy to reveal Davin's position like that. All they need to do is walk up. The closer Davin is to someone like Gushue, the more risk he has of actually being uncloaked and potentially removed.
Yeah, and Linkser uses the Meteor Strike to get out of harm's way after he goes in a little bit too deep. Immediately goes back to the spawn and switches to Brigitte here. So Gushue using Primal Rage, trying to knock players back. This will be a big EMP that comes in from Davin. He's going to connect with 3.
Yeah, crucially, Crystal was actually hacked there, but he's still about to find a kill despite that, and then he'll have the Dragon Blade option if he needs it. No, Shaz removes him, and the EMP clearly enough to end the fight. A lot of ultimates used by Finland, though, as well as China. Both teams digging deep there to try and break the deadlock, and this will put Finland close to being ahead on this map.
Now, what does China decide to do? Do they answer Finland's comp changes with a comp change of their own, or do they decide to just kind of muscle their way through this composition? They probably have a good idea that there's no Transcendence. Obviously, Lynx are just getting over to Brigitte. They're not going to have a rally. They probably stay on this to try and combo EMP plus Blade. If that doesn't work, that's probably when you see changes come
That
through.
seems to be all they really have in this composition now. Oh, I see. Okay, that's really interesting. Leia might have given away Lee's position there by using Defense Matrix on what seemed like nothing to Finland. But they probably knew that Lee was being cloaked by that ability, so he could sort of stay alive. That's a perfect EMP, though. He gets in desperately, though. You can see the run towards the spawn room. The rest of Finland trying to get out alive. But importantly, Shaz does stay in it. Zappos is in there, but now Crystal has that Dragon Blade. He's trying to make some work happen with it. The EMP wasn't actually used on the tanks of Finland, though. It was the backline, so there weren't that many easy targets for Crystal to just remove from the fight because they just ran back into spawn, back to safety.
The EMP is good, but they are just walk right back into the spawn. It actually hits all 3 supports, so he connects with Linkser,
but only
Fingers,
one dies.
and Chaz. One dies, the other 2 make it back to the spawn, and you can't really, I mean, there's nothing even China can do about that, right? I mean, the EMP is good.
You can't get into the enemy spawn.
The Blade's effective, you can't go into the enemy spawn. That would be a very interesting change.
Otherwise, Selfless would have had a great time
a
couple of years ago.
Okay, so China will opt to counter this with triple tank, triple support of their own.
Eureka, they finally found the answer.
Finland going to have the Linkser move off of Brigitte to Widowmaker. I wonder, you know, Linkser actually playing back by the spawn. He's going to go back and change it again.
Yeah, that has to be a misread, you think, right? But Davin still has the EMP. I'll be waiting, obviously, for a couple more players to show themselves. It looks like he was tickled a little bit by the Winston. He's going to use the EMP anyway, though, and Gushue, no way he can respond to that. Now with so many kills, it doesn't matter if the EMP hit everyone or no one. Finland got to clean up that fight, and you can see Linkser now, that switch to Doomfist does give them a shock and awe factor, the ability to quickly secure a numbers advantage in these fights.
There goes Leave. Nice nade comes through there from Big Goose.
Thanks for coming.
So go back. It's Finland building up some ult, starting to gain an advantage right now. Linkser did a very nice job. You know, we've seen him play Widowmaker, Brigitte, Doomfist now, whatever. They're pretty much just holding tabs, so to speak, seeing what China's coming in with, and then having him go back to the spawn and switch off. So right now they feel like the Doomfist will be most effective. China changing their strategy. No more going for the high ground. They're going to go through main.
Oh, who let Linkser in? Oh, who let the supports out? Evilton and Sky just get removed straight away. And Linkser, you have a big glove for a reason. You don't have to use the ungloved one to punch. That is really nasty. And you know what is so interesting about that? Was that really just the nano boost committed to that fight? That's such a cheap way for Finland to just wreck China up close.
Well, this is where you think if you're China, like this is where you can play, maybe you play that composition where you have the McCree and the Brigitte, because if you're going to play this and you're going to commit to going through these close chokes, Linkser's going to close the gap, and somebody's going to drop at the hands of Doomfist, right? Where you need that burst damage of McCree with the flash or maybe a stun from Brigitte with a headshot to take him out.
Frankie looks nervous in that fight. He took a little bit too much damage early on. He goes for the primal rage, but he was Discord ordered pretty much straight away, so he's still kind of vulnerable. Transcendency's in the back line, but I can't save Big Goose from it! Oh no! Now Finland again, trying to make do with what they have, but Zappas can't even get back into the mech. Linkser trying to make ends meet now. Meteor strikes up, he'll drop down on the point, presumably, but Crystal just gets shielded. It bounces straight off Linkser, does not stick to his target. Frankie again trying to throw himself in, and there's an EMP. Quite well placed, a lot of people affected by it, but no boots on the point for Finland. And so China will take it despite everyone being EMP'd.
And then they had that grab at the end that connected with the supports. And I believe it was Shaz who ends up using his Transcendence, but he caught it for a second. I love that maybe grab a replay of it, but Gushue jumps in, Winston bubbles, and the healing from that Transcendence, it gets cut off through line of sight. So the bubble would have actually denied the healing on a Big Goose. I think that's how Big Goose drops there. This is the big meteor strike we saw from Leave earlier in the game.
It ain't rocket science, but I'm pretty sure some of that technology went into Doomfist's kit for that. Obviously, that's the kind of stuff you don't see very often. The point of having Doomfist or having that Meteor Strike ultimate is more for him just to be able to reposition in a pinch. We've seen that being used quite often. When there's a lot of telegraphing, like, okay, Doomfist is about to come down on Altus, it's fairly easy to avoid the damage, but there's a Blizzard. You're frozen. Can't do anything. It's like all of the nasty parts about nature is a Meteor and a Blizzard. It's like, what are you going to do? Well, I'm like the dinosaurs. I'm just going to peace out. Extinct.
We don't exactly know what happened to the dinosaurs.
Don't give me your conspiracy theories.
One possibility. You don't know for sure.
That's right. That's true.
I only talk about things I know for sure.
I think what happened to the dinosaurs is someone made them play main tank for a whole season, and they were just like, nope, I'm going to Mars.
Davin is going to have a really good idea of what they're running because he's standing directly above them. Sees everybody, he backs on up. So China going to run the same thing they ran on their previous offensive attack. Finland, they'll run the Sombra Doom here on D.
So similar to what we saw from them from beforehand as well. They matched the Sombra Doomfist against the Sombra Genji. And in all fairness, Crystal didn't have a huge amount of opportunities to make the most of having the Dragon Blade while the enemy team was hacked and unable to use their mobility abilities to escape.
And it was that fantastic defense by Finland. So not a ton of time for China to kind of poke and attack here. And
37 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to poke around, maybe see if you can farm up a blade pretty quickly and then dive in, but just not an opportunity to do so.
Crystal now would like to approach this. Still need to get through Fraggy at the moment. And he's
they
being
want
healed
Fraggy
up.
bad.
Yeah, Fraggy almost getting out of position there and going quite low, but Finland is still able to regroup actually up towards the point. Sky is still sitting right in the background. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen through the silhouette. And now the fight's beginning on the point. So Gushue drops in. Linkser gets out quickly. Took a bit of damage early on. Both these teams are sort of dancing around each other, but here it is. The Nano Blade coming out from Crystal. Shaz, the man is no more. Crystal, somewhat frustrated that they didn't have more targets to fall prey of the Blade, but China dug deep for those ultimates. They bring them out. Quite efficient, really, when you consider it's just a Nano Blade actually being used, and that accounted for the least amount of kills in the fight.
Yeah, China took advantage of having both tanks from Finland directly to the right. A lot of poke damage coming down from Crystal. They're able to build up the Nano and build up that Dragon Blade in time to be able to use it. Check the point. Changes coming in from both sides. Crystal, but no Dragon Blade here. You're going to play Brigitte, just provides more healing to the rest of the squad. So you do have an EMP to use here for both teams. Let's see who can land a bigger one.
Oh, that's pretty nasty. That's right in the corridor. Shaz immediately taken down by Lee, but Linkser following now. Oh, Zappers. What can you do about that one? Even the sound barrier used by China. This is quite astonishing. They have 40 seconds left in the round. It looks like they might actually be able to finish the entire map. That's a huge way of turning things on their heads. Transcendence comes to the point, but Shaz is a little bit sad. There's no one to benefit from his healing. He's going to pop out of Transcendence and immediately crumble. One tick on the point for China now. Finland getting set up to try and stall this out as much as they can. Gushue has Primal Rage, though. He can stop Zappos entirely. There is someone contesting on the point, but Zappos won't have a chance to do that himself. It is Big Goose down. Linkser removed, and China! Oh, Lord!
And Zappos has self-destruct there, and he's never able to get to the point to use it because he gets hacked up coming out of the door. And then the Primal Rage is China didn't look good for them to take even point A for a small period of time. And then they're able to grab both. That is a huge response to Finland.
We see this every now and then. So it's not crazily uncommon. When I yell about something, that doesn't necessarily mean it's notable because I do that all the time. But the snowball effect from China on point 1 to point 2 is significant because, like we said, they only used 2 ultimates to take point A. So they had 4, ostensibly, you know, backed up to use immediately. They rushed onto point B. They found early kills. China is a team that's very good at riding the lightning, so to speak, right? As soon as they get a sniff of the cheese or they get an inkling that they can actually win a fight, they shift into gear. And for any team like Finland, if they're caught on 1 foot or sort of, you know, off balance, they get bowled over.
And I don't think if Finland brings out that Symmetra play, that they'll kind of react as poorly as they just did on Finland's first offense. So I don't think you'll see Finland go back to that. China, Sombra Doom here on D. And I feel like, you know, it's interesting. I feel like they don't even play the Sombra Doom because of the advantages it gives the DPS players. I feel like just because it works better around Gushue, that's why they play it. It's really kind of about
focus down, you know, the tanks, punish the tanks a bit harder, right?
Fraggy will play Brigitte here, so you're going to have triple support, no exact main tank, guys. You don't really consider D.Va or Zarya main tanks really in the off-tank role. You really look at like Winston and Reinhardt as traditional main tanks.
It's a super interesting. Finland are going for definitely, you know, I think they're trying to shut down tanks. That's all they're really wanting to do here. Gushue does go down, but at the cost of Davin. Now, Davin, we saw him come across Eveltal, you know, in the background before. We flicked away from him, but I guess that engagement didn't go well at all for the Sombra player. Lynx is very charged up, though. I mean, this Zarya now is effectively functioning as another DPS. Still quite durable, bulky as Finland move now in on towards the point. This is going to force some movement now from China. They have to come forward, but Eviltal's a little bit busy in the background, as are Sky. They're not really there to heal the main tanks. So Gushue, as a result, wasn't able to commit to the fight. There weren't healing resources available for him to draw on. Clever that he didn't engage, but that time lost also means that China now are in a terrible position to fight from.
Yeah, and when Leave goes in there to just try and get 1 kill as the Doomfist, that's really where the fight is determined. Just a victory grab comes out from Linkser, but no, Leave is able to pick up 1 with Doomfist diving in there. Maybe China commits a little bit more to the fight. He gets nothing, dies right away. Everybody else just throws themselves at the point. So now you will have Finland play Linkser on McCree, not changing anything. So it's interesting, China during the group stage played a solo tank Zarya composition. And this is a really kind of odd rendition. It's a solo tanking D.Va composition. You have Fraggy staying on Brigitte, probably because he has Rally. You imagine he switches after this, unless they're really trying to commit to something along these lines.
Big EMP there from Crystal, though. Tough from Finland to bounce back from that one. And Lee was hoping to maybe get involved here, but for whatever reason, China haven't been able to commit fully to the fight. Gushue drops down. he's also hacked out as well. Finland actually have been given a lot of space here. They're very afraid of all this damage. See, Gushue drops in, stunned initially, but now Primal Rage on that high ground. You can see the self-destruct thrown in the back. There's nowhere to go! Nowhere to hide! Big Goose fraggy David all taken down by Lei Young. That placement was absolutely stellar. Gushue, one arm of the pincer, the other, the discarded mech from Lei Young with an explosive payload.
So does Finland play this again? We'll see once we get back into game. As here's the Primal Rage. You'll see the self-destruct come around the corner, just bank it off the wall. Nobody can get out of there. As Finland's going to give this another go, Mitch. So you know, this is a comp where you can get control of the high ground. You're not really. I mean, you have the self-destruct to remech. You can put down a lot of damage quickly if you're Finland. So can Leave there on Doomfist.
That is huge! Seriously! Finland start the fight off the way they wanted it. They get an EMP. Leave was supposed to be dying there. Or at least he was supposed to be leaving the fight. Instead, he turns around, insta-kills, uses his ultimate and gets another one. What?
So now Finland will change off of the comp.
Wow, they got no ultimates left, do they?
So now they got nothing. All right, so Finland, Linkster will stay on McCree. You have this Deadeye, right? Deadeye can be so good at high ground. Oh, that's a big pick there. They actually connect on the Crystal.
Who
Big
almost
Goose.
had his EMP, by the way. He will return to the fight, so the spawn's so close for Crystal.
Huge here, yeah.
He can walk past. If that pick on Leave had actually worked, that would have been even bigger. So Crystal's back in the fight now, essentially. He had always been able to return to the point. Leave is essentially being kept under Lynx's thumb for the time being, but Lynx has bigger fish to fry. He needs to start dealing damage to these tanks and pressuring China out of these sight lines.
But you see him look in every direction. He has to, you know, Leave can get in so quick on Doomfist, and then Crystal obviously invisible as Sombra, and the Doomfist goes into the backline. They connect with it.
Leave is down now. We do see Nanoboost actually use the Gushue there, so keeps him alive for quite a while. Self-destruct and Deadeye, I mean, they kind of, it's a bit of a non-bow really, because they've self-destruct's forcing people out of sight lines. Lynx wants them to be in those, and now the Transcendence comes out after the fact. Shaz is down, Leave switch to the Widowmaker. A little bit of spice here. Zappa's trying to stay alive behind the little pillar, but no, he's eventually pushed back, and Leave is down to red hell. It's Linkster, second on the chopping block. Big Goose not far behind, and somehow China might be able to take this map away. They were so far behind, and yet Gushue knows it just doesn't matter. Zappa's desperately trying to get back towards the point. Now we're in overtime. Finland was supposed to take this. They were supposed to take it to one more map, but instead it's China to stand tall. And now the Giants from the north will be sent back home.
So, you know, we've had a lot of upsets today. You know, very close games. This was a standout performance from China. I know we were wondering, you know, coming out of the group stages, you know, how good they were, right? We weren't exactly sure. If you weren't exactly sure, we know now. Leave and Gushue, you know, the entire team was just so strong today. And they didn't even play a lot of those tricky comps that they kind of hinted at. Maybe they saved some stuff in their back pocket for later in the tournament.
This team and their fans has every reason to be proud right now. Completely underrated. A team that we didn't see much from in the Overwatch League. They weren't well represented by, you know, a large number of people. Now we start to see what's been churning, what's been happening in the esports world in China, and it is more than promising. It's frightening for teams from other regions now, and that realization just hit Finland like a Mack truck to the face. China, some amazing talent in that region. It's fantastic now to see that blossom, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic match. We've still got more to come today, but for now we're going to take a break. We're going to gather ourselves, and we'll return for our post-match breakdown.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
China is now moving on to the semifinals as they take out Finland 3-0. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Golden Boy Brent, Reinforced Sideshow, as we break it all down. And I mean, really, I think the thing we got to talk about first and foremost is the hat.
Oh,
so it's
there, Johnny.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time. Do it. I know your hair's gorgeous, by the way. Well, if I had hair, I'd wish it looked like yours, but.
I just do the honor.
Would I do the honors?
Yeah,
absolutely.
There you go. Here we go. All right.
And they say
nice.
An apple a day and you frag like Gushue, so you can have it.
Hey, well, you know what? Speaking of Gushue, we got Gushue standing by with Emily to get his thoughts. What's going on?
Hey guys, it's Emily again. Congratulations to Team China on that epic win. I'm standing next to the talented Gu Xue. Now, Gu Xue, 恭喜你们中国队拿下了这次的胜利，有什么感受呢？因为很多分析家事先没怎么看好中国队。So a lot of analysts at first didn't really think that Team China was going to make it. They thought Finland was going to take the W. So Gu Xue, how do you feel? What do you have to say to them?
是对大家有什么想说的吗？
对。
今天赢得特别开心，这是中国队第一个4强，谢谢大家对我们支持。
So first of all, he said he's really, really excited to be here. Thank you so much to everyone for supporting us. 但是你觉得，因为很多分析家事先没怎么看好中国队嘛，那么你对这些分析家有没有什么想说的呢？
但是我们自己也把芬兰分析得很好。
Oh, okay. So I was just reiterating the question, and Gu Xue was just being modest, and he said, you know, we just did really well. That's why we won. Now, the second question is, what do you think was the key to winning? 第二个问题就是，你觉得这次胜利最大的因素是什么呢？
我们对芬兰这次赛前针对的特别好，而且今天大家线下状态也特别好。
All right, short and sweet. So the answer was we did a lot of homework and research in preparation for this match against Finland, and we just crushed it. Thank you so much, you guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Emily, for that one. And, you know, I think that shows. Honestly, it really does. Gu Xue was clinical in that game.
So good.
Just constantly putting Finland in a really tough position time and time again. This was just not the result I was expecting.
The guy right now is my T-Mobile MVP. Like, straight up.
Oh?
I've posted it on Twitter. It's on the social medias. You know,
haven't even
out
seen
there.
2 of the teams play.
You're correct, Josh, but I don't care. So I'm voting for him so far. He's got my vote. Now, I could change it at a later date, as I often do.
Yeah,
but
true.
for now, this guy, his performance is utterly unreal.
I would agree with that, though. I mean, you got to highlight that one particular play where he forced, by himself, forcing everyone with that Primal Rage inside of the steps, and then of course you got to talk about Leaves' incredible.
Just talk about Gu Xue.
But yes, Gu Xue though, just like the way that he was putting players in positions that they simply were just not expecting, and then his team was playing into that as well, which I think was just so awesome to see this squad so coordinated.
Well, really, we talk about the main tanks so often leading the charge for these teams, and I think it was quite obvious that Gu Xue had Finland's number, and Fraggy just couldn't keep up with the momentum, and so when you go for these dive compositions, Linkser can frag out. Davin maybe can frag out, didn't really prove it, but China were just so much better, and it really showed in these compositions specifically that Finland were outmatched and didn't deserve to win this matchup, and China rightfully will be in the semifinals.
And real quick, I just want to know, you're talking about compositions. Look at Finland's composition. This was filthy. This was filthy. I had to bathe afterwards. But look at Finland's composition there. It was so weird. They didn't go in with a tank that was like meaty, like Reinhardt or Winston.
And what's so strange is China are playing a style that's very chaotic, and they thrive in it, and they have so much experience with it. That's the kind of practice that they talk about putting in. Finland, we assumed, had a huge amount of experience playing a very disciplined triple tank, triple support. where was it? It seemed like they fed into China's playstyle where things were chaotic. At some point, they didn't have a main tank. They were just kind of all over the place and making more mistakes than their opponent. I felt like I was hoping for an adaptation at the half where they go back to their playstyle, and instead they continue to play via China's music. Did I take your point, Johnny?
Yeah. Well, almost, yes. But realistically, this was also what their map picks as well. They picked Hollywood, they picked Hanamura, and so they didn't go for the King's Row or the
You played yourself.
I played, not really, no.
DJ Khaled.
I didn't play anything. So
Wrong event.
I'm just here.
Wrong event. Okay, well, Josh, I understand though. You also want to break down some things as well because, unfortunately for Finland, one of the themes was small mistakes.
Yeah,
and they were really, really struggling.
Yes, absolutely. Both of these two teams, I think, were actually fairly even in how they were playing a lot of the time. But China were being able to force Finland to make tiny errors and force them into difficult positions where they did make tiny errors. Now this one is so small that it's just incredible to watch the little pieces that all come to make it happen. So I'm going to go into a telestrator and kind of illustrate what was happening on the final defense for Finland. So if you start by taking a look up here at the timer, they've only got 15 seconds left, China. They really have to push. Finland should have the advantage. I mean, look at this, so much time on the clock. 4 minutes compared to 15 seconds. But Team China, as we know, ended up capping all of the points. So China were able to enter, and after just kind of gathering a lot of space and being able to pressure Finland back, it comes down to the ultimates that are coming online. So they're looking to get Sky's Nano Boost available and pair it with Crystal's Blade, and that Nano Blade will be able to tear through Finland. It's a race to the Nano Boost, though, because Big Goose was at 93%. So as we're watching these two teams, we were wondering what was going to happen with it. Now, as you can see, the fight on the point happens, and Fraggy gets isolated a little bit. So I just want to pause again here. Take a look at Fraggy's health. He's so weak. But what is this disastrous situation that's happened up at the top here? Is that when Big Goose tries to use the Nano Boost, he's actually won the battle and got there ever so slightly faster than Sky. But the Nano Boost gets missed onto Fraggy, which he could have used to shut down this Nano Blade that's about to come in. And instead, everything falls to pieces. Crystal's able to mop up with the Nano Boost. And so you can see here from Big Goose's point of view, he's got Shaz just right in front of him. He tries to Nano Boost Fraggy, and it's just too little, too late. And it's these tiny little mistakes and all of these moving pieces that makes Overwatch such a strategic game, and a messy style like China just knocks people off their game. There's so many moving parts that if you're not playing super disciplined and you're used to it, things fly all over the place very quickly.
The Boostio, the Boostiata.
The Boostiata, yeah, that's pretty good.
Like you hate to see it, kids. Well, I mean, yeah, and I think that illustrates it perfectly. And then from there, everything kind of just fell apart for them, right?
Well, really, you're Finland and you're down 2-0, and you were supposed, maybe not the favorites in everyone's minds, but still, Finland coming into this matchup were very confident, and so I feel like you're down 2-0 and you go into round 2, oh boy.
Just let it live. Just let it live, baby.
That's how it goes.
Just let it go.
Sometimes it just be like that.
The hat does what it wants, Chief. That's it.
So maybe Finland just lost it for a little bit, and they just weren't as confident as they become a bit stressed.
I think that hat lost it. I think that hat lost it as well. Okay, well, that game was crazy.
Analysis, by the way.
Yeah, top tier analysis, by the way. Just throwing it out there. But we want to find out what you think. We want your analysis. We want to see how you felt about that match. We have two incredible people to let us know. We got Puckett and Zoe on the floor with our T-Mobile fan pulse. What's going on?
That's right, guys. We got our finger on the T-Mobile fan pulse, brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network. It's Puckett, you know Zoe, and we've been keeping up with everybody online.
We have. So thanks, everyone, for getting involved and joining the Overwatch World Cup conversation over on Twitter. Let's take a look at what we have during this fan pulse for you.
A lot of love for China here today, and a lot of surprises. Gushwa's primal rages are so methodical. It's nuts how he ults whenever he wants and does whatever and gets out for free. Setting up with a lot of those diva bombs as well.
Yeah, I mean, he already made a name for himself during the group stage, and he continues to do so here on the big stage. It's Erica writes, I love Team China's style of playing. It reminds me of a normal comp game. Very chaotic, but very organized. All right. They're like a death ball just running through Finland. I want to see how Finland is going to counter this on their attack. Well, spoiler alert, it did not.
Didn't work, Erica. Sorry.
That didn't quite work out.
Yeah, not so much. And of course, we had Sam Jarvis chiming in. Team Finland played Symmetra. Yes, they got 0-3. Can we make some noise, though, for Linkser running Symmetra tonight?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that wasn't just a kind of troll kind of Symmetra. That's absolutely legit on point A on Hanamura. And
Don't
I
use her in
seeing
plat,
it.
guys. Don't use her in plat.
Yeah, we're not
I'm still there.
encouraging you.
Yeah.
That's really not what's happening. Anyway, you too should be getting involved in those fan pulses sponsored by T-Mobile. And all you have to do is head on over to Twitter using the hashtag OWWC 2018, and we might be reading your tweet next.
Guys, we've had 3 incredible matches. Have you enjoyed the show so far, BlizzCon? Yes! We've got one more quarterfinal, and when we return, it's a big one. It's Costa and Team Australia taking on the 2-time world champs, South Korea.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here as we get ready for our last matchup of the day. It's going to be Australia going up against South Korea. That was my best impression. Mitch will be proud.
He's not.
this is going to be quite the matchup because we don't know what to expect at this point in time.
We have an idea.
No, I don't. I honestly do not, man. I thought USA would be moving on.
That's true.
I thought Finland would be moving on. And to be 100% frank with you, I thought that France would be moving on. So I don't know.
There's a reason
Maybe
you're
it's
hosting.
Yeah, maybe you should be wearing the hat.
Oh, no, but I'm not an analyst, though. No.
Coming out.
John.
There you go.
It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. Hey, you know what? I'd rock this hat if it had T-Mobile and it was magenta.
You're too pretty.
Just throwing it out there.
You're too pretty.
I know, and also you don't want to mess up my hair. So, gentlemen, this is going to be a good one. We're going to break it all down. But for now, I'm going to send it over to Danny, who's actually got Flowervin of Team South Korea.
Australia. Can the South Koreans continue on their winning streak, or will Team Australia put a stop to them? But for now, we have our beautiful Miss Flowervin standing right next to me. Flowervin, welcome to BlizzCon. One question. How does it feel to be the community lead of such a great team? 자, 일단 블리즈컨에 오신 꽃비님 너무나도 영광이고 너무나도 감사합니다. 여기까지 오셔서 그리고 이제 홍보대사로 지금 한국 팀이랑 같이 오시게 되는데 그것에 대한 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
Hi, I'm Flowervin. Nice to meet you. 네, 안녕하세요. 진짜 무대가 너무 멋지네요. 진짜 이런 큰 무대에 초대해 주셔서 저를 초대해 주셔서 정말 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 이 환상적인 무대에서 우리 선수분들을 정말 응원을 할 수 있다는 게 너무 행복해요. 그리고 제가 대한민국의 오버워치 국가대표 월드컵 위원회라는 게 정말로 자랑스럽습니다. 대한민국 화이팅! Thank you.
Alrighty, so quick translations. Thank you guys so much for having me here. It's a great feeling to be standing right in front of you, having fun with all of you guys, all of you Overwatch fans. And it's truly an amazing stage. And thank you guys for the invite. And it's a great honor to be coming to BlizzCon with the Korean team. Alrighty, Flowervin, thank you so much. Everybody, make some noise for Flowervin. One more thing, everybody, since I'm here and the players are about to go ahead and play the game, and I'm right here with our wonderful, beautiful Korean fans. Guys, should we cheer on our players? Yeah? 자, 한국 분들 한번 다 같이 함성을 지르면서 선수들을 한번 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 자, here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1. South Korean fans, make some noise! Back to you guys at the desk.
I tell you, man, that Danny, natural hype guy. I love it. He's got a long career ahead of him as a hype man for sure. Hit up DJ Khaled. So I had to bring it back somehow. All right, everyone, welcome back to the desk. And if you thought that it was ridiculous before, it's going to get even more ridiculous now because we're joined by one Mitch Uber Leslie.
Security.
How you going?
Hi, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Look, I've been thinking on this for quite a while, and I feel like today's the kind of day where we're going to see incredible games and also some big surprises. And I brewed a fine vintage.
Why is there a shoe on my desk?
This one here, 1991 vintage. Brent, get a whiff of that. We're gonna. This is how we're gonna celebrate.
Oh, it smells random.
The Southern Cross rising up. I'm excited. I've been preparing it.
Wow.
Look, it's ready to go. It's going to be great. I can't wait to crack it when the Aussies win.
This is my desk, and there's a shoe on my desk. Everything's just gone off. Please, Josh.
Yeah.
Champions of the World Cup, the greatest nation to ever produce esports athletes, the overwhelming favorites for every World Cup they've ever been in.
Okay.
Yeah, but where's Team South Korea?
Where's their bloody onesies, though? Where's Chris?
Well, I do want to talk about this, though, because we've had a lot of surprises today, right? And it's very well known that this South Korean team has made some changes. And we also know that this Australian squad, this is like the only game that they are preparing for. Because when you're going up against South Korea, this is who you prepare for. Realistically, do you think this Australian team can beat South Korea?
realistically and honestly, it does depend on how much work the South Korean roster have been able to put together. In all honesty, it could just be individual skill that gets them across the line, and they've just not had to worry too much about practice. But we saw what happened in that first game when the US didn't prepare for their first round opponent. They were preparing for their semi-final opponent. Didn't go quite well for them. For a team like Australia, we've seen this incredible young talent. We've seen them play at a level above what people would have expected from them. I definitely think it's doable. There's a lot of compositions that the Aussies will play. They also won't play goats, by the way, so yeah, raise your koalas.
Okay, and then, you know, at the group stages, though, there was a team that Australia did have to go through to get here, and most notably, one player in particular, it was reinforced.
Hey. Whoa.
Always down. Yeah, he's dead again.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how we do it. Yeah, see you, Johnny.
Oh, man.
I remember this fondly.
It's overtime. I got a touch, dude.
You have so many excuses.
That was a reset.
Was your mouse lagging at that point?
Hey, overtime again. I'm touching the point.
So what you're saying is none of these are your fault?
Yeah.
No, I think...
Look, man, I'm pretty sure Tickets avoided me as teammate and reported me for gameplay sabotage, but, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Malcolm Turnbull, yeah. Johnny's a massive feeder? Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, you're dead right. Yeah, all right. Catch you when I'm back home, mate. We'll go for a punt. All right, cheers. See you later.
Do you want to do a 4-man
we got the
call?
I'm really glad we got that call in. Okay, Josh, give us some kind of normalcy here. You know, this matchup obviously is going to be really big here for Australia if they're able to take this win.
Yeah.
But South Korea, I mean, the two-time champs.
Yes.
For a reason.
Two-time champs, absolutely for a reason. Winners of the Overwatch League, 6 Koreans. These players are so good, and they've pulled from a load of different rosters to create a team that could legitimately be called a super team. Yes, we're not sure how much practice they've been able to have, and I'll definitely give you that one. But the amount of individual skill and the fact that they've actually been boot camping here, you know, in the practice facility and being able to play against all of these guys, I think even when other teams are talking about them and they're saying, oh, you know, I think this will be the weakest year for Korea, I think they're going to be very shocked. Any team coming up against South Korea has got to view themselves as the underdog.
I tell you what, though.
And especially Australia.
There is a reason, I'll say this, there is a reason why the crowd in there should be getting behind this team, Australia. The only American citizen left in the Overwatch World Cup is playing on the Australian roster. Of course, Punk's a dual citizen, so, you know, he's still carrying pride from 2 nations on his shoulders. That's a heavyweight, but young player, very talented. I mean, these guys are, they're the youngest on average, I think, if not very close to this roster.
They have the only 2 minors playing at the tournament currently, and they have a lot of upcoming and developing talent. But the Australia as a region, I think it's excellent that they've been able to get to this point. If they're able to take over Korea, I mean, best team in the world.
All right, well, we've heard from our analysts, and I'm gonna take it, okay? And then we also heard from Uber, who is definitely not biased. I do want to let that know, not biased at all. Don't let his attire fool you. He is calling this one down the line. But let's take a look at how Australia got to this point while I smell that shoe.
Australia is a long way from Anaheim. In fact, it's a long way from anywhere. But as the 2017 Sydney group stage showed, the distance hasn't dampened the passion of the local Overwatch community. Likewise, the player base is determined to overcome the adversity of isolation and prove to the world exactly what a bunch of mates are capable of. The result? The 2018 Overwatch World Cup Team Australia. Led by the sole Australian player in the Overwatch League, Scott Custer Kennedy from the Los Angeles Valiant, Team Australia represents the best the Southern Island has to offer and is full of up-and-coming talent from Contenders Australia. This underdog team barely scraped into BlizzCon ahead of Denmark and Sweden, and they have a tough road ahead of them.
And that should be the defense coming down for Australia, and absolutely great holds from them.
But if Australians are good at anything, it's smashing expectations from down under.
Australia is the eternal underdog in esports, and that is no different in this year's BlizzCon. Everyone loves an underdog, and we know Team Australia supporters are the loudest and most passionate fan base in the world. We have a steep hill that we need to climb, and we need your support to show the Koreans that we are here to win it. As for Chance, Australia has one that we have been using for years and years, and it has never let us down. Be sure to support our boys using Aussie, 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 oi, 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 and let's raise our koalas for Team Australia.
Aussie, 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 oi,
oi, oi. They brought out the onesies earlier today, and now they're going to look to take the win against South Korea here. And
my question mark is, how many people have got koalas lying about that they can raise? Was everyone supposed to bring a koala? Did I miss that memo?
yeah, you actually did not get the email.
Oh, my bad.
There was a
Not invited.
Overwatch wine
Have you got
email.
a spare?
I don't, unfortunately. Only got one koala. His name's Jimmy. So here is the lineup, and there's one name on this lineup that everyone is very familiar with, and that's Custa. This guy brings a lot of leadership to this team. We were talking about that when he joined the Los Angeles Valiant from the Fuel back in the Overwatch League, and I wouldn't be surprised, Reinforce, it's no different here.
Yeah, he is the sole Overwatch League player on this team, and when we met them in our meeting, he was actually sort of the leader in the room in many ways. They were the ones they were making fun of, because he was supposed to be the star player and the leader of this team.
That's how Australian culture works.
Yeah. Well, you know, they like to have fun with him. And he is the main support as well, so he does a lot of the shot calling as well for this team, making sure they do execute their fights correctly. And here are some of the hero usage stats, actually, where they played a ton of Pharah and Sombra in their qualifier in Bangkok.
Yeah, and the most Ana as well as those other two heroes out of any of the teams in the qualifiers. They really relied on that Pharah because they just told us candidly, we can't play the triple tank, triple support compositions. So if someone plays it into us, we have to try and use the Pharah to blow it up. And so maybe that's a bit of a crutch that they're relying on, but I have a feeling that they're going to rely a lot on these weird curveball strategies. And that could be a great way of trying to secure some upsets against a dominant team.
We've seen it from China.
It worked.
Exactly. There you go.
This guy,
he's
absolute
an
madness.
analyst. He's an analyst.
But yes, go on, Bren. We saw it from China.
So
right?
from China, man. They play this unorthodox play style. It takes the teams off guard. The question is, are Korea going to be falling into the same trap that Finland did, where they just don't really know how to react to it? I'm not too convinced by that. I feel like South Korea's players, that they are going to be able to adapt on the fly a little bit more. They're going to be in a better position to do so. But I still feel like this is a game that nobody's going to want to miss because it's got some upset potential. I'll tell you that one for free.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I didn't have to
pay to do this.
I'm glad I didn't have to pay for that one. So now the boys from Down Under will face some tough competition. First matchup today is against South Korea, the two-time defending champions of the Overwatch World Cup, and they're looking for that nice three-peat this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at how they got to BlizzCon this year.
The first stop of the 2018 Overwatch World Cup was Incheon, South Korea. The country is the soul of esports, where it all began. And its national team, it was, is, and may always be the final boss. The Los Angeles Valiant, Philadelphia Fusion, and NYXL are all represented in this super team.
Who needs a Widowmaker when you got Joe Nag?
They're cool and calculated with mechanical skills that can put the rest of the world to shame.
Carpe popping off already.
These players are representing a nation that has won every Overwatch World Cup thus far. As a result, the pressure is on South Korea to remind the world that they are the dominant force in Overwatch esports. And that while your hope is cute, there's no way the gap is closing anytime soon.
I had the pleasure of seeing this squad dominate in their home country firsthand. But this is not the same roster that they competed with in Incheon. They added some different people. They took some folks out. Bren, your thoughts?
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this could affect Team South Korea quite negatively, looking at this. I think making drastic changes, this is the most drastic change we saw out of any team in the World Cup. They changed 3 of their players. Ark was gone, Sabiowi was gone, and Mecha was gone. And in replace, there you go, you see the players in front of you right now. Fury, Animo, and of course, Fletter's come in as well. So, Fletter, and I mean, realistically speaking, yes, these players are the best in the world in some of their roles, right? I think you can argue for some other players, but when you make such a drastic change, it is going to be difficult to really sort of form any sort of cohesion over such a short period of time, even for the best players.
Yeah, but even then, we saw Australia's hero usage, and they play a lot of Pharah, they play a lot of Ana, etc. And that's going to be the problem when you play one single composition versus a team like South Korea. Are you going to play Pharah versus Carpe's McCree?
Yeah, I mean,
no,
that'd be foolish.
You won't be able to do it, okay? And then you have Fury on the Diva. matrixing the Far as well. So this is going to be a much tougher matchup for Australia. No matter how unique they are with their composition, South Korea is not as easy to sweep over.
The guy that I want to talk about here is Fate, because he's been playing the main tank for South Korea, which was a little bit of a controversial pickup when he was first announced.
Yep.
Over guys like Gesture and Mano from the Overwatch League, so much success. And he played a huge amount of Wrecking Ball. And he does have a lot of individual skill with the hero, but they kind of look shaky at times, particularly in this match against Finland. Having said that, he was still able to come out with some great performance himself. But it was definitely something that South Korea leaned into, and so did Australia at times.
Yeah.
And I think they will now again, because it's more powerful when we're here at BlizzCon than it was in the group stages. And so I could definitely see both teams trying it out in certain curveball strategies. We might even see some Wrecking Ball against Wrecking Ball, which we haven't seen at all across the entirety of the World Cup. So this could be a really interesting match in terms of how that hero fits in.
Yeah, that's going to be the real telling thing as well. And I, you know, reinforce your point makes a lot of sense, right? Are you realistically going to play that Pharah into a McCree?
I mean, CKM can play the Genji, but even then, you put out a Brig and you're going to have a rough time. So it's going to be hard for Australia to adapt. So.
Okay, so, I mean, well, you're right. We talked about, you know, the matchup. We set the stage for you all. Well, now let's get the predictions going. Bren, who do you got? I'm scared to ask.
Yeah, so I'm going to be real with you right now.
Keep it real,
I got a controversial one. I got one for the ages here, realistically speaking. I am going to be going with Team Australia.
No, you're not.
I'm going with Team Australia, mate.
No, Brennan.
Would you like me to tell you the reason?
Why?
Okay, I've got some feelings that I need to share with you about this.
Feelings aren't facts.
But analysis is deep within, like, they're straight up. I'll tell you right now the knowledge that I'm going to be spitting across this mic right now. Listen to me, okay, and open your ears, because it's going to be good. Realistically, I pointed out, Johnny, don't do it, man. Don't do it. I pointed out this roster. They changed drastically, right? They haven't got the practice in as much. South Korea, I think, are honestly a little bit of an arrogant team. I feel like they're going to be sort of in a similar situation to what USA was against the UK. I underestimated that. I underestimated the amount of prep time that UK put into USA, and I think that South Korea are going to underestimate the amount of prep time that they put. Don't get the dunce hat out. I think that they're going to be underestimating Australia here.
I'm saying.
Please don't get the dunce hat out.
So, for example, you're saying that because Fury was in London and because Fate was in North America, they couldn't practice properly.
They could not practice properly. Their roster was split across the regions.
Like, for example, Custer being in NA while the rest of his team was in Australia.
But here's the counterpoint.
Sideshow actually made you sound smart.
Here's the counterpoint. Here's the counterpoint, though, right?
You're great,
Australia playing on 200 ping across the board, right? In Australia as a region, they're far away.
All right,
they're far away.
All right,
they've been playing with those training weights on.
Shut it
So
up.
you're saying they're taking the training weights off and that's it. All right. You know what? Bren took so much time from that we can't hear from Reinforced in Sideshow. But I think given how this conversation has gone, we know exactly where they're leaning with their predictions. But it's time to get on with our last match of the day. It is South Korea going up against Australia. Let's send it to your casters, ZP and Jake.
I gotta say, Golden Boy, it has been a crazy day. I think the wheels are coming off the wagon, but that's because there's been so many upsets. Things have just not gone as planned. Up has been down, left has been right. But you know what we do have right here? We have the Thunder from Down Under, Team Australia, taking on the two-time champions, the seemingly undefeatable juggernauts, South Korea.
There's a lot to love about both of these teams. I mean, Australia, the up-and-comers, you really feel for them. I mean, they have to try out, compete against players on, you know, radically worse ping situations. They're trying out with 200, 300 ping. We've been talking to them about this. So this is really their chance. I mean, unfortunately, they have to play up against some of the best players in the entire world as we go to the BlizzCon for our first control map. But Australia, this is their chance to prove what they can do. The LAN environment, erasing those advantages, disadvantages. Now it's just time to see who's the best players in the world. Personally, I'm seeing South Korea is going to be a very scary team to beat.
So let's be super clear on this. Australia, they themselves say that control is not their map. It is the toughest for them to practice. It's not something that they should win. And going with the flow of the day, this means this is the most likely map for them to upset South Korea on. It has been that kind of day.
Yeah, certainly not much sensible has occurred, not much predictions. Lots of Dun's hat wearing, although someone's going to have to wear it after those desk predictions.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, Brent was kind of dreading it, going, oh man, don't get out the hat. But Brent could have the biggest brain of them all. But we're getting right into it here, Jake. And South Korea going to be running out with Carpe on that McCree. Very few things are scarier than that.
Exactly. This is a comp we've seen a lot of, sort of warming up in the Overwatch World Cup. You put that McCree on, but give him so much research, but it's CKM opening up on Jonak. It's South Korea sent packing straight back to spawn.
Early pickoff. I'm not going to say it's happening yet, but I'm afraid. I am afraid for really the fabric of the universe right now, because this is a very good opening for Australia. It's likely going to give them first point, and it's the power of one big Hanzo pick.
I mean, Australia has definitely won the metagame on mid here. I mean, McCree is very weak against double sniper setup, so you can see South Korea already returning to spawn, going to make the swap up. The question is, will they contest point? It looks like they want to go to. They don't want to give up that cap, don't want to let Australia start racking up objective time, but Australia gets the flip. This could be big, and Jay Jonak is now receiving a ton of pressure.
Jonak having Winston in his face. Trill, very good, but 2 out going to fall in the back line. Fate and Fury, the front line of South Korea, able to pierce right to the back, and Fury's not done yet. Trill gonna fall, but Huss on the Widow, looking for a few pickouts, it's too late. Your front line has been decimated, and they give up control back to South Korea.
Surprising here, too, to see Fleta on the Tracer and Carpe on the Sombra. Interesting, maybe portend some future swaps out of Fleta. We know how scary he is on characters like Doomfist, like Pharah. We've seen so much of that in the Overwatch League, so I love this by Carpe, choosing to play the Sombra to allow Fleta's flexibility to shine in a map like this.
Well, speaking of change-ups, you also have CKM going to the Pharah, and the idea here is that you don't have to worry about the McCree, because Carpe now on the Sombra. We'll see if CKM can make the most of the space he's being given, but Australia, for now, taking it a little bit slow, not immediately diving in, but plenty of damage going to Fate. Fate lucky to get away with his life, and that means Australia, they seize the opportunity, they start moving it forward, but while this is going on, Jonak's down! Jonak got picked off by Trill, and Australia, now they had a 6v5, and it's getting a little bit of a brawl. Both teams down to support, but can they move in, Jake?
Frags going both ways. It's a very scrappy fight, but the HP is just dropping lower and lower for Team South Korea. Australia moving in, closing the noose here. This Ana Mercy, it's so much healing to deal with. Once picks start to go both ways, the Devil Healer setup is just so dangerous to deal with. Jonak picked up early is so important, but South Korea, they still have the objective advantage, and Australia did have to use the Valkyrie, which is one of their most important ultimates in this composition. So Korea looking to cut back in and maybe retake. They have nearly 6 ultimates to work with.
They have a lot of power, and it would be absolutely ridiculous if they weren't able to go in and take this fight off that power alone. Carpe, of course, holding on TMP, doesn't want to use it. Easy pick off on that Kraken. They saw the opportunity, cussed up, blown right up. And South Korea, we talked about all the ultimates they have here. They're going to be able to save quite a bit here, Jake.
And this is some inexperience shown by Huss. He commits his Infra Sight. At the same time, Trill's using the Primal Rage. There's no chance for them to win that team fight down 2 supports that quickly. So a bit of an error there, I think, coming out from Team Australia. You don't want to be committing ults to a fight after you've already lost both supports. That's a little bit crazy. So now they might get punished for it. I mean, South Korea in a dominant position. This team is ready to use that sound barrier. And I just frankly don't know what the response will be from Australia. Punk's going to have to come up huge.
Not only is he going to have to get a big self-destruct here, but they also need to not all get hit by the EMP. EMP gonna come in, and they immediately go for the tanks, right? Trill blown up immediately. South Korea is playing this by the book. You get rid of the tank abilities, you deal with the tank, it's gonna be very difficult to turn the fight around.
What's so surprising here for me is that why hasn't Australia switched off onto the Brigida? Jay Jonak taking out CKM, turning off the barrage. Fate's in deep, they're trying to focus him, but he's still got the primal. He hasn't even had to use it yet. Fleta going deep into the spawn once more, and looks just like cleanup here for the team South Korea.
South Korea going, we don't want a long overtime fight. We're just gonna bring the fight to you. It is instant delivery, sending you back to your spawn, right from your spawn. A little bit of last minute delay coming in here from Australia, but they are simply staggering onto the point. And South Korea starting out dominant.
And to go back to what we heard from the sensible half of the desk, Team South Korea is not a team that you can lock a composition against. You can't just expect to play your comfort picks and succeed against players this strong and this flexible. You have to be dealing with them. You have to be countering their metagame, keeping them on their toes. Right there, it just felt like, well, Australia had the right comp for mid, but as soon as South Korea flipped the point, they were in control. I mean, why does Australia not bring out the Brigida there? They really need that answer to the Tracer and Sombra. Normally, we don't see those two characters together precisely because Brigida exists.
It's hard to say. I mean, it seemed like one of those situations where Australia thought, all right, we want to fight this composition, we don't need the swap, whereas you take a look at the South Korean side, they were very adaptable, and in fact, the only reason why we saw Carpe likely stay on the Sombra is because he had EMP. If EMP was down, probably would have went to a McCree or even a Widow to punish CKM even harder.
Yeah, certainly here, this could be an interesting matchup. We've got Trill on the Hammond. We haven't seen any Hammond so far on this map. Could work out here, but Carpe on the McCree is going to be so deadly. This is a very open map. And given that he has the speed boost constantly with him, Animo is going to be a major protecting factor. It's going to be very hard for CKM to catch up. I mean, he might be able to get some good spam in, but it's hard to finish off from McCree with a speed boost.
The one thing here that might be in their favor is that Trill is going to be in Carpe's face immediately. He plays a very good Hammond, even though Hammond's weak. Oh, CKM's already down. Jonek says, you know what, it's fine. I'll take care of this. CKM's going to get res back up, and meanwhile, Trill gives up his life for the distraction, and South Korea absolutely unfazed, just rejecting Australia from the point.
Trill getting absolutely destroyed by the focus from South Korea. All 6 players waiting for his initiation. They instantly punish him, move forward, and cap the point. You can't underestimate the amount of burst damage and single target control that this comp offers to Team South Korea. Flashbang into Brigida stun is such a long disable that even a Hammond is an easy pickoff during it, especially when you have the Discord Orb and McCree laying in headshots on top of it. Carpe looking like an absolute machine sniping down this combo.
Carpe is the one person that needs to fall here. Australia needs to formulate a game plan to get in and deal with this McCree because Carpe just simply is that good. We're going to see Trill move in, but Pile Driver doesn't even hit Carpe. Carpe going to look at the sky, brings up the Deadeye, looking for those happy little skulls. A Kraken already down, so it's a man advantage for South Korea. And again, good zone control, good support. They're playing at such a high level right now, and Australia has no answer.
Carpe with the perfect Deadeye. Deadeye, an ult that you don't necessarily need to get kills with. One of the strongest zoning ults in the game. In this case, Custa and CKM are forced to essentially stay out of the fight for 6 seconds. So Carpe is zoning main healer and the main DPS of Australia, and everyone else from South Korea can just clean up the remaining players.
Now Australia going to be looking to bring this back. They don't have that many fights left, which means that this EMP needs to be successful. He's looking for Jonak in the back, but Jonak is so good. Yeah, no, Jonak gonna get struck by the EMP, but Carpe moves to support. Huss can't finish it off, and South Korea is dealing with this quite well. Now they're gonna be able to use support ults if needed. The effect of the EMP is gone, and Jonak just gonna casually transcend, keep his team alive. They're going to look for Punk, self-destruct, comes back the other way, and CKM is down. South Korea, they're using their resources so effectively here, Jake.
And the timing is going to work out perfectly for them. This is looking like a potential last fight scenario. Everyone from Team Australia, is going to fall. Team South Korea chasing into the spawn. Even the Baby Diva falls there in the end. And based on this timing, I think Trill or Haas is going to be forced to touch the point and essentially suicide just to keep the map going, just to keep overtime on. And South Korea is already on 99%. Australia has nothing to their name. Carpe's flank wants to shut this fight down before it even begins.
He really wants to go for the ultimate high noon here. The Deadeye from the back. You're looking for Carpe. You can't find him. Let's see what he does. Australia, they have to dive on the point. They get fade early. Carpe coming back in from the flank. Deadeye up. Pillars kind of gang his way, but gets a little bit of partial damage. Picks off Costa. It was enough. The mercy of the fight. The far out of the skies. South Korea grounding the Air Force of Australia here. But Australia fighting back a bit. South Korea doesn't quite have it. As Jonak says, it's fine. I'm also DPS. 3 pickoffs for Jonak. And South Korea making map 1 look so easy.
Closing that map out with both tank ults in the bank. The rumors of South Korea's weakness were greatly exaggerated. It seems looking so strong, so coordinated, so focused. I mean, frankly, this is exactly what I expected. Even though they didn't get the most practice time, they didn't have the most prep, they're one of the most experienced teams or collections of 6 players, really, in the world. Every one of these players is incredibly confident. We talked with their coaches. The reason for these recent roster swaps was to fit the current meta as it shifted off the last patch. There's so much confidence on this team that I'm not surprised that they're looking this coordinated with just a little bit of practice time.
All right, well, of course, I was a swift map 1, but to get a little bit insight in, well, let's think about this here, Jake, as we take a look here at the highlights of map 1. I mean, it was a pretty quick map, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely felt like South Korea was in full control. I mean, on map 1, well, at least Australia had their number on the first team fight, but as soon as South Korea was able to get a clean fight going, I mean, even when they lost Jonak first, the aggression absolutely just did even more, right? They got even more than 1 support pick and somehow managed to snowball that fight anyway. So South Korea, it looks like every comp that they've matched up on has been good for them.
So we had to wait for the shoeies to commence, but now we're going to be taking a look at some insight from the Australian side.
What's up? I am down here with the GM of Team Australia, RQT. So how does it feel to be in charge of a team that has such a hype audience?
I can barely hear you over that. It feels amazing. I'm really proud of the team we've picked, and we were always just aiming to get to BlizzCon since we didn't have the Overwatch League showing other teams had. We got here and we just want to make it as competitive as possible with Korea.
Awesome, awesome. Well, as we know, Australia has a very infamous chant. So do you mind leading us and this crazy loud crowd behind us in it?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! 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 Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Well, that was fantastic. My eardrums are blown out now. I need to go get some hearing aids, so we're going to kick it back over to ZP and Jake.
Thank you, Mika, and I gotta say, the Australian crowd is one of the best. Brings back good memories of Sydney a year ago. They are some of the most passionate fans in the world. But Jake, Map 2, already about to be upon us. Blizzard World is going to be the arena. How could this help Australia?
Well, this was certainly a strong point for them back at the group stage in Bangkok in Thailand. I mean, this is where they looked at their strongest, somehow making the Pharah work on a map that I wouldn't traditionally think of as being that Pharah-centric map. But I can't help but feel that they partially benefited from Huss's Widowmaker being stronger than most others in that group stage. Now going up against Carpe, that's not exactly the case anymore. We saw how aggressive not only Carpe was, but also Fury and Jonak keeping the pressure on CK. His Pharah feels much more constricted than it ever felt in the group stages, and that just shows the experience of Team South Korea. Pharah Mercy is a relatively one-dimensional comp. We only see it on a few points because it's so dependent on the right kind of geometry. When you hide from the enemy hit scan, you want to still be able to do something, still have some good spam angles. But if those don't exist and you're just hiding around the corner, you're essentially sacrificing both your Pharah and your Mercy for no real gain. So Australia, they're going to have to figure it out. I think the sidelines are pretty difficult to use on Blizzard World if Carpe ends up being as hot as I expect on this Widow.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest problem here too is that's not just Carpe, right? You have crazy amounts of support benefits going to him, where not only is he well protected by his tanks, getting proper healing, but then the supports are also doing the job of damage in the meantime, where even if Carpe gets the elimination credit, right, you have to think that for a lot of those eliminations, it's Jonak laying the orbs into the sky, or laying in the Ana darts if he decides to play that. So it's definitely mission impossible to a degree for CKM, and maybe we won't see him go to the far as much as the series goes on. Right now, of course, we have a look at Australia as they're setting up, and CKM looking to favor the Brigida a little bit more.
I am a little bit confused, I must admit. Custa on the Torbjorn. Looks like he potentially wants to commit to it here. Hasn't swapped yet, and time is running a little bit low here. Yes, he's leaving spawn. They want to go with the Torb strat. Remember this when you think about your T-Mobile MVP. Custa right here, not afraid to bring out the new Torb. We get to see our first Molten Cores, hopefully, of the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, guys, it's, you know, you do want to vote for the best player, but also think about who's pandering to you. Who really wants that vote? And right now, Custa is the Torb. He wants your vote.
Team South Korea, though, a classic Sombra Genji comp. This is going to enable them to flank the Junkrat, flank the Torbjorn, and punish those weak characters. They're not so strong at fighting in the kind of engagements that Sombra Genji is going to create. It's going to be a real struggle also to get picks with the Junkrat. With no Mercy damage boost and no 150 HP character to target, it's a lot more difficult to get those reliable pickoffs.
We'll see if South Korea has the answer to this new age Torbjorn strategy, where Custa would love to use the new Molten Core, of course. Very good at area denial. Fate jumps on in, and Fate goes on out. Got stuck by the turret. I couldn't even move in the end of it. And Custa just creating space on the Torbjorn. The turret still old reliable there. Hasn't been dealt with, and South Korea is thrown back by this Torbjorn-powered defense.
You know, I think that was actually Huss's Junkrat trap combined with Trill's halt, and that's a classic combo because when Winston comes in, he just wants to cleave you up and, you know, get a bunch of damage, farm his ult up, but when you halt him into a trap, he's an easy pickoff for a character like Junkrat. That's too much burst damage to handle. We can see, though, South Korea recognizes Australia has no hit scan aside from their Ana, and that's not really strong enough to deal with the heals that Mercy provides, so Fleta looking to spam out Torbjorn. New Pharah even stronger against Torbjorn than she's been in the past.
Also very strong against shields like we're seeing here from Orisa. Custa, though, the turret finds Fate. The turret just doesn't miss. Fleta, though, also not really missing a whole lot. Finds a Kraken early on, but under so much pressure, the turret, the big part there, Punt, just did a little bit of a finishing blow. And Australia managing to make this Torb power defense work. And here comes Riptire. Might be a little bit late here, Jake, but you know what to do.
Nice pathing, but he's getting zoned out on the flank. He needed to commit a little bit quicker there to find a support. It ends up getting spammed down by Fate here. Fate getting so much value out of that slam, absolutely splitting up Team Australia. This comp really doesn't work so well when they start losing players, but the Molten Core comes out. Lava everywhere on the point.
The floor is lava. Custa using the new Molten Core, but even though it zones out South Korea a little bit, I think Fleta looks at it and goes, well, I'm just going to stay in the sky. It's not really bothering me that much. Going to get 2 pickoffs. Australia now starting to bleed lead, and even as they were trying to stagger back in, it's not going to be enough. South Korea able to take the point, and I'm sorry to say, probably going to be the end of Torbjorn.
Yeah, definitely pretty rough to try and keep the Torb into second point, although I know a little something about that. Let's see, though, if Carpe on his EMP can actually get what he's looking for here. Australia, they need to take this fight and just build ults, so Carpe wants to hold his if it's at all possible.
Yeah, this is where South Korea would love to get ahead on the ultimate economy here, and EMP, one of the best tools for being able to do that. Pushing up the payload, Australia now has to decide where do they want to engage this.
It's definitely going to be rough with no ultimates in the bank. I mean, CKM does have the rally online. Oh, but gets the EMP. Great play by CKM. Shuts down the ultimate from Carpe. And that's really the initiation from Team South Korea.
Yeah, the EMP's gone. You interrupt it mid-cast, not going to do what you want. Jonak has invested Transcendence with very little effect. South Korea's ultimate economy in complete shambles because of that play to deny Carpe. It was excellent stuff from CKM, and you look at how South Korea right now is a little bit lost in this fight.
A Kraken getting slammed on top of the mines. This might be the death of him. He's trying to escape, but he can't really move without risking running into a mine. It's just a beatdown by Fate. Repeat melees to finish off the frag, and the card has been moving this entire time. Australia, you've got to contest that objective. You have at best one chance to hold this, but they did play that fight really well, getting a ton of ultimates out of South Korea, and at the same time, building up quite a few of their own.
They got the ultimates out, but now they need to stop. But you look at Fleta, was setting up for the pulse bomb, didn't quite have enough in the ambush position. Now, South Korea looking to move on in. Fleta drops a pulse bomb, doesn't quite get what he's looking for. Meanwhile, Custa punishes Carpe on the other end. Trill, disruption with the Primal Rage. And as good as South Korea has been, they are going to get stopped a bit here.
The ultimate advantage does swing back in the favor of South Korea for that team fight, or excuse me, towards Australia for that team fight. And now, I really like this swap out of Fate going to the Winston. I was just going to mention that without that Winston bubble, you're a lot more vulnerable to Punk's self-destruct. So Fate maybe recognizes that that's incoming, wants to swap and preemptively counter it. But we're back to this Power Pocket Carpe build. But can they deal with Huss at long range? That's going to be a real struggle. They need to use this speed boost very, very efficiently, sneak up on that Widow and not play at her sidelines.
Definitely going to be interesting. The crowd getting into it here for Australia. They would love to see a second stop. South Korea, though, is merciless. Fate leaps in early, gets chunked pretty hard. South Korea gonna take it easy for just a moment. Get Fate healed back up. Australia goes, actually, we want to take this fight. Both teams getting into it. Australia dropping the beat, diving on in. CKM swinging that rocket mace. And Fury going to be falling off the mech early. It is an advantage, but they lose their Brigida. South Korea can turn this around, but Trill, he's built another Primal Rage. Exactly the disruption that Australia's needed, and Trill is gonna be the difference maker.
Trill getting so much value off these primals, fight after fight, just the complete savior of South Korea there. Once Fleta found that pick, I thought for sure that was going to be South Korea's point capture, but turning it right back around. And honestly, I think Australia has found the better of this compositional matchup. The Widow is so free against this composition because Fate just can't really overextend into the high ground. I mean, Lucio and Brigida are so strong at peeling that there's really no threat that stops the Widow from free firing.
Not only that, but he has the Infrasight up for the next fight, which means this is going to be so annoying for South Korea. They have to wait for the Infrasight to go away. This is valuable time. They're under a minute. But now Fate, he's hand up, jumps in. No! Absolutely chunked! Couldn't get the Primal Rage up off the engage. It's what he wanted. It's what he didn't get. And Trill dives in immediately and finds Jonak. Australia's counter-punching has been sublime.
Really getting aggressive there and just right use those peel mechanics. I mean, you can see Fate, he wants to land on somebody, do some damage, but they just keep juggling him in the air with their boop abilities and absolutely destroy him with that Zenyatta's Discord. So a Kraken maybe getting a little trigger happy with that Transcendence. I don't know if that was fully necessary. So South Korea, their ult advantage just sort of finally swung back into their favor. This is their time.
Early self-destruct, Fury down immediately. South Korea, this is their final fight, 10 seconds left. Carpe going to the back, looking for anything, but under so much pressure. Still found CKM. Fate with the Primal Rage. Makes room. Deadeye from Carpe. Looking to DMAC Punk. Not quite going to get it, but the rest of the damage certainly there. And South Korea making a valiant last stand. It's an overtime. They don't care. They're going to get point B.
This is the power of the McCree comp. If you can make that fight scrappy, if you can dislodge the Widow, that's when McCree really starts lighting things up. Flashbang and roll are just these perfect close combat abilities that really shine against characters like Winston and D.Va. So Carpe making it work here, and now going to make the switch over to that full 3-3 setup. On this tight corridors of last point, I think this is a great swap. I think it makes a ton of sense. South Korea showing their experience and also understanding that they need to win a fight with very few ultimates invested. There's not many comps that do that more efficiently than the 3-3 setup.
And that's where you trust in Jonak's judgment. They have the Transcendence up and ready. They know he can pop at the right time. Custa already down. Fleta making good use of the Brigida. 3 uncontested pickoffs. They use the Transcendence to make it nice and safe, but it is a rout in favor of South Korea. They are 1 fight away.
I will say, though, Australia's playing this very intelligently. Team Australia not committing ults to that last team fight, getting the Transcendence out of Jonak. They have a big opportunity to stop the card in overtime. There's no point in winning that fight early because they know what really matters is getting that stop before last. Now, both support ultimates available and Trill's Primal Rage. We've seen what he's been able to do with that before.
Early stun on the Carpe, 10 HP and down. They finish him off. Barrier and Transcendence overlapping here for Australia. Little bit of waste, but it might not matter because this could be the last fight. Final 15 seconds. 2-man edge to Australia. South Korea on the ropes, and now they have to try not to get staggered and still hit the point in 5 seconds. Likely not going to happen. Australia holding strong here on last, and that means here, Jake, they do have a chance here on Blizzard World.
South Korea will go no further than that on Blizzard World, but still a tough test ahead of Australia on their map choice here on the hybrid map type. This is still a map that's very easy to full hold. It's very rare that teams finish with a whole lot of time left, so this is certainly winnable for both sides, but Australia, definitely the momentum, I would say, is in their favor now.
Now let me ask you this. Do you think the strategy Australia came out with, the early Torbjorn opening, was that effective against South Korea?
I mean, I think it caught South Korea off guard, but what really made that last hold possible was Team Australia's performance on second point. Team Australia, as you know, right when they switched off that Torbjorn composition, they had about 3 or 4 of their ults reset to 0% as those players just swapped characters. Losing that much tempo usually means a few free fights for the opposing team, but somehow Australia pulled those fights out, and that's what made South Korea have that only 1 or 2 chances on last point. So really, I feel like it was the second point play from Team Australia that allowed them to get the full hold on last.
Well, and speaking of that second point play, the person you'd really have to look at there would be Trill, where he was getting Primal Rage up at an absolutely absurd rate. And you look to every fight that Australia won, they did it in large part because of the absolute disruption that Trill was able to put down. But let's not forget CKF. That early EMP interruption onto Carpe really seemed to be a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. CKM really playing well, but I couldn't agree more. Definitely, if you're going to look at this in a classical sense, I mean, Trill really is the MVP of Team Australia. He's the one who's sort of performing at that super, super top level on every main tank that he plays. And Winston, especially Winston and Wrecking Ball, I think, I felt like his specialties to me. It feels like that's where he's most comfortable, constantly disrupting, being really efficient with his ultimate generation as well.
So Australia again be taking to the offense here. CKM going to be on Genji. It's a hero that people have been a little bit nervous about for him, but he has a chance for redemption here.
South Korea want to change things up, not going with the classic 3-3 setup, and no Brigida this time, which may be punishing here. We saw this before in Team China versus Team Finland. The Genji is able to farm a ton of Dragon Blade in the situation because there's no hit scan really to punish him out and force him out. I mean, Carpe is going to struggle to do that on just the Sombra, so Fleta needs to get value out of this Doomfist. It looks like Australia, though, wants to make the switch over to Mercy and maybe some other characters, too.
Australia deciding that it's better to switch now than switch later when you'd be in a situation that your ult economy be even worse.
I don't love the Pharah swap here, honestly, from Team Australia. I don't think it makes a ton of sense against Ana and Zenyatta. That combination alone with the Diva's help and a little bit of burn from the Sombra is enough to take down a Pharah.
We'll see just how they do here. CKM with an opportunity, looking for the Doomfist. Can't land the rockets. Fleta totally fine, just a little bit off, but that's enough. You got to be accurate with the new Pharah. Australia really taking their time here, but South Korea's okay with that. A minute burned off the clock, but now they're looking towards Fury. Fury eating a lot of damage. Fleta under fire, can't get a pick off, and now Australia has a 6-on-5. They take a moment to heal up. They go back in. CKM laying in the rockets right now, and Australia slowly but surely getting into South Korean territory. Here we go.
Oh, Trill gets in. I think he blocked the sleep there, but Jonak just getting spam healed up. He can't get any value out of this nano boost. He's going to be forced to prop the Primal Rage, but it just gets the Transcendence out, and now South Korea streaming back onto the point on the back of their Transcendence. We no defensive support ults on the side of Team Australia.
Jonak just wasn't phased there. He goes, you know what? I trust my heal. I trust the fact I can transcend. Carpe, though, is picked off. And oh, the barrage from CKM does get the Diva, so it's not without anything, but he gives his life for it. Fleta, meanwhile, on the Tracer. Pulse Bomb ready, gets hacked. This is real dangerous, but again, you see the support coming in from Animo there. Able to keep him up. The hack is gone. The Pulse Bomb is up. Did it stick? No, not quite. But Australia winning the war of attrition here despite the attempted heroics at the end.
An extremely close team fight. Felt like it was going both ways there at different points, but Australia, lots of time to work with here on second point. CKM still on the fire, believes he can make it work here on to second. I think it only gets more difficult as the map goes on, though, so this is going to be an even tougher test for CKM.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Carpe still in the Sombra here. This would be, it seems like it would be an ideal situation for a swap. He's only 15%.
Yeah, or for Fleta. You know, I would expect to see something like a McCree, Widow, Soldier 76 come out, but CKM already onto the Brigida, so perhaps South Korea now caught in an even worse position. Tracer, Sombra, very, very vulnerable to the Brigida. It's very hard to execute the kind of aggression that you want to be doing with Tracer and Sombra.
And we've already seen that CKM has very good game sense interrupting Sombras when they're going for the EMP, so even for a player like Carpe, it's not going to be a free lunch. Australia going to go in, nano boost on the Trill, self-destruct leading the way, Animo, caught, Trill gang on Jonak, the supports for South Korea down, but South Korea does strike back. It's a bad day to be a support. Carpe, a little bit of a dose of medicine to the other side, and that's enough to give South Korea at least a bit of a delay.
Both backlines being slaughtered right there, but it looks like the ultimate exchange is going to favor Team South Korea. They didn't invest as much into that fight, and it was essentially a wash. We're going to see Team South Korea get back to the fight and contest this cart very, very quickly here.
Now you gotta look towards Huss. He actually has the EMP a bit earlier than Carpe here. Gonna drop down, gonna use the EMP. Now is the follow through gonna be there? Fleta immediately punished. Can't use abilities when you're hacked. Trill onto Jonak again. Every Primal Rage just beating up the Overwatch League MVP, and Trill could not be deeper.
Trill sending the supports packing. That means absolutely no heals for any of the tanks on Team South Korea. They're contesting without any resources, but the EMP does come in, aiding them a little bit. Now there's no abilities to focus those tanks down. Fate, though, might need to get back to the card soon. Fury's trying to get back in his mech. It looks like Team South Korea might be managing to hold this.
It's close, but you're absolutely right. They are. Fate was able to buy enough time. The front line of South Korea working very well with each other here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Australia to get through second.
Frankly, I thought that point was all over for Team South Korea once Trill made that massive play with the Primal Rage, taking down Jonak and sending Animo far out of LOS to his team, but somehow Team South Korea fighting back even without any of their healers' resources.
And South Korea, of course, just a very disciplined team. And now you go to the next fight here. Jonak, Transcendence in reserve. South Korea very willing to dive in with this. Animo, under pressure. Jonak, are you going to save him? He's super low. Oh, so low. Finally falls. Hussdale the vision. Jonak goes down. Couldn't use the res. Suddenly, the supports for South Korea are gone. And Australia with another excellent opportunity to get through second. And this time, it's going to be theirs.
Australia recognizing their mistakes, playing a little bit more slowly and conservatively. It's Hunt opening up on an Animo, and then I think it's CKM stun that prevents Jonak from using the Transcendence as he wants to.
CKM just been the denier of ults here so far. His Brigida's game sense has been quite good, Jake.
Yeah, certainly one of the better players at just shutting down those EMPs. It's such an important skill and such a difficult one to practice. Really requires you to just be a really high intelligence player, someone who understands the game really deeply.
Early EMP, Jonak down!
Only Jonak, though, doesn't catch anybody else. Is it enough?
It's gonna be enough. Already 2 players down. Huska translocate out just in the nick of time. Australia keeping the foot on the throat of South Korea here. I can't believe what I'm seeing as Trill making even more space. They're 1 fight away from evening up the series.
The only problem I have with that team fight is it cost Team Australia 3 major ultimates to get that team fight win. South Korea uses nothing. They're starting to rebuild their bank. Carpe on the Zarya is going to be really powerful here. CKM makes the switch back to the Pharah. Might get some value now that the hit scans are gone. Carpe, though, again, counter-swapping to the McCree.
South Korea, they have run out of mulligans. A fight they must win. A Transcendence in reserve. Here comes Self-Struck right down Broad Street. Not going to connect. Fleta easily shielding it off. Husto finds Carpe. The big gun of South Korea is down. 6 on 5 for Australia. Fate, Primal Rage in the back. Forces Custa back. Primal Rage still up. Going to need to pop it soon. Low HP. A Kraken down. But Fate trusting in his healers. Doesn't Primal here. And South Korea so disciplined. Turns it around. Jonak back with a vengeance.
Great decision making by Fate. Could have been easily tempted to Primal there. Knows he doesn't need it. Exactly as you were saying, trusts his team. He knows that Jonak's still alive, farming in the back line. Fleta's still alive on the Brigida. There's no real risk of us losing this team fight, even if I fall. So great risk taking by Fate. Exactly the right decision. And I love these fast swaps by Carpe. Just switching back and forth, staying constantly ahead of what Australia's bringing. Now he's on Torbjorn, though. Yeah. So maybe I spoke a little too soon. Let's see if this works out.
No, one good Torb deserves another. Oh, and he's immediately down. CKM says, no, you're not running that versus us. 65 for Australia, but CKM pays with his life. South Korea with the spawn advantage. They will trade out with you all day and all night. Australia down to their final minute to take the map.
I'm not super sure about the Torb pick, but you know, if you're winning the team fight, you can't really complain too much, right?
Look, just look at the results. Don't look at the Torb getting buffed immediately. It simply baited CKM into a bad decision. That's our story. We're going to stick with it.
I'm not sure. I think Carpe's trying to do this to maybe bait CKM to play Pharah. Maybe that's his idea here. I'm not sure if he's even got the turret out right now.
I mean, he just has the hammer out right now. You know, by the way, you can get that hammer in the gear store here at BlizzCon. Just saying. Ooh. But now, we're going into the next fight. Australia gonna leap in. Trill, early primal rage to start things out here, but he is punished. He almost falls, immediately has to get out. Self-destruct fuse, no victims either side. And South Korea, we're down to the final 14 seconds here, Jake. Australia has to make a move. They're down one early. Here comes Carpe, brings out the hammer, diving on in. South Korea repelling Australia. The momentum from those down under falling here at the last minute. And Blizzard World ending with a whimper as South Korea holds strong.
Well, Torbjorn looking like the new meta here on Blizzard World. Carpe somehow making that work, actually getting a ton of value there, especially in that last team fight, just fragging out those right clicks into the Winston, just completely shredding him on top of the Discord. South Korea with an inventive composition that totally works out. I didn't believe in it, and I've been proven wrong.
Hey, really, the Torb on both ends, some surprising effectiveness, but man, one thing I will say here is that talk about the adjustment from South Korea. They just focused down Trill, who's doing so good otherwise. But guys, can Australia bring this back, or will South Korea complete the sweep? We'll find out after the break.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
South Korea are on top of the world right now as they are 2-0 over the boys from down under. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk, and they look like they're having a really good time out there.
That was amazing. That was amazing. It was like great games. You know, that was hard fought. Not GG easy. It was like the most respectful, wholesome sign I've ever seen.
You know what? What I'm gonna do is in the middle of this next game, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna get that sign and bring it in here. So wherever you are, not GG easy sign person, I am stealing your sign.
Golden Boy's just admitting to theft before it happens. As your legal advisor, I've got to say that's.
Well, you're my legal advisor. Ay, Dios mío. It's a wrap. Okay, well, let's go into the highlights here for games 1 and 2 of this South Korea Australia showdown. And you know, we started things off on Busan, and you know, this was
my lord,
incredibly unfair because South Korea had home map at that.
Oh, really? Top tier analysis with Jonathan Larson, ladies and gentlemen.
I will say this though, one of the first things that Team Australia said to us in their individual one-on-ones was all control maps across the board are their worst maps. Like they really dislike this game mode in particular. So I had a feeling the game was going to go this way. Yeah.
Good thing they have to reverse sweep and win a control map.
Don't remind me of that one, please.
Okay.
But yeah, so I had this kind of expectation coming into this one here, and we did see a bit of a turnaround as well as it went into the late maps. But for this one here, I mean, we got to pick up South Korea as well. These guys were playing realistically how we expected to a certain degree.
Yeah, they were throwing in curveballs. Australia are using the Hammond, they're using the Farah and stuff like that. And South Korea have got the answer. They have the flashbang, they have the Brigitte stun, and they're just destroying. But this was fantastic. They discussed curveballs, but I thought it was a big bait. When Custer threw himself off and killed himself at the beginning, and then he comes out on the Torb.
I will say the Torbjorn made sense, though, because they put it up there. This is a sentence I said in 2018, but they put the turret up there, and it was stopping the Farah from being able to have an impact, for the time being, right? I mean,
it was pretty good. It was like a reasonably good strat.
You gotta use more of those pocket strats because it's looking like quick play out there, and if you want to make it competitive, you need more of the Torbjorn. I think Ben agrees.
I absolutely do agree.
Great.
But also, let's pick up Australia.
Okay.
Sorry, Johnny. No, you go ahead, mate. Be respectful.
No, you do it.
Okay, no, you first.
You know what? The theme of this desk is respectful.
Tell him. He can analyze.
Okay, it's respectful.
No, you analyze.
The
Johnny,
not GG easy sign out there. Okay, we love each other. All right, I will refuse to analyze this because
Whoa, what?
That's
language.
Rude. Very rude.
What is so mean?
Okay, to be serious for a second though,
please,
Australia
Josh.
have genuinely been playing Korea fairly close in that second map. They had 2 minutes at the end where they only had to push a couple of meters to get across the line. Carpe goes off to Torbjorn with his own cheese strat, and they ended up not making it work. But at the end of the day, they were in a very winnable situation for Blizzard World. So I don't think they're necessarily out the series in terms of getting points on the board. I do think that Korea are going to be able to lock it up, though.
And I will say, though, our next map is going to be Temple of Anubis. And having played Australia myself in Thailand, in the Bangkok qualifier, that was one of their best maps. And they revolutionized that map throughout the tournament because they had this Orisa composition on the high ground, playing with the Brigitte. And it was so hard to take that point. So in many ways, we're going into an assault map that I think that Australia are feeling incredibly confident on. So if you want to start a reverse sweep, this is definitely the map you have to, because otherwise you're out of the tournament. Great point. I am so smart.
Well, nice, Johnny. Yeah, I agree. But I also, to add on to your point about Anubis being a very good map for them, that was how they qualified for the playoffs as well against China. That was they only need to win that one map. They full held them on the first point. So there you go, Johnny. Well done.
Yeah, but then we highlighted that they were not big fans of, oh, you see, we all come back and it's just love and nice, and then they're gonna fight afterwards. So we did mention though that they don't like that Australia does not like control. They don't like the control game type. They would need, in order for them to pull off this reverse sweep, they will need to win a control, Josh.
Yeah.
Is that possible at this point? Does it start here at Temple of Anubis?
You're asking the wrong person, I think, because if you want me to give you a little bit of hope, I'm going to be more realistic.
Okay, Bren, Bren, they need to win Temple of Anubis. Is this an opportunity for Australia to start the reverse sweep?
Easy money. And I'm not just saying that because Mitch Leslie is over there and he's been working out. But it is going to be realistically the stepping stone they need, Golden Boy.
Okay.
Speaking to you in particular now.
Thank you. Okay.
This is what they need to do. Temple of Anubis, they win that. That gets the ball rolling. Momentum's in their side. They're like Tyson Fury. I don't know. I'm thinking of a boxing boxer.
Mike Tyson.
No, Tyson Fury in particular. He's a British guy.
Okay.
He's not Australian. Don't know why I use that particular analogy. But
I don't know either.
This is how they start it. This is how it gets going. Trust me on this one, Golden Boy. When I get this right, I'm going to be hailed as the greatest analyst of all time.
Yeah, I'm sure that is exactly what people are going to be saying after this match is over, Bren. 100%.
Thank you.
They're not.
No.
So, what is your face? What is your face?
Just best analyst. What are you? You want to have a go, mate?
You want?
Oh no.
You want? You know, these guys are just having a giggle.
Analyst takedown. Analyst takedown.
Analyst takedown 2018. Right after BlizzCon, the Sunday after BlizzCon, that's when it all goes down. So
All official.
Yes, exactly. So you know what? These guys are trying to be great analysts. Okay, it's a strong attempt, and we want you to be a great observer. Oh, look at that. You like that? That's right, because now you can download the Overwatch World Cup viewer, and with that, you can watch the games yourself. Now, here's the thing. If you happen to miss the action, you only have yourself to blame now. So that's the good news there. That's the good news, right?
Yeah.
So it's very simple.
Sure.
Very simple. You just go to the Battle.net app. You download the Overwatch World Cup viewer. You observe the games. If you aren't doing it right now, well, go do it.
Yeah, but tune into the halftime breaks. Tune into the halftime break.
Yeah,
Don't get more money.
do.
Yes. Tune into the
Boost the viewer
halftime
numbers.
because Reinforce gets more money. That is exactly why you need to tune into the half here. All right. Well. Just what is going on here?
Who knows?
I've given up. I've given up. All right, you know, ZP, Jake, I'm going to let you guys take it from here because I think that now I am putting in my official resignation.
How do we take it from here? Where do you go from that? I don't know where you go from that. You guys are having way too much fun, but you know what? So are we here, Jake. We're going to see if Australia can bring this back in a reverse sweep and give any form of order to the chaos. Can Bren live up to his calling as the greatest analyst of all time? Will he be wearing the dunce hat? These are the real questions that we need answered here, Jake.
You know, as much as I'd love to be optimistic, I love to be excited, build up that hype, I have to say, I feel like as much as this is a map that Team Australia is going to be really dominant on, it's also a map that Team South Korea is going to be incredibly experienced on. We've seen a ton of gameplay on this map in the Overwatch League, and it's such a map about precision, about perfection. It's about making no mistakes on the offense so that you keep all of your teammates alive. And that kind of level of play is something that I think should play to South Korea's strengths. It's going to be up to Australia to continue to prove that this is their map, that they are truly dominant against some of the best players in the world. And as we've said multiple times, the stakes really couldn't be higher, right? This has to be the beginning of a comeback. You know, Team South Korea, they're playing with the house money right now. They're not scared. If they lose Anubis, no problem. Go to Escort. Lose Escort, you go to Australia's worst map type. So Team Australia, if they win this, that takes some real mental fortitude.
I'm going to tell you, though, I do think South Korea should be scared, and here's why. We know that just looking at the desk that Brent is willing to cross some lines. He's willing to go to some extremes. And if we don't have an old school Tanya Harding situation, I'm going to be shocked. I'm going to be shocked, Jake.
You never know what to expect with the Brenji, you know. Sometimes
he takes it a little seriously.
Sometimes it's getting a little serious. Looks like Cust is also taking it a little bit seriously here. Coming out on the Torbjorn, maybe looking to flex it out again, using the TP, getting to the high ground, gonna set up this castle, this time on the Anubis high ground. It worked really well on Blizzard World first. In fact, a lot better than I would have expected. This time they have Huss's Widowmaker to deny Fleda's Pharah, which is sort of what ended up breaking open the defense last time. So South Korea needs a new solution to this, and it might just be Genji Sombra die.
And I think at this point, the surprise of the Torbjorn is probably gone away, where they weren't expecting at Blizzard World. They go, hey guys, are they running that? Are they running that again? Oh, yeah, they are.
I can't help but wonder if this is a response to practicing with Cust on 300 ping on Australian servers, but...
the turret doesn't miss. The turret does not care about your ping.
Yeah, the turret is a very, very accurate ally to have. Fury getting stunned in the backline. I don't know if he's able to escape from this. So much pressure on him. He's taking a ton of damage. Excuse me, sorry, that's Punk taking a ton of damage. He's able to escape.
Australia needs to back up a little bit, get healed up. A Kraken is actually in the danger zone right now. Is finally going to get healed back up. Australia back to the spot, but Huss dove on. Fleta just got right up and in there. The Widow threat, it's gone. The turret threat, still there, but okay, you've lost the turret. South Korea is just picking this apart, and the idea of a first point hold here, as was kind of suggested on the desk, probably not going to happen, as South Korea is dominating this first point.
Exactly what I expect out of the Torbjorn defense. It doesn't really work that well. But in this case, it seems like Fleta's just free. I mean, with the Junkrat, at least the Genji can be a little bit scared. That insane headshot with the Nano Boost. Never mind.
Take back all of your just filthy words, Jake, because Custa has brought this back on Tor. You don't know the true power of the dark side.
There is no luck at all associated with one-shotting a Genji in the middle of his dash just on Torbjorn. Nothing, no luck at all. Fleta making a big mistake there, I guess.
Also, if you like lava, let me tell you, a volcano is about to erupt. It's Mount Custa, Molten Core on deck. What are you gonna do right now? I don't even need to use it. I'm just gonna lay in some damage in the face. Now, here we go, the Molten Core, lava everywhere. Has it done anything yet? No, but we're eternally hopeful as South Korea still goes in, they deal with Huss, but they are giving this a lot of respect, Jake.
Yeah, but picks coming in for Team South Korea. Australia, they need to respond in a more striking fashion. It feels like this backpoint setup is not going to work so well once they start losing players, although Punk's able to make it back to his team. That's so important here. Carpe's EMP has to be really huge here. There's no nano boost to enable Fleta, so really it's on the rest of Team South Korea to keep Fleta alive, keep the pressure on Australia so that they can't shut down the Blade.
Carpe going to be a big part here. Immediately drops EMP. Dive comes in. Immediately Fleta right in there. And the Blade strikes true. It's sated. Takes down 2 immediately. And fun and games might be over now for Australia, where South Korea goes, all right, you kept us off our guard for a little bit here, but now, really, we're going to be taking this point.
Yeah, it took a while, took a little bit of an old bank setup, but finally Australia is cracked, and they're going to be forced to switch a lot of their team composition right now, losing 4 of their major ultimates just to get back into a composition that makes sense for second point. This is a major risk with running the Torbjorn comp. You're forced to make massive swaps later into the round that lose all of the tempo that you previously gained, so South Korea have a real chance to take this first fight.
The problem here, though, is that South Korea has also gone for a whole bunch of swaps. They're deciding, oh, you guys are going to be broke on ultimates. You know what? That sounds good. Everyone has no money, or in this case, money being ult, so it is more of a reset for both sides. Oh, wait, we got more swaps. We're not done yet.
I thought Custa was actually going to bring the Torb out there. I was a full believer at that point, but going on that Zenyatta, oh, but the Nano Boost onto the Hammond doesn't really find any connections, though. South Korea understands how impossible it is to fight the Nano Boosted Hammond. They're immediately retreating, want to regroup, but Trill's going back in for more.
Trill, you know what? He has been in the South Korea backline this entire time. He has been fearsome, whether it be on Winston or the Hammond. And look, Nano Boost is something you got to respect.
Exactly, very difficult to break, but Team South Korea, they're playing this slow. It's all about the ultimate game at this point. Australia has managed to get over their hump and start building up those ultimates, as you mentioned. A Kraken getting pressured back into the spawn, but now it's Jonak doing the dive, but he's still alive, protected by his supports.
Meanwhile, Custa able to punish Fate, so it's not quite the engage that South Korea would have liked. They're down to 5, Australia's a little bit chunked down, but ooh, Trill pile driving on the Jonak again. Trill, at this point, I'm convinced that Jonak owes Trill money.
Trill definitely is coming for it, whether it's owed or not. Carpe getting a lot of damage there, starting to build up his Graviton Surge, but this comp's looking a little bit weird for Team South Korea. I mean, normally you would expect a Reinhardt in this composition so that you can maximize the power of your Zarya, force the enemies to shoot those shields, but Fate's Winston's gonna have a tough time to actually find pickups here. He's gonna be all alone if he extends off into the backline, and if he plays on point, he's not gonna be cleaving as effectively as a Ryan would, so it's up to Fate to prove that this Primal is actually worth it.
We'll see how this goes. Australia, of course, in a good advantage here for the EMP. Here's the problem. On Anubis, you all clump up because you think it's a good idea, but you know what a Sombra wants to do? Sombra just wants to hit all that with one juicy EMP, and instead, they use it on 2. They use it to immediately get rid of Carpe, and then they just go after Fate. So you didn't even go for everyone. They just went for the quick pickoff, and it works out quite well. And South Korea's barrier, it's not enough to actually swing the fight.
Yeah, very hard to come back on Temple of Anubis once you lose a few on offense. Of course, those defensive spawns are just so close to the fight. It's just very difficult to overwhelm them. At this point, Fury D-Mech with very low charge, they're going to let him leave. And this is just a major, major delay for Team South Korea. They don't really seem to have an answer with this. This Winston triple tank composition is really not getting it done for them, it seems.
Well, the one upside here for South Korea is that they are about to have Grav up and running. I mean, Australia, though, they have so many tools that this is still going to be a very difficult fight for South Korea. They're spending the time to group back up. They know they don't have to worry about the EMP, so now they're going to go in. Rally's up, they're armored up, but here comes the mine. Trill dives in, drops the mine. CKM off the Meteor Strike, finds Fury, denies the remake, and that is enough. You pick off 1 or 2 people, you win the fight, and Australia will fend South Korea off again.
I will say though, Team South Korea they're in a better position in the Ultimate Economy now than they were before that last fight. So they are making a bit of progress here, starting to work down those ultimates. It costs 4 for Australia to make that hold, and South Korea have managed to hold on to their Graviton Surge and their Primal Rage. This is the type of team fight that you can definitely win, but again, Huss has that EMP. If you only have one ultimate, there's not a better one in the game than the EMP.
EMP is the one ult that doesn't really care about how many ults the other team has. You can win a fight with a good EMP. No, gets grabbed! Right, he's going for the EMP. Doesn't get anything he wants at all. 3 early pickoffs from South Korea. What a read coming in from Carpe. And South Korea's just going to go right onto the point after that. Amazing play.
No question about it. That's the best grab we've seen so far in the tournament. Carpe absolutely saving his team, completely baiting the dive from the side of Team Australia, and now they're just trickling back onto the point. Faye with the Primal Rage, zoning the backline, but a Kraken back with his sleeps, getting a ton of value. Now it's just Huss on point, though, with the Reinhardt, trying to get some sort of value.
Australia in the danger zone, looking for anything here to delay, but it's not going to be enough. Carpe with the reads, with the well-placed grab, finds a way for South Korea to finish out with a reasonable amount of time left on the clock.
That was definitely a PogChamp in real life from me. I was really not expecting the grab to come out, and it was just perfect. So props to Carpe. What an insane play there. Everyone coming from all angles, and they all just end up getting caught in this perfect wall grab by Carpe. Even harder to do now that the Graviton radius has been reduced.
Right, and I think that's something worth noting here, where if you've just been a casual viewer of Overwatch and you haven't really paid close attention to the changes, anytime you see a Zarya get 3 or more people on a grab, you should be celebrating that, because that is a lot harder to do nowadays, especially when a team is positioning themselves well.
Certainly here, and now we get to see what South Korea will pull out on the defense. This is a team with a ton of experience. They've seen all the metas of the Overwatch League, and we've seen many, many different ways to approach Temple of Anubis. So I'm really interested to see which one they feel like is most effective in the current metagame.
And don't forget that overlay we just had there on the bottom. Obviously, we've been seeing some pretty good plays here in the Overwatch World Cup. Hashtag T-Mobile MVP. Vote for who you want to vote for, and I gotta say right now, Carpe's making the case.
Certainly, and don't forget their battle tag in the tweet so that your vote will be counted, and you can help decide who is our T-Mobile MVP of this year's Overwatch World Cup.
So MVP voting, of course, still very much in flux. Don't forget, by the way, we are drunk with power on our side. We actually get a vote, Jake, and it counts for a lot.
Yeah, we get more votes than you. How does that feel, Twitch viewers?
Oh, man. Go in. You just got to poke them like that, I suppose. But Jake, making friends, influencing enemies, something like that. South Korea, though, on the defense. Australia, we'll see just what they have on the attack.
I'd love to see a good old-fashioned mirror match on the Sombra Genji comp. It's going to be on who gets a better dive, who can trade backlines more efficiently, and there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on South Korea. It's very difficult to defend in this kind of mirror match. You need to play perfectly, make no mistakes.
South Korea holding the back Fleta on that defensive Genji, and you're right, this is something that's going to require high execution, but if there's any team that you really have to have faith in their execution given how well they've played here so far, it's South Korea.
Exactly, they're certainly looking good. Fleta getting so much Dragon Blade farm off in the early team fight. Trill forced out, he can't get any healing, and that's just because the healers are afraid to peek the choke from Team Australia. Even the threat of Jonak and Animo is too much to bear here. The D.Va trying to go in, but again, it's so risky to commit. They know that Sombra's ready to hack them if they try and fight a Genji.
And the big problem here is that you take a look at Fleta, 61% towards blade. Okay, well, that's a bigger problem when your Ana just gets dunked. CKM making the most out of limited shots there, giving Australia the 6-on-5. Now, Fleta, kind of close to a Dragon Blade, might be able to pick it up before the fight is over, but it's on Razor's Edge. He's almost picked off, and Australia doing their best now to get onto the point, to make some space, but they lost Huss, and now it's a bit of a bloodbath as both Sombras are out.
The pick on the Animo is an absolute game changer, and now CKM finds both DPS on the side of Team South Korea. CKM absolutely carrying this offense. Without that pick on Animo, all of those tanks on high ground would have been constantly at full HP, so really it's CKM opening up that fight and now closing it. 4 picks on CKM. We haven't seen much of his Widow, but it's looking really good so far.
It was absolutely spicy coming up from CKM, and okay, that's a super early infra sight. Now you have to think that Australia is going to dive right on in, but that's
they're going to give up the Emperor side.
Yeah,
They don't really want to commit to that team fight because it is so difficult to make that Widow work attacking the second point, especially when you know Carpe and Fleta are close to their ults. You know Fade and Fury are close to their ults. Playing Widow into that much control is a really, really risky proposition. So Team Australia, they want to play it slow, protect Huss, and try and work his way in. But Carpe, he's close to an EMP. They could be getting dicey real soon.
No doubt about it. You got Fleta now holding up the shield, swapping to the Brigida. Australia going to be going up that left side all together. And one way that they can really be disruptive here, you have the Primal Rage into the self-destruct.
Huss is poking from the low ground, but I don't actually love this team play. It makes it really obvious that Australia isn't going to commit to that high ground on point, but JJoNak trancing in nonetheless. They need to get some kills out of this, but they haven't been able to find anything.
They got a Kraken. That could be enough. But even losing one here on Doofus is really rough. And oh boy, they give up a tick for free. You can't have that happen. That's actually very good game sense coming from Australia. They could lose the fight and still be good, but they still want to fight. They drop the barrier. Custa with the beat. Deadeye from Huss, not going to get anything. Carpe shuts down his opposing Cowboy. South Korea going, all right, let's slow this down a bit. Use the barrier, but we don't really care. We're going to reestablish back here on the point, and Carpe just solid damage on the side. Trill, nowhere to go, and South Korea looking like they're going to fend this off.
Yeah, too difficult to really keep the push going. I mean, South Korea really understands this map very, very well. They have the experience in the Overwatch League. They know that it's fine to commit a lot of ultimates, a lot of value, so long as you get that crucial pick on a character like Zenyatta. Zenyatta with no movement abilities, his trip from spawn back to the team fight is as long as anything else in the game. So you really do buy yourself a lot of time to stabilize if you're Team South Korea. That aggression targeted at the Zen is really effective. And now Team Australia, they make the switch back to that classic 3-3 comp with the Kraken coming up on the Transcendence that could ameliorate one of those major weak points for Team Australia.
This is a big window for Australia. JJoNak and Animo, they're not quite there, the support ults yet. If they could rally and get on them before it's up, and it's going to be very, very close. There's a chance here, albeit slim as it is, but South Korea, they're going to go straight in. Carpe healed up after getting chunked down. A Kraken falls immediately. Now support ults up for South Korea, and they don't even have to use them. Australia's window kind of closing there.
Fleta on this Doomfist getting so much value in those tight corridors. He splits the Zen away and picks him up. And you can see a Kraken not able to finish off building his Transcendence. But honestly, I don't know if it even would have been enough in that team fight.
So Australia, working with 4 minutes here, they still could set a quicker time. But South Korea, they're hitting their groove, and they are swapping like crazy here, Jake. They got a Mei in play.
Carpe on the Mei, taking a page out of Team Canada's book. Maybe going to try and make this work against the Reinhardt, split him off from his team, but maybe he's looking to go back to spawn, which is something else. Carpe is really feeling his swaps these days.
And then he's not going to swap as he goes back to the spot. And Carpe is just like, what do I want to play tonight? I don't know. Mystery Heroes now in action here at the Overwatch World Cup. And Fleta going to dive on in off the ice wall, looking for the uppercut. Nothing really comes of it. Trill still feeling good on the Reinhardt. The Transcendence from Australia now fading. Going to be met by a Transcendence from JJoNak. And South Korea easily just brings it the other way. And that's why if you got to do an early Transcendence, Jake, you got to get something of it. And here comes Mei on the cleanup.
Here's the problem for Team Australia. Their Transcendence gets forced so early. Carpe with the Mei wall splits Trill away from his team, and the Kraken feels like that Reinhardt's gonna go down if he doesn't trance. Using that trance early prompts South Korea to just completely disengage, and then they're getting no value out of that ultimate. Almost unacceptable here on that second point. You need to make every ultimate count, especially those support ultimates.
So Australia right now, they're a little bit behind in the L game. What do they need to do in this next push?
Right now, they just need to get back into that ultimate tempo game. They need to make some effective trades, maybe use a small number of ults and get a lot out of the enemy team. Carpe, though, with the wall, denying them their path of movement. This is going to cost them all the HP on their Reinhardt shield just to keep everybody alive.
And then they decide, you know what? We didn't want to go down that path anyways. We're going to go straight up the middle. Here comes the shatter. Finds Carpe, but what a boom! They move Trill to the side. He's not able to get the pin. A great play coming from South Korea to protect their team. Fleta says, I like this. Let's dive in even more. They're putting him in the freezer, the ice wall on the other side. And South Korea dominant right now versus Australia.
Fleta with the Meteor Strike forces that high noon to be canceled, forces Huss off this position, and there's just no way you can challenge a Primal Rage, a full HP Doomfist, and a Mei that's just free shooting into your backline. CCam making the switch over to the Genji. It looks like it's a full dive swap coming off for Team Australia. They know that what they've been doing hasn't been working. They don't have an answer for Carpe's Mei. I wonder though, will Carpe value the Blizzard enough to continue playing Mei against dive? It's not something we see all the time, but Blizzard can be a powerful ult, and Trill with no Primal Rage is especially vulnerable to it.
Also, I don't think Carpe's going to throw the ult away here. I think Blizzard's one of those things where you're going to hang on to it. But also, who knows what Carpe's going to do? He's been a force of nature, swapping more than Mangachu. But he's going to stay for the Blizzard. He's going to invite the cold. He lives for the cold. I know I certainly do. As Fury finds Trill early on, the control that Carpe is providing, absolutely awesome. And now, Jake, we'll see if your theory is tested as we enter the final minute.
Certainly. I mean, Carpe has been making this Mei look good, even against a more classic dive setup that you wouldn't really expect Mei to be functional against. I really think that's more on Carpe's insane skill level than the character, but he uses that the Blizzard perfectly. It forces Trill to really not get any value out of his nano boost. And now Carpe, off to the McCree, doesn't care at all about his last character's ultimate charge. Fury, though, gets hacked. This could be a major pickoff. No, Team South Korea immediately saves him.
Yeah, he's protected immediately. Don't forget Australia. This is going to be one of their final attempts or they will be eliminated. South Korea on the verge of going to the semifinals here. Faith dives on in, finishes what Carpe was starting. And Carpe, even though he's gonna fall, you got the pickup, you played damage, you done good as South Korea easily finishes things out. Australia, their season, down to one final fight here, Jake.
That's just such impressive game sense from Carpe. He went for the complete all-in, fully committed flank, goes all the way behind on McCree, basically instantly going to die if he's found out, but he knows where CKM and Huss are, knows that he's unscouted, and gets a major flash from the supports that allows Team South Korea to win that team fight. So a great risk-taking by Carpe there.
Final attempt here for Australia. Final attempt for Brent to be the greatest nail summer. CKM down early, can't even use the blade. Two pickoffs for South Korea. An absolutely awesome counter initiation. And Australia falling one by one. South Korea, of course it's expected. You're going to be heading over to the semifinals.
Brutal 3-0 dominance. Team South Korea really hitting their stride, especially it feels like in that last defense, they were just holding strong. I don't know if Australia would have capped that point in 10 minutes.
Oh man, South Korea putting on a clinic. And by the way, if someone asks you, what's Carpe's hero pool? The answer is everything. Everything.
What isn't his hero pool? You know, bringing out the Mei, the McCree, the Doom, the Sombra, we've seen it all from him. And here at the Overwatch World Cup, that's what's proving to be most valuable. You need those players who are ready to play whatever the composition demands at the moment. This current meta is so swap heavy. It's all about counterpicking your opponents. So if you're a player who's comfortable on half the roster, you have a major advantage over somebody who's really limited.
Well, guys, that's going to do it for us here on the cast, but you don't want to go away because when we get back from the break, Brett is going to get his comeuppance.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup, and by T-Mobile, America's fastest unlimited network.
The 2018 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you in part by Corsair, T-Mobile, Samsung SSD, and NVIDIA.
I think it's safe to say Bren made a huge mistake. Oh man, welcome back everyone to the World Cup. That's here for Overwatch. I'm Golden Boy, joined by Bren, Reinforced, and Sideshow.
We should have put him in the corner.
We should have put him in the corner.
Kind of
How are you doing, buddy? You okay?
Well, you know what? You got to have faith, okay? I feel like it's very important to have faith in the underdog. It's a firm core belief in my mantra that I live by.
How is that working for you?
You know,
one could say that faith met its fate.
Get out. Okay, all right,
Get out.
that's it.
Get him
all right,
out.
that's
We're
it.
done.
He's done. We're going to send it over to Danny, who has Jonak standing by.
Alrighty, congratulations, South Korea. You guys are moving on to the semifinals. And I just want to add on that maybe Carpe could really see into the future. 3-0, clean sweep. Right, guys? What do you guys think, right? Yeah? All right. I have Jonak right next to me. Jonak, one simple question. You guys are going to be playing against Team UK tomorrow morning. Is there a player that you're looking out for? Like, are you scared of anyone on that team? 자, 조낙 선수 일단 너무나도 축하드리고 우승. 내일 이제 영국과의 이제 플레이를 하게 될 텐데 거기서 혹시 이 선수는 조금 무섭다. 이 선수 좀 조심해야겠다 하는 선수가 있다면 누가 있을까요?
네, 영국에 누가 있는지 몰라가지고 아무도 생각 안 나는 것 같아요.
All right, so Jonak says that it's really hard for me to say because I barely know any names from that roster. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it at that. Back to you guys, Dusk.
If that is not,
boy,
the most
say that?
backhanded, shady, just coming at the throat. I don't even know.
That's incredible. I love it though because the guy can back it up. Like, you should have seen his stats. They are unbelievable. Like, the guy is a monster in the Overwatch League, a monster here. And I love that he's got the little trash talk to back it up.
Are you serious right now?
That's so good.
I'm upset.
You are.
I'm upset.
You're personally offended for Team UK.
I'm not even Drake and I'm upset.
I mean, to be fair, there is only one Overwatch League player on that roster. Like, he'd have to be pretty aware of the European contender
it's the same with UK, but you know.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, you know, we just got to go to the highlights. Let's check out what happened in Anubis there. We thought that this would be the map that Australia were
Show
able.
me this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Show me this.
Yes. That's what.
He
that's
didn't
the
go for
money
the
right
hammer,
there.
though. I feel like that was the problem. That was the reason that the
Wasted
strat didn't work.
opportunity.
Yeah,
Yeah, we all know you got to go for the hammer if you get boosted.
Yeah, but realistically, I want to take the discussion into a bit of like, where do we see South Korea go next tomorrow? Because this is a team that many thought would underperform at the World Cup, but they still have so much individual skill in this roster. I mean, they have Carpe just fragging out. They have Jonak in the back line. And then you have Faith leading the team as the main tank. So in many ways, while a lot of people are underrating South Korea in many ways because they didn't have that much practice time with Fury. He was in London with London Spitfire, etc. But the way they're looking versus Australia, it's almost a no-brainer that they should be in the grand finals and be the favorites.
I agree.
No, they will. There's no way they're an underdog to any other team at the
This
tournament.
also felt like the perfect match for South Korea to have, right? Because you'd mentioned that they didn't have Fury was in London. They didn't have that time to get team cohesion going.
Yeah.
What better opportunity than this right here to really blend together as a squad as you get ready for what is going to be a very difficult match
They're
tomorrow.
just flexing on fools. Like, they're just picking May and Torb, and they're just... The thing we talked about the entire day was that teams pick a composition and they excel at it. But South Korea, they just play everything. They just put in a few heroes that doesn't make sense, but they still play it so well. So this South Korea team is so scary.
I want to give credit to Australia, though, honestly, because these guys, to even get to the point of BlizzCon, has been fantastic for them. And the quality that they have, these guys are not on an AL team, they're not in an Academy team, they've actually done really well. But we've got the stats up for Jonak at the moment that I referred to earlier, and the fact that he's got an almost 2.0 KD, final blows 26, deaths 14. This backline is unkillable for Team South Korea. Korea. I was just having a chat to Taimu in the back, and he was saying, we're playing scrims against them. You just can't kill them. It's actually impossible. They play the Ana and Zen so well together. Animo being brought into this roster because he's so skilled at the Ana,
Yeah.
and then Jonak is obviously just a god at Zen. They keep each other alive really well, and then Jonak just frags out. Who can beat them?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. And I know you guys want to know when South Korea is going to be taking the stage next. So we actually do got, you know, the schedule for you. You know, day one results and the schedule. Lots of good stuff here because this is what we saw at the beginning of the day when United Kingdom and USA squared off. That went 3-1. France, Canada 3-0. China, Finland 3-0. And Australia, South Korea, as you just saw, 3-0. I know I lied to you guys. And I'm really, really sorry about that. We'll get the schedule in just a little bit. Promise you.
It's a little crazy, actually, how close each of those games were, considering that 3 of them went 3-0. Like, I was looking at that like, wait, is that really what happened today?
Yeah.
But all of the games felt like they could have been won by either team, apart from potentially this last game that we just saw between South Korea and Australia. But the other 3 were insanely close, and you can see just the smallest difference in skill ends up with a big disparity in score.
It's anyone's game here, and
Please,
you know,
can I
more
take the hat
so.
off?
No, you got to keep the hat on. More so than what we saw at the beginning of the day. The match that shocked everyone here in Anaheim. UK beating the US was the biggest story of the day, and let's actually take a listen into the comms to hear what it sounded like when they pulled off the one and only upset.
Risky.
Come back. Play. No. 3, 2, 1, go!
Now, we strategically ended the sounds of the game at that moment because what was said may shock you.
Yeah. Team UK, you know, they're full of life. That's what I like to think.
Yeah.
They're loving it out there. They're very driven, very
Full of
passionate.
life.
You know, sometimes your words get caught
The old
slightly
Maverick.
differently.
The old Maverick, as we like to call it in the Overwatch League. Yeah, it's a classic.
The hat on.
It's a danger zone, I tell you that
I
much.
can't take a single word that he says seriously if he wears that
That's how
hat.
I feel every time.
Okay, well, I lied to you before, but now you're going to get to see the schedule. So let's go ahead and run the schedule, show everyone what you're going to be catching tomorrow, because South Korea and the United Kingdom will be squaring off tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. And then after that, it is going to be China versus Canada. Then we have our semifinal bronze medal matchup, and then we have the gold medal match. The question is, are we going to get a repeat of 2017 World Cup, Overwatch World Cup, where we had Canada and South Korea go? You had to do it. But, you know, like, I don't even know what to predict right now because China's looking really good as well.
They are looking very good, especially with Goucher as the main tank. It's an incredible team, so I'm looking out for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that game's too close to call.
It's going to be very, very fun to watch. I feel like nobody needs to miss out, really.
This guy.
Everyone should be checking it out.
You heard it from Brent. You heard it from the Oracle himself. We hope you guys had a really good time today because we know that we did. I resigned 2 times. We had these guys pulling off. We gave away XQC's clothing. Yeah. You know, there was some shirt ripping. There was just a lot of craziness here on the desk, and we thank you all so much for joining us. It's been an absolute blast. BlizzCon Day 1 is a wrap here for the Overwatch World Cup, but join us tomorrow because it's going to be awesome. We are going to find out who will be our gold medal champion for the Overwatch World Cup of 2018. We'll see you tomorrow.
I am actually going to be going with the United States of America today. Or am I? Oh, no, not even I'm dumb enough to go against the United States of America. USA all the way.